doesn't catches up with me, I'm still there. Yes, Vishwa? So, what do we do now?
Yes, Vimni, we are. Now, may I request you to set the note for the grand moment?
Okay, so as you instruct, madam, how do we go about?
Well, the moment to officially inaugurate the India Satcom 2022 is here. And may I request a volunteer to take the unveiling tablet to our chief guest, please?
Okay, so as Vishwa has instructed us, we have our honorable chief guest of the day, Dr. P.D. Vaghela, sir, the chairman present with us. May I request you, sir, Chairman TRI, may I request you, sir, to please place your hand, and we have the
scanning, processing, accepted.
So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to India Satcom 2022 and the grand opening. We've had ladies and gentlemen, the entire graphics has been designed by Media Point. He's there. I think we can put our hands together. Thank you. So once again, good greetings to everyone, and good greetings to the leaders of change as we all discuss and deliberate on the focal theme of Satcom for inclusive growth. And ladies and gentlemen, someone has very rightly said that digital transformation is not about technologies, but it is about people. Would also like to mention here that in this recently concluded first G20 Sherpa meeting, which was organized in Udaipur, and wherein we had the leaders from the leading economies of the world where they were discussing and deliberating, the theme was transforming lives. And at the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in this era of multiple and cascading crises. And this world stands aware of the number of crises which we have seen recently, the geopolitical crisis, and especially the COVID-19, which has hugely impacted the speed, the scale, the pace, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And during that, they discussed that there are 4 key accelerators which can give a push, which can fast-track the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the key accelerators was digital transformation. So digital transformation has the power to transform lives and help us achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And as far as India is concerned, I think we all agree that when we are talking about transforming lives, we have to go beyond the urban and the semi-urban. We have to go to the hinterlands. We have to go in the tier 2, tier 3. We have to connect the unconnected. We have to serve the unserved and the underserved. And that is where, ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about it, we will be requiring comprehensive, highly quality, at the same time accessible, affordable, inclusive, ubiquitous broadband connectivity across the entire landscape of our country. And that is where the promise of the satellite communications come in, which can deliver on the last leg connectivity, which can deliver in the hinterlands, which can deliver in areas and regions which are difficult to access in the hilly terrains, in the mountainous terrains, where we have a low penetration of the fiber infrastructure, the optical fiber, and other challenges which we have. So that is where, ladies and gentlemen, in this discussions and deliberations where we have with all of you, with the leaders of change, we are going to be looking into the potential of the satellite communications in delivering to the last leg connectivity, and that will help us in living up to the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, having broadband for all and promising a more equitable and inclusive growth, a socio-economic growth for our nation. So as we discuss in this forum of 2 days, we are going to be looking into these, the emerging
Recording in
trends.
progress.
Okay, so Vishwa, you're joining me again? Anyways, so Vishwa is going to be joining us back. But as I was telling you, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into our discussions, we are going to be looking into these emerging technologies, Satcom technologies, and the emerging trends in broadcasting. We are also going to be looking into the various technologies that can deliver on the broadband being more affordable, more accessible, moving into the hinterlands, also promising probably in-flight connectivity, the maritime communication, connectivity and communication during the natural disasters. We already have the 5G which has been launched in the country, so we are going to be also discussing into the integration of 5G and 6G with the Satcom. We have the new space policy which is just around the corner. We are also going to be discussing into the impact of the space policy. It is going to be making the 2022 policy. And then as we have our policy makers and the regulators present with us, we are going to be discussing how to frame a more conducive and an enabling environment for the Satcom industry to grow and flourish, for the ease of doing business, further towards inviting more investments, both the foreign as well as the domestic investments in the sector, and at the same time also looking into encouraging and facilitating our MSMEs, our startups, and the Make in India in the space sector. So with this brief outlook to the 2-day discussions which we are going to be having, let's mark, ladies and gentlemen, the auspicious inauguration further of India Satcom 2022 as per our Indian tradition and customs by lighting the ceremonial lamp. And I would like to request our leaders to please join. May I request first our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. P.D. Waghela sir, to please mark the auspicious inauguration by lighting the ceremonial lamp. Requesting Shri S. Somnath, respected Secretary, Department of Space and the Chairman of ISRO. Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman in Space, Department of Space, Government of India. Shri Sunil Niranian, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications. May I also request Mr. Benva Sawarosh, the First Counselor, EU Delegation. Inviting Secretary TRAI, Mr. Raghunandanji, requesting Mr. Pranav Roche, President Hughes Network, Mr. Jitendra Huja, Head Product and Services Enterprise of Tata Nelco, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, of course, the President of BIF. So thank you to the dignitaries. May we request you to kindly take center stage, kindly be seated. So ladies and gentlemen, as we now commence the inaugural session, the theme of the inaugural session is connecting the unconnected. And I would like to request from BIF first, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, the President of BIF, to kindly accord a floral welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, welcoming Dr. P.D. Vaghela-ji, and also to present him a shawl as we thank him, extend our deep gratitude and regards to him for joining us today. Thank you. And may I now request Mr. Pranav Roche, the co-chair of the BIF Satcom, to kindly welcome Shri S. Somnath, respected Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, our special guest of honor. Would now like to invite Mr. Gautam Sharma to please join us here on the stage, the CEO and the MD in Marsat. I believe he's not there. Okay, so may I request Mr. Devashish to please join us here as we extend greetings and welcome Dr. Pavan Goenka, the Chairman in Space, Department of Space, Government of India. Oh, he's coming. Now inviting Mr. Arava Mudhan from Disney Star, if I can request him to please welcome Shri Sunil Niranian, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Arun Mukherjee from BIF, may request you, sir, to please welcome on the dais Mr. Benva Savarosh, First Counselor, Communication Network, Content and Technology, EU Delegation to India. As we welcome Secretary TRAI, Mr. Raghunandanji. May I request once again Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, sir. May I request you, sir, to please join us here, and requesting Mr. T.V. Ramachandran to kindly felicitate him with a shawl and a bouquet. Thank you, sir. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we commence our discussions and deliberations at the very onset of the session,
Good morning. Warm welcome to all respected dignitaries and participants for this inaugural session of India Satcom 2022 on the theme Satellite Communication Connecting the Unconnected. We have with us leading experts, policy makers and regulators to provide valued insights and share their vast experience on the subject.
Thank you, Vishwa. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have V2. I am Vimi and she is Vishwa, and V2 are going to be moderating the entire session. Thank you once again, Vishwa. Thank you. So, I would like to invite now Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, the President of BIF, for his welcome address and his introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, he's an industry veteran. He has been part of the mobile telephony since its very inception. He's the one who established COI and has led it for almost 12 years. Further, he is also the honorary fellow of IET London and IETE India, and also the global advisor to IET's future tech partner. Sir, the podium is all yours.
Thank you, Vimi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all in this, at this inaugural session of India Satcom 2022. And I'm proud to state that this is the 8th successive edition of BIF's annual event on the Satcom sector. And I've been seeing this from 2015 onwards. It's my pleasure entirely. And it's also my great pleasure and honor to welcome a galaxy of distinguished guests sitting here and all over, I can see. First of all, our most esteemed and respected chief guest, Dr. P.D. Vaghela, sir, who has spared time to be with us today, and all our special guests of honor, Mr. S. Somnath, Chairman ISRO, Secretary of Department of Space and Chairman Space Commission, Dr. Pawan Goenka, sir, thanks for coming, Chairman InSpace, Shri M. Maheshwar Rao, AS and FA, Department of Space, Dr. Mike Short, CBE, Chief Scientific Advisor. He is online, I saw him. Department for International Trade, Government of UK, along with so many illustrious Indian industry colleagues and government colleagues, including industry colleagues, Mr. Mayur Rale, Chief Regional Counsel, Disney Star India, Mr. Pranav Roach, President Hughes Network Systems, and co-chair of our Satcom committee, Mr. P.J. Nath, who is the MD and CEO of Tata Nelco. He was to be here, but due to some exigency in the family front yesterday night, he has to stay back. So I heartily wish to welcome him and his representative, Mr. Jitendra Ahuja, all eminent dignitaries from government, regulator, delegates, media, everybody. It is your valued presence and participation that has been making this successful year after year and taking us forward on the Satcom sector. India's space industry, as you all know, is a highly happening industry today, while most of the industry, Satcom industry in the rest of the world, is probably nearing saturation levels. We have all the way to go up, up and up. We are right at there trying everything, networking the $2 trillion equity market, powering 50,000 gas stations in the country, powering more than 125,000 ATMs in banks. Many people may not be aware of that. Over 40,000 villages with e-governance, and 1,000 movies distributed annually, and combating piracy through our systems. Broadcast in India is highly powered by satellite. So without satellite, we would not be near where we are, but it doesn't stop here. We have all the potential to go sky high. As you probably have heard, India has got, with all the happenings, only about 9.8 or 10.8% of the global average median presentation, the weighted average penetration of Satcom per million population in our country. So that means 90%, 9 times growth is possible in the short run. And the sector is already buzzing with announcement, with happening every week, something being announced. The new Spacecom policy is to be coming in, and all our great dignitaries in the stage are involved in that, every one of them. And even before, and that's created so much excitement and buzz in the sector, even before the announcement of the formal final policy, many people have started jumping into space. And we are going to be felicitating some of them today. Some of the startups, and some of them are here today. We are very proud and privileged to have them with us, and we are going to be felicitating them in a small way today. Spacecom policy has not yet come. It's going to come and add to the momentum, but already many changes have been wrought, many reforms have been brought in by government in respect of Satcom, whether it is cellular backhaul through Satcom, whether it is a reduction of NOCC charges, a very significant reduction in NOC charges. So many things have been done to improve ease of doing business by the government and the regulator. The regulator has been championing the reforms right from the first edition, I've been seeing. So progressively things have been happening, and we are all raring to go. I will not take up more time because we have a long agenda ahead of us. I once again welcome all of you to a very important session, and for catering to the demand for inclusivity that this country is having. See, like rightly pointed out by Vimy, we are going to depend a lot on Satcom for what the Honorable Prime Minister keeps declaring at every forum, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. That cannot be happening without the play of Satcom. And all our rural hinterland, all the difficult to access areas, various other reasons of inaccessibility, we cannot handle with terrestrial. So we have to come in with Satcom also. And Satcom becomes a very powerful standing network for emergencies, whether there's a disaster, etc. So wherever you look, you need Satcom. And with these introductory words, I once again welcome all of you and wish you a very great session today. Thank you, and I hand over back to Vimy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for further setting the tone and the context of our discussions. And as you said that...
I think I should have said Vimy and Vishwa.
So thank you to Vishwa also, if she's hearing. So, sir, as you said that sabka saath or sabka prayas chahiye, all the leaders of the Satcom industry. So we further now seek the views of Mr. Jitendra Ahuja. As was mentioned that we were supposed to be joined by Mr. PJ Nath, the MD and CEO of Tata Nelco. Unfortunately, he's not been able to join, but we are glad to be having here Mr. Jitendra Ahuja, the Head Product and Solutions, Nelco Limited. and Tata Enterprise. He has more than 25 years of experience in building new products and solutions for Satcom and for terrestrial networks. I invite him for his address.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I think this is the first session. I'm, good that we are starting with first session, and this is something that, thank you, of very much of interest to me as well, because in every format like this, we talk about our main agenda is providing telecom services, which is about voice and broadband connectivity, to every citizen, irrespective of its location, wherever he is located, so that it's equality to all. That's what the main agenda with respect to telecom, broadband connectivity we talk about. Yeah? So as we speak, India today is second largest telecom market in the world, second largest. But if you talk about broadband penetration, it is still not to a level. Remote locations, rural locations don't have broadband connectivity largely. Still, 60% of our rural population is not connected on broadband. Yeah? And when we're talking about today, broadband is very, very important, very relevant, because digital connectivity is required for every sphere of our life, be it e-commerce, education, entertainment, utility services, quality healthcare. Digital connectivity is must to utilize most of it. And from that perspective, this broadband connectivity is very important. Whole world that we talk about is moving for digital economy. And our country is not far behind. Of course, we also have to make pace to that and move to digital economy. And for that, this broadband connectivity, digital connectivity is very, very important. Now, yes, it is very important, but how to achieve it? So we know that terrestrial connectivity, terrestrial media anyway is there. No two ways about it. It's playing a larger role. It will continue to play a larger role. But wherever terrestrial media is not feasible, Satcom can play a major role in providing the connectivity in all those locations. And why Satcom? Because Satcom has very unique characteristics that we talk about. Be it reliability, be it quick deployment, be it feasible everywhere. All these characteristics make it feasible that it can be used anywhere to provide the broadband connectivity. As we speak, what are the means, that when we're talking about broadband is required, then why Satcom has not played that kind of role that it should have played? Again, there's no competition between terrestrial or Satcom. Terrestrial has its own role to play, will continue to play. And Satcom will more or less is not competing. It's actually complementary technology that we talk about. So why it has not played that kind of role which it should have played, and what is required now going forward, to make sure that it's a mainstream way of connectivity. For that, there are a couple of things. One is on the technology side, the other is on the policy side. Technology side, good news is that a lot of new changes are happening. We are actually at the verge of technology perspective transformation. That is happening. We have been there in Satcom industry for decades. I personally have been there for last 2.5 decades into this industry, but the kind of technology changes have been happening this time has never happened. Be we talk about GSO or non-GSO. In GSO space also, we are talking about, we are working on traditional wide beam satellite. Now we're talking about high throughput satellite. Now very high throughput satellites are coming up. We are talking about steerable beam. We are talking about software-defined satellites. All this is going to make very large capacity, lot of flexibility that is going to make it available. On the NGSO side, there is MEO constellation, LEO constellation, there are HAPS, which is coming up. All this new technology is going to help us in a big way. So when we're talking about all these technologies, how it is going to change the world. It is going to transform to make it more affordable, and specific use case can be used for specific different kind of Satcom, means. Like a few application may be more suitable for GSO, few application may be more suitable for NGSO. For example, when you're talking about LEO, it is just like fiber connectivity. Same kind of latency, high throughput that is available, and the kind of use case that will emerge probably we have not even thought of all those use cases today, sitting here. As you talk about, like say when you're talking about mobile, so many businesses, so many use cases, endless use cases are there today when you're talking about 4G networks. We may not be even aware of that. Businesses are thriving just on terrestrial network, just on 4G networks. Similarly, when we're talking about NGSO, LEO, different kind of use cases will emerge, different new markets will emerge, and that's what will help every citizen of India and industry as a whole. Yeah. So, along with that, there is also, when you're talking about LEO, there is one is broadband connectivity, the other is narrowband connectivity. And when we're talking about narrowband, satellite IoT is going to transform the way we conduct the businesses. It is going to enable various businesses, be it on the agriculture side, getting the even like say soil conditions, or when we are talking about fleet management, or getting about cattle whereabouts. Like say, Australia, I remember that they have awarded a contract, of 1.6 lakh cattle to be tracked using satellite IoT. These are just start. So when we are talking about satellite IoT using LEO, there is absolutely new kind of use cases, new kind of market that is going to emerge, for the benefit of the country, benefit of the whole of citizens, and benefit of the industry. Yeah. So from the technology side, everything is moving. Good part is that 5G networks, which was primarily terrestrial, now satellite is integral part of 5G standardization, 5G standards, which means that going forward, you would have one handset which will be able to communicate on 4G network, 5G network, or if 5G is not available, then it can automatically move on satellite. So all that flexibility will be available as we talk about this handset is 5G enabled. We'll say that this handset is 3GPP release 17 compatible, which means that it can work on terrestrial or it can work on satellite as the need may be. Yeah? So this whole flexibility will be made available. So technology side, I am very, very convinced, that the way that is transforming is going to make this industry a part of the mainstream. And when we're talking about technology, along with that, the other piece is policy framework. And we know that government today, believe me, again, in last 18 to 24 months, the way this government has moved, the kind of changes that we have seen in Satcom, they are unparalleled. We have not seen those kind of changes before. And the pace that it is moving is really appreciable. We talk about any kind of, we're talking about satellite low bit rate, or we're talking about enabling the business by reviewing the NOCC charges, so many other things that government is doing. And when you're talking about all these technologies, be it LEO, MEO, this also requires the policy framework clarity, that how the Earth station will operate, will require separate license or separate license is not required. Government is already working on that. I think, there is new spacecom policy that we have been waiting, or new space policy that we have been waiting for some time. I think that clarity will also enable for satellite operators like us or for industry, to make most use of this high throughput satellite, very high throughput satellite, from ISRO or even from private operator, and make that abundance capacity available. So when we're talking about, so there are two things. One is that this new technology that is going to transform. Along with these new technologies, abundance capacity is coming on this high throughput satellite, very high throughput satellite. Now, technology is there, capacities are available. What it's going to do is going to drive the cost down exponentially, making the broadband on satellite much more affordable. Yeah? So that's what we are all targeting for. So it is going to help in that way. I think, the way that I see in future, when we say that, when I started, I saying that in rural or remote places, connectivity is not there. With Satcom, this remote word terminology itself will not be there. There is nothing called remote going forward. Yeah. So I think that's the way that we see. I think coupled with these technology changes, with the government support on this policy framework, I think this industry is going to see transformation as we move forward. And this is something that's going to benefit the whole citizens, the country as a whole, and able to provide that broadband connectivity or even the satellite IoT connectivity available anytime, anywhere, everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insights on the theme. And ladies and gentlemen, as was pointed out, it is time now that the Satcom plays a more pronounced role. It is mainstream. So we now invite the industry perspective and would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Pranav Roche, who is the president of Hughes Network Systems India Limited and the co-chair of BIF Satcom Committee. Currently, ladies and gentlemen, he's engaged in helping establish what will be India's first private satellite system to bring the benefits of high throughput satellite to India. I request him for his industry perspective.
Yeah, good morning, participants. Good morning, our chief guest, Dr. Vaghela, our special guest of honor, Secretary Somnath, Dr. Goenka, and the other dignitaries on the stage. So yeah, I mean, I've been asked to sort of speak here this morning and provide the industry's perspective. And so I'll start by saying that, I mean, I've been in this industry over 30 years, and there's never been a more exciting time that I've seen than now. And obviously, with excitement also comes a challenge. And so that's really, sort of a very, very key stage where this industry is globally and also in India. And when I was thinking about what to say and, where we are, I was reminded by, I was reminded of the famous lines. I was reminded of the famous lines which open a famous novel called A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. And it begins by saying that it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, and it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was a season of light, it was a season of darkness. It was spring of hope and the winter of despair. We had everything before us, and we had nothing before us. So what this sort of seems to say is that, we are really, really poised at the crossroads. And I'm a believer and an optimist. And I think we will obviously overcome all of the naysayers and all of the challenges. While these lines, they hint at the novel's central theme of change and excitement, I think this is something that's similar to what the industry today finds itself. Having said that, what I'd like to sort of say is that I'll just spend a few minutes talking about where we are globally, what's happening globally, and more importantly, where we in India. And I'll start by saying that, I'm very, very happy to see that our policymakers and the government, I think, are very, very aware of all of these developments, and we are very close to bringing the benefits of satellite technology in India as these happen overseas. So globally, there's been a lot of innovation and investment in the past few years, and that has been fueled primarily by acceptance of a basic truth that every citizen, every person on the globe needs to be connected. And governments, are spending tremendous amount of effort and money to make that happen and enable that. So while there are about, roughly about, I think, 5,500 satellites that were in orbit as early of this year, there are estimates that predict an additional satellites from anywhere between 20,000 to 50,000 in the next decade. So there's going to be obviously a phenomenal increase in the number of satellites and thereby the availability of bandwidth. And as we know, LEOs will be the primary drivers of this increase. And the race globally is kind of heating up to rapidly deploy mega constellations driven to make available broadband communications and real-time Earth observation. So, in addition, we have the growth of the high-throughput satellites. We have the growth of the other, remote sensing and observation satellites, the S-band and the mobile satellite systems. So clearly, there's a lot of innovation, a lot of investment that we can see, and which will benefit, citizens at the end of the day, and enable the economy and the economic growth. India, I think, we've seen significant progress to take advantage of these developments and changes that the space technology offers. And key that we can see as changes are, I think, the Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the headquarters for InSpace earlier this year, and ISRO and the Department of Space, or NSIL, they launched the high throughput satellites, and there's several more coming. And we were lucky to be able to work with them and make that capacity. I think in the coming year, we will see that high throughput satellite actually being delivered for applications and uses to end users in the country. And these really are significant steps that have sort of, I think, come about not just by sort of any sheer luck, but I think a thought process that has gone into it. In addition, there's also the much talked about Spacecom policy. So the draft Spacecom policy has been formulated, and from what we understand is that it's going to very soon be publicly announced and create an environment for further investment to boost the satellite industry and enable connectivity in the country. As we know, and I won't go into all of these details, but just a few of the things that I'd like to highlight is that space technology has played and will continue to play a key role in the development or the holistic development of the country. It can and it has helped improving things as simple as farmers' incomes and empower rural citizens. And that's simply because unlike other technologies which take time to reach out to people in underserved and unserved areas, satellite technology, as we all know, is ubiquitous. So when you put the switch on, every corner of the country is connected. In addition, I think there are many other fields that have benefited and will continue to benefit from the space technology, and these are health, education, the communications sector, land, water resources, weather management, disaster management. So clearly, the sort of the impact that the satellite technology and some of these coming technologies will have are kind of going to be all pervasive and not just exclusive, but more inclusive to get everybody into the fold. So we hope that we see some of these announcements coming up in the coming year and allow for greater private participation in the Satcom sector in India. We are also greatly enthused with the availability of capacity, like I said earlier, from the Department of Space on the high throughput satellites. And there's just not one, but there are a couple of more that are sort of expected. And we will look for sort of with great interest to see them and make these available. I think the other significant development is in addition to the high throughput satellite is, as we all hear constantly, is the LEO systems, and we are keenly working with the regulators and all of the policymakers, some of or most of them who are here on stage, to make available the OneWeb capacity from in the country, and that constellation is almost ready or will be ready in the first quarter of the year. So yeah, I mean, to conclude, I would say that the year promises to be, I think, a breakthrough year for satellite communications in India, and we will work to make that happen, and we will succeed and prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your views. And as you mentioned, it's going to be a breakthrough year for the industry, as we'll see more of technologies, Satcom technologies playing a more pronounced role in driving and promoting a more inclusive growth for the country. And we now further invite the views of Mr. Mihir Rale. He joins us virtually. The Chief Regional Counsel, Disney Star India. He oversees the legal and regulatory affairs for Disney Star India. He's also played a very pivotal role in guiding the company since he joined Star India in 2009 and the industry through challenging regulations under an ever-evolving regulatory landscape in the country. So over to you, sir. So your mic is probably on the mute.
I am not on mute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, loud and clear, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Morning, everybody. Dr. Waghela, Chairman DRA, and the Chief Guest. Shri Somnath, Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman, ISRO. Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman in Space. Dr. Mike Short, Chief Scientific Advisor, Government of UK. And Mr. Savrosh, First Counselor, Delegation of the European Union of India, Special Guest of Honor. I echo everyone's sentiments in saying India is an emerging power in the domain of space and stands poised for further growth and success, given the opening up of the space economy to private participation across various activities. This should accelerate investment in the sector, and it presents a golden opportunity for India, its indigenous technology, systems and facilities. The availability of low-cost satellite launch vehicles, coupled with mass production, should lead to demand from customers around the world. Indian companies are eager to enter the space industry while using indigenous innovative technology. India's ambition in this space may be said to be only limited by its imagination. That said, we're today at a time where the global space economy was valued at about USD 447 billion in 2020, of which satellite services accounted for USD 142 billion, or 32%. Despite being among some of the few spacefaring nations in the world, India only accounted for approximately 2.1% of the global space economy in 2020, amounting to USD 9.6 billion. Within this, satellite services and applications market was valued at about USD 3.8 billion in 2020. It is therefore imperative that India take advantage of the happy confluence of our demography, ambition, self-belief, and regulatory adventurism to be able to take our rightful place in the global space economy. The Indian broadcast sector, of which I am a representative, with a size estimated at about USD 8.2 billion as of 2021, uses satellite services in the C-band. These services play a critical role in the provisioning of broadcast services to approximately 21 crore TV households in both rural and urban areas. The TV channels uplinked through the satellites carry 24/7 news, sports, and entertainment content to television households in India and around the world. Satellites undoubtedly have the potential to bridge the digital divide and reach remote areas. Their utility in the national broadband agenda is undoubtedly going to be significant. Technological opportunities, as a principle, must be encouraged, as should be competition. The higher the levels of competition, the better the technological growth for the sector, options for the consumer, and economic benefits for the country. In the opportunity presented to India today, to my mind, regulation could potentially be the single biggest factor that influences what the history books write as to whether India grasps the opportunity with both hands or let it go a begging. Regulation provides industry with certainty and is desirable in several cases, warranted in some others. But regulation for regulation's sake or regulation to satiate demands must be avoided. Instinctively, industry demands for added regulation must be seen with skepticism and treated with caution. Pricing unequivocally must be left to market forces. Absent that, the consumer stands to gain no advantage, nor does industry, as the competitive race for being the best content creator or the most efficient operator does not get rewarded. Absence of incentives for creating excellent products cannot augur well for the sector nor its contribution to the economy. I would submit that only if policymakers themselves believe in the benefit of regulation should regulation actually see the light of day. In the satellite sector, this could potentially be done by aligning our spectrum policies with global best practices, which may require a different regulatory approach. For instance, to boost more competition and investment in the satellite space, a policy that administratively allocates satellite spectrum in line with global best practices and ITU guidelines may be warranted. Special care needs to be taken with respect to satellite spectrum that has already been allocated for use from any kind of disruption caused due to interference. The sectoral regulator, the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India for the broadcast sector, and other sectors, has played a key role by advocating for an open sky policy for over the past 15 years. While its policies in the past, in the context of economic regulation on content especially, have not been in keeping with contemporary notions and may have possibly limited opportunities available to the sector, the latest NTO, New Tariff Order, issued by the TRAI, has many members of the industry viewing it with cautious optimism, in the hope that this serves as a stepping stone towards ultimate forbearance. Recently, the government has also introduced multiple policy reforms for satellite communication services to ease procedures and streamline clearances to expedite the rollout of Satcom across the country, especially in remote areas. Few such reforms include the removal of the minimum bit rate for transponders by the WPC, removal of WPC endorsement for channels, waiver of NOCC charges, and quicker approvals. These are welcome steps that would help save costs as well as greatly promote ease of doing business in the sector. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting for taking steps towards the ease of doing business for the broadcast industry with the launch of the online broadcast Seva portal and the recent uplink-downlink guidelines. While certain aspects of the uplink-downlink guidelines do create cause for concern, others, such as the change of process from permissions to intimations, online applications, reduced timelines, are welcome steps that can only help in the ease of doing business. With that said, I wish the forum all the very best for an engaging set of sessions and panels which shed further light on what could serve to be an enabling regulatory framework for this sector, among other topics of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raleigh. Thank you, sir. Now inviting Dr. Mike Short. He's also joining us virtually, the Chief Scientific Advisor, Department for International Trade, Government of UK, our special guest of honor. Dr. Mike Short leads the science and the engineering profession in the department. He ensures its policy is informed by the best science, engineering, and technical advice. He advises on the technical aspects of future trade deals. He managed the launch of 2G and 3G mobile technologies in UK, and he led the 4G, 5G R&D for Telefonica Europe. His career includes the promotion of international technical standards in mobile technology. He is also the former chairman of the Global GSM Association, the UK Mobile Data Association. I request Dr. Short for his presentation.
Ms. Chowdhury, honourable members of the dais, it's my great pleasure to be with you from London today. I'm really sorry I can't be with you in India at the actual event. I have been to India twice in the last 6 weeks, and my diary really just worked against me to be there a third time. From the perspective of convergence, I can see all sorts of opportunities. And just echoing some of the points made by the Managing Director for Hughes, I can look out of my window today and see a tale of two cities. My window is looking at a very snowy London, perhaps unusual, but one of the things that's very important to me is to make sure that no one is left out in the cold. No one is left out without coverage for broadband and their requirements. And it seems to me that the opportunities for convergence between terrestrial and satellite communications have never been better than today. We need to bridge those gaps of coverage, those areas of the cold, appropriately. But we also need to reflect a little bit on the fact that globally, the cellular and satellite industries have worked together before, and we need to build on those strengths. If we think about some of the capability of GNSS or GPS, for location-based services, they are a key ingredient for the mobile internet, for applications and location. They're a key ingredient for identity management. They're a key ingredient for e-commerce and advertising. But it's not just GNSS and GPS from space. It's also the capability to link the backhaul of infrastructure, and some of the movement in India towards liberalising backhaul is a key enabler for the terrestrial cellular networks to extend their coverage. The satellite backhaul is a key tool in the backhaul armory, alongside microwave and alongside fiber where it exists. But the notion of extended coverage, to me, is the big holy grail. How do we extend that coverage to those underserved populations, those underserved villages, and dare I say it, remote and marine areas? Coverage offers huge opportunities to open up new markets to those underserved. We already see the enthusiasm around LEOs, but also we can see some of the other geo-type solutions offering capability. It needs to go hand in hand with cost-effective solutions based on global standards. I think India shows great promise for a huge market, but it has to be cost-effective to meet the various markets it is serving through extended coverage. We already see examples of international roaming with terrestrial and satellite both in mind, but actually it needs to be optimized to make sure convergence works well for every customer and all the coverage that is needed. We also need to consider the fourth and newer markets of direct-to-mobile, the idea of satellite serving direct-to-mobile devices or mobile objects. There are lots of opportunities in this area. Some of the areas around streaming, some of the areas around Internet of Things sometimes get forgotten in the mix. But in reality, we already see announcements such as the global star Apple announcement offering emergency services in North America from next year. Some of these might start with messaging, but need to have a vision which goes beyond messaging into a much fuller visual world of visual communications, internet and broadcasting. The internet itself can only be delivered if people have the right devices. Devices will be key and could be a source of real advantage to the Indian market. Thinking about the smartphones that are below $100 in price, that are within reach of the average citizen. That must be a key target to consider. We also need to think beyond the devices into the various cars that might be enabled by better satellite communications and other Internet of Things type devices that may be needed. So the devices story is still very important, but it needs to serve those various markets I've described already. When we also look to see the role of standards, they're vital from a global point of view to help reduce the unit cost. The volume and the number of markets in India are numerous, but it's far better to work within global standards to make sure that the unit cost falls for everybody. Maybe the R&D can be shared globally rather than just within India. Therefore, I think collaboration and standards are absolutely key to make this world of terrestrial and satellite convergence really work. Not just for the devices, but for the equipment, for the export potential, for the software leadership that India already shows, for things like systems integration. It's vital that collaboration and standards work internationally rather than just in a single country. And when I look forward, already the talk of the mobile industry is looking towards 6G, and I know India has now launched 5G. I was there at some of the launch activities in October, but even so, we need to think ahead on a longer-term basis to think about what the future may hold, to bring in more capacity and more capability. I've already seen some of the plans for the World Trade Fair to be held in Osaka, Japan in 2025, and the telecoms operators are already planning 6G demonstrators for 2025. So even if our vision is raised today with satellite, we need to think longer term at integrated and converged services, which are suitable for many countries and many export markets. I want to see the growth also in mobile internet penetration to increase. We can't still stay at a global figure of 75% smartphone penetration when the need is for 100% smartphone penetration. The GSM Association forecasts that there will be 84% smartphones in use globally by 2025, but that is not enough. We need to raise the bar. So if I may conclude briefly and say, if we are to go for an inclusive society, we need not just to go up, up and up, as President T.V. Ramachandran said, but I think we need to go out, out and out and really consider transformation to the full. I think convergence is the way forward, so I'd leave with you the plea, echoing the earlier remarks, that we need to transform, transform and transform. Thank you for your attention. The UK looks forward to collaborating with India on all its endeavours and helping the global standardisation effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next eminent speaker, Mr. Benva Sovrosh, the first Councillor EU delegation to India. He's in charge of the cooperation between EU and India in the area of communication networks, contents and technology. As such, he is involved in the policy dialogue between India and EU in fields related to information and communication technology. He's also supporting the EU-India ICT standardization project.
Thank you. Distinguished guest of honor, esteemed participants to this 8th Satcom Summit. It is my pleasure to be with you and bring the support of the EU representation to this invaluable forum. I have been here in India now for 4 years, and I have witnessed the essential contributions that Broadband India Forum brings in shaping the telecom landscape in India, touching upon all its facets. I have to acknowledge that I didn't follow the latest editions or the previous editions of the Satcom Summit, but I was here in this room in 2019. And I have to say that it was just mind-blowing to see all the essential issues that you touched on at that time. The political aspect, governmental, regulatory, and also the spectrum management. And I'm sure that this edition will be equally central in helping in shaping this landscape. Here as EU, we are definitely happy to bring a support to this. And the reason is that India is a strategic partner for the European Union. And we have a thriving contribution in multiple fields, which is acknowledged and promoted through regular EU-India summits at the highest level. Last year, Prime Minister Modi went to Portugal, where he met the European Union leaders, but also all the leaders of the 27 EU member states. And at that occasion, they agreed and established a EU-India connectivity partnership. While this partnership is wide-ranging, encompassing transport, energy, people-to-people connectivity, its digital dimension is the most relevant for the topic today. This partnership called to strengthen the digital partnership, enhancing collaboration in digital connectivity, for example, and I cite, via submarine cables and satellite networks, and to cooperate on satellite-based emergency warning services in the domain of space-based data and technology. Support a resilient, secure, and standard-compliant network. Step up collaboration on mitigating network risk, and increase joint efforts to promote an open, free, stable and secure cyberspace, and promote fast and effective rollout of 5G on the basis of global standard. All this is part of this connectivity partnership. Our vision is that to reach this open, free, stable and secure cyberspace, we need to develop and adopt standards for seamless connections and interoperability. Our respective standard defining organization at EU and India level, from the EU level ETSI, the European Telecom Standard Institute, and TSDSI in India, Telecom Standard Developing Society of India, have been partnering now for several years in developing, promoting, and adopting a global standard for modern telecommunication means, underlying the digital revolution, such as 5G networks or machine-to-machine communication. I have to say that we very much appreciate the advocacy that Mike just made before me for this global standard and the need for convergence as the way forward. This is definitely the visions that we have and that we're sharing with India through this partnership. An EU-funded project was supporting this partnership, and we still do it, in order to support this vision that was stated by this connectivity partnership. I would like particularly to greet today the European speakers who will be joining tomorrow to share their knowledge and expertise on this topic on standardization. I think many people before me, and more eloquently, have mentioned the potential of satellite communication in bringing 5G and broadband fast connectivity to remote places. So I won't definitely repeat it, but that's definitely at the core of the topic of this summit this year. But I would like just to cite maybe alternate uses that are equally important and give some examples of what the EU is doing in it. For instance, I would like to mention an alternative use and benefit of Satcom illustrated by a project which is called IRIS, which is a system developed by the European Union for safe and secure air traffic management. This satellite-based communication is a solution that relieves pressure on ground-based radio frequencies. By bringing aircraft closer together, this system reduces delays and prevents wasted fuels of planes which are just circling around, waiting for having a slot to land. And therefore, this technology also contributes to the green transition of the aviation industry and as a whole. I would like also maybe to mention some other aspects just to give a further perspective on these uses of Satcom. The first one would be the strategic role of satellite communication. I think it has been very clearly illustrated by the sad history that we're living currently on the Europe continent. I think the unjustifiable and unprovoked aggression of Ukraine by Russia served as a stark reminder of the essential nature of communication services in a modern world and the need to ensure perfect resiliences. Connectivity has been ensured through the launch and positioning of this LEO satellite by Starlink. While the situation solution was most welcome, it emphasized the strategic and geopolitical dimension of ensuring such resiliences. And therefore, the EU, in order to address these challenges, has launched an infrastructure for resilience, interconnectivity, and security by satellite, with an implementation which is foreseen from 2024 to 2027, bringing a strategic autonomy. And this reflection on the strategic element brings into perspective the participation of private entrepreneurs, public entrepreneurs, and the possibility of defining mixed and joint undertaking. The second aspect that I would like also to bring to this forum to broaden also the debate is the challenge for space traffic management. We do see that with the development of so many actors, there is an issue which is emerging with a possible bottleneck for the deployment of fleet of satellites, which is the space congestion. The EU has been working on this aspect, developing a system for further assessing monitoring and enhancing space surveillance and traffic capabilities. We've also developed standards and guidelines for space traffic management with incentivizing measures. A program of the European Space Agency called Space Situational Awareness mitigates the risk of collision between European space assets and other spacecraft and debris. Our world is moving into a new digital era, thus making our economy and security increasingly depending on affordable, reliable, and secure connectivity. Characterized by an ever-increasing need for hyperconnectivity and major technological transformation, the current decade is witnessing an unprecedented increase of demand for Satcom services with a promise of delivering on interconnectivity, low latency, and higher bandwidth. Therefore, I would like to thank you, all participants to this summit, for your contribution in making these promises a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the various initiatives which EU is taking towards introducing various Satcom technologies for more accessible, affordable, and secure connectivity. And now I would like to invite Dr. Pavan Goenka, the Chairman of InSpace, Department of Space, Government of India, the Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center at Bhopal, Ahmedabad. And as you know, this was recently inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister in June 2022. And while inaugurating, Honorable Prime Minister, sir, had said that watch the space. In space is for space, in space is for pace, in space is for ace. So we look forward to the views of Dr. Pavan Goenka as I request him for his address.
Thank you. Dr. Vagela, the chief guest, chairman of TRI, other dignitaries on the dais, friends. The subject here today is a fairly focused subject, and therefore every speaker is pretty much saying the same thing. And by the time we get done with about 11, 12 speakers here, I think all of you will feel that I have heard this before many times. So I'm going to probably say things that have been already said or will be said later on by the speakers. Also, the industry players have put in some sort of concerns, issues, requests in front of the people present here. And you have here senior officers from DOT, from DOS, chairman of TRI, and in-space officers. And therefore, everyone who has to look at your issues is here today. A lot of what you have said is already happening or happened. Some of it is in the pipeline. And I'm sure that there is no disagreement between what the industry is looking for and what the policymakers want to deliver and achieve. But of course, there are some constraints that come on the way, and we will fight this battle together. So let me start off by saying, as you all know, that globally, these are very exciting times for the space sector. We are entering a new era, from extraterrestrial exploration to declining launch cost to highly advanced Earth observation and communication capabilities. The space sector is truly taking off for new orbits. The $400 billion space economy is expected to grow and cross $640 billion by 2030. Satcom, with more than 40% contribution, is the second largest revenue driver after satellite navigation. In India itself, you know it very well, the satellite services are worth close to $4 billion and growing rapidly. For the digital economy and India's growing clout in the global technology landscape, satellite technology holds significant relevance. Ubiquitous bandwidth and latency of the internet will be the core of India's $5 trillion economy. Multiple sectors of strategic importance are hugely reliant on satellite technology. For example, you know this very well, satellite communication enables 5 billion ATM transactions annually. 6,500 trains are fitted with Gagan to improve efficiency of train operations. It delivers telemedicine and teleeducation. Earth observation plays critical role in disaster management and weather forecasting. Applications range across sectors from aero, maritime, military, agriculture, oil and gas, railways, mining, education, healthcare, and business continuity. The applications also are in telephone, television, radio broadcasting, digital cinema, and internet access. I will focus on three major applications of Satcom, which have revolutionized our way of life and have the potential to further transform the way we lead our day-to-day life. This also forms a major share of Satcom industry in terms of revenue. That is TV broadcasting, DTH, and satellite broadband services. As you know, India has the strongest satellite broadcasting presence in the subcontinent, with over 900 television channels powered by satellites, nearly 50,000 cable operators, and nearly 70 million DTH subscribers, reaching 200+ million households. Actually, I was pretty amazed when I saw this data as I was researching for the talk today. These channels are beamed to over 140 countries. Prasar Bharati's free-to-air DTH service has even connected the rural and semi-rural area as well, offering 70+ private entertainment new channels, catering to nearly 43 million households. So obviously, we have achieved a lot in this arena. However, as has been said by previous speakers, India is yet to catch up with other nations in terms of satellite, broadband, and internet. As per some estimates, penetration of internet in rural areas of the country lie between 30 to 40% versus internet penetration of 60-70% in urban India. The urban-rural divide still remains stark, with a large part of rural India not having access to broadband, and many locations are still without reliable cellular and fiber connectivity. And this is due to a comparatively lower level of infrastructure available in rural areas, low population density, and the consequent lack of a viable business case for telecom and Satcom players. What is worth noting is that this is despite India being among the top few largest telecom market in the world. There has to be a collective effort to bridge this digital device. The Satcom industry working hand in hand with the telecom industry to aspire to make India the most connected country in the world. So let me throw a challenge to everyone who is present here today. Can we take a target that in the next X years, and I will not define what X is, I will leave that for you to define what X is, but in the next X years, every nook and corner of our country should be digitally connected. That may be easy. The second one is a bigger challenge, with universal access to basic voice and data service absolutely free of cost to everyone in our country. Now, this will be possible with the rollout of 5G network in terms of accessibility, multiple LEO-MEO constellations that are coming up, high-throughput geo satellites that are being planned, but the new revenue models will have to be will have to be innovated if you're going to be able to provide the basic service free of cost. So I would urge all the stakeholders present here, including the Satcom, telecom players, space startups, policymakers, industry associations, to focus on these two key aspects: complete accessibility in every square inch of a country, and universal affordability of at least basic voice and data service to everyone free of cost. So we need to think innovatively to overcome challenges and leapfrog ahead in the global Satcom race to make India the most connected country. Satellite communication is most useful in inaccessible terrain as has wide geographical coverage. LEO-MEO satellites will be able to provide an alternative solution to terrestrial network, particularly in remote areas, by acting as the fiber in the sky, which will enable applications requiring high bandwidth with fiber-like latency. It has the potential to complement the existing terrestrial network through cellular backhaul over satellite. It can provide a wide coverage to complement and extend dense urban terrestrial coverage targeted by 5G and can power the next revolution in the telecom space. All of you know this. As per the conservative estimate by experts, India needs minimum 2 terabyte of satellite capacity for backhaul demand alone. And we hardly have 60 to 100 gigabyte of capacity presently. That means we need almost 20x the capacity to meet the connectivity requirements. That's an immense potential opportunity for Satcom players to come in. However, over the years, challenges faced by the Satcom industry have severely limited the adoption of satellite-based broadband. Key challenges, as I understand, include high cost of bandwidth and dearth of affordable handheld devices, very low available capacity, uncertainty around spectrum frequency and mode of allotment, and also to some extent vague and restricted licensing framework. Now, I think all of this is being addressed, either by the industry or by the policymakers. In terms of affordability, LEO, MEO constellations hopefully should drive down the cost of satellites, consequently making the broadband more affordable to consumers. Globally, multiple companies like OneWeb, O3B, Starlink, Iridium, Global Star, Hughes have deployed, Hughes not LEO constellation, but others have deployed LEO constellations and operating across KU, KA, L, and S bands. China Satellite Network Group is planning constellation of 13,000 satellites, and Amazon under Project Kuiper is planning to launch 3,000 plus internet satellites in LEO. Bharti Group, as you know, backed OneWeb, launched 36 satellites last month in LEO from Satish Dhawan Space Center. And some time back, Mr. Mittal had announced that they are in talk to offer the user access terminals at a 50% subsidized cost to the consumers to increase affordability and drive wider adoption of satellite broadband services. We need such aggression from players across the value chain with a long-term outlook. Apart from this, manufacturing cost of satellites, hubs, ground stations, and customer premise equipment will need to be optimized through indigenization to lower the overall cost of services by bringing in scale. Industry has a huge role to play. By reducing the import content, investing in enhancing local assembly, integration, testing and manufacturing capacities, and adopting new age technology, digital connect should happen in tandem with local manufacturing value addition. And that's very important because we do need to add value to the economy also. As far as issues regarding allocation of satellite capacity, orbital slots, long contracting procedures for the Ku-band capacity, lack of robust licensing framework, and other issues related to ease of doing business, many of them are being addressed or have been addressed by DOT and DOS. For example, DOT has recently waived off National Operations and Control Center charges of 2.1 million per transponder and removed the mandatory performance verification testing charge of 6,000 for satellite antennas. The upcoming space policy will further enable private sector participation, both Indian and global, and provide a level playing field for private satellite builders, satellite launchers, and space-based service providers, along with light touch regulatory framework. Further, to enable fresh investments from overseas, the revised FDI policy for the space sector is under discussion. I firmly believe that the liberalization of the Indian space sector through the space reforms will unlock the immense potential of the private space sector formation of the private space industry. Formation of InSpace is a testimony to government's commitment to revolutionize the Indian space sector through enabling private industry participation. In the afternoon, we have a full session on InSpace, so I won't take too much time on it. But InSpace is envisaged as the cornerstone of the space reforms in the country. InSpace, along with ISRO, NCIL, DOT, and MIB, will work towards ease of doing business for the private sector in Satcom industry by establishing conducive framework and enabling mechanisms for acquisition of new orbital slots and C and KU and Ka spectrum band frequencies and optimize utilization of slots amongst NGEs and NCIL and ISRO. Already InSpace is in talks with various private companies, both multinational and Indian, that are eyeing India as a lucrative market and waiting for the announcement of the Indian space policy to commence operation. Let me just take a few minutes on space sector as a whole, moving away from Satcom. By increasing the private sector participation in space, working hand in hand again with ISRO and NCIL and the industry, envisages to increase India's space economy at least five-fold in the next 7 to 8 years. But how do we do this? How do we make it happen? What are the challenges ahead of us? Are something that we need to reflect on. So I just want to talk about 6 of these challenges, or what I would call the enablers to achieve our goals for the space sector in India. And I would like to reiterate the key points that I have spoken about earlier at various forums. The first one is institutional support and policy. Space is a sector, you will agree, which needs to be regulated because of the implications it can have on national security and safety, along with international commitments that India has. Government also has to tread carefully when opening the sector for private participation. Things are changing. There is already a strong push from Government of India in the form of recent space sector reforms. Indian space policy is in its final stages. FDI policy is in the works. New Indian space bill will further ease participation of industry in the space sector. Second is financial capability. It's a major challenge because developing complex space technology requires high investments. But I'm happy to say that in the current year, the total investment in Indian space startups has crossed $110 million, which is more than the cumulative investment till last year. Admittedly, these figures compared to the global numbers are still very small, but they reflect the rising confidence of investors in India in the space sector. However, there is still a long ways to go before we see an Indian space startup SpaceX moment. Investors need to gain more confidence on Indian startups. At the same time, Indian startups need to communicate their story well to attract investment. The third area is complexity of technology. Technological prowess of ISRO is the biggest strength that needs to be leveraged by this private sector. This is a sector where India can rub shoulders with the best in the world in technology. ISRO has state-of-the-art infrastructure, expertise, and fully indigenous technology that is being made available for the private sector to take up and scale. For example, satellite bus, launch vehicle avionics, payload technologies, communication and navigation technology, space data for applications in downstream segments. Today, I see that there is a good momentum in the midstream and upstream segment in Indian space sector, which should continue. But what I would also like to see is more of downstream space application using satellite-based data and images. This is doable by using India's robust backbone of advanced IT and data skill in private sector. The fourth is ecosystem and infrastructure. Clearly, to support the ambitious goals that we have envisaged for India, we need the right infrastructure in place. What we have is sufficient for now, but for future, we will have to have many more spaceports, testing R&D facilities, plug-and-play space components, satellite manufacturing, parks, enabling policies, investments by foreign players, so on. Fifth is global partnership to enable access to technology, access to market, investment opportunities, access to talent. Global companies with serious interest, such as OneWeb, AWS, SES, Hughes, are exploring collaborations and becoming part of India's space sector growth story. And we need these companies to come in and play a big role in India. Indian private industry can become a preferred service solution provider to overseas customers. India Inc. will need to work on the competitiveness of the offering and solution. And finally, skill development, which is obviously very important. We do not have enough skill to go around for the ambitions that we have, and a lot has to be done in terms of how we develop skill in the space sector. And in space aims to be an enabler for all of these enablers. So friends, I will conclude by saying that world around us is moving very fast. We need to pace up. If we could put all the ingredients in place, the Indian space sector will be invincible. There's a huge opportunity waiting to be leveraged. We need to dream big and dream as if even the sky is not the limit anymore. Of course, the dream has to be supported by aggressive, collaborative action with a long-term view by all stakeholders. Wish you a very happy space journey. Thank you for having me here for this conference.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting that this is limitless possibilities for us to achieve and highlighting some of the key accelerators and enablers which can help us in achieving them. And as you have already given a challenge to everyone that we should be aiming that India to be connected, the whole of India to be connected, and probably at low cost or no cost. It will be very interesting to understand how ISRO churns out low-cost missions. We have seen Mangalyaan, which was I think the cheapest mission in the world, the Mars mission. So that is where I would like to now request our special guest of honor, Shri S. Somnathji, respected Secretary, Department of Space and the Chairman ISRO. He has been associated with ISRO since 1985, and for his exemplary contributions to the space sector, he has been recognized with the Space Gold Medal from the Astronautical Society of India, the Excellence Award for GSLV Mark III from ISRO that carried the Chandrayaan-2 to its designated orbit. We invite his views and his guidance.
Good morning, all of you. Dr. P.D. Vaghela, chief guest of this function today, and all the distinguished panelists on the dais, and all of you here attending this 8th summit of the Satcom 2022, connecting the unconnected. I think it's really interesting to see the BAF acting as a think tank in this sector and creating the right environment and thought process in propagating the role of communication networks, specifically today that we are looking at the Satcom network capability in India to grow. As all of you have talked about it, the previous speakers, as Govinda mentioned, that all that need to be talked is already spoken. I think what is left with me are only a very, very few points. I would like to repeat what Govinda said. But then I really go with him in looking at those challenges as he has thrown open to us. I think it's a very, very important point that he has brought out today in offering the entire India to be connected and to be providing with the minimal services at zero cost. I think it has to go with the psychology of our masses. I think he has touched the right point. In creating the right, removing the divide that exists today in the urban and the village in a big manner. I think it's very important. I think all of you must pay great attention to that idea to expand it further in creating some solutions in that direction. Of course, what I thought today is to speak about how we can enable this change to happen with respect to what we are doing in Department of Space and ISRO. As all of you realize that the growth of this nation in the next 25 years will define how the real growth in digital connectivity is also going to grow. Nothing can happen independent of the other. The economic prosperity of this nation is essential to have the broadband expansion or the Satcom expansion, and also vice versa in some manner. So the vision that the government has brought out in terms of the economic growth through various governmental interaction is very, very clear. For example, the idea of Make in India itself is one of the important element in creating the right type of the ecosystem in India for building systems on our own. For example, the Digital India, digital connectivity domain and the technology innovation approach that the government is looking at is very, very important. If you really look at the type of Satcom services that we are giving today, I think all of you are aware, I don't have to repeat the type of services that we are doing today through the geo constellations. And right now, all of that has moved over to NSIL's fold, and we are continuing to provide the services through the transponders. Recently, we have worked on the HTS satellite, 3 of them are there, and through that HTS, the Hughes have started providing the services. And we are looking at how this domain can expand. As already been mentioned, the capacity in HTS is actually much lesser than the real demand that is existing even now. This is also well understood. Now, looking at the growth of this technology, how the whole domain is now changing in the last 1 year, 1.5 years time frame is primarily account of various technology changes that has come into play. The first and foremost, I realized that it is the cost of access to space has come down dramatically. The expansion of the LEO-MEO constellation is a result of this aspect. The launch cost per kilogram of satellites have actually come down, and this enabled the idea of launching thousands of satellites into these orbits became a feasibility, a business possibility. And this is changing the whole ecosystem. I think this is something very wonderful thing to happen. And as already mentioned that the number of satellites, 20,000 plus satellites going to be launched in the next decade is really an opportunity for all of us. What are the real opportunities? And I'm not looking at the service sector of the broadband connectivity and how it's really going to grow, but I'm looking at from the space technologies point of view. In building satellites, in launching them, I think there is a great opportunity for the industry in India. This is something that we need to exploit. When I go around and then understand it from the industries, startups that are building these satellites, and most of them are focusing on Earth observation satellites, and all of them are looking into small satellites constellations. Of course, Earth observation is very important, and this is something that can be done faster because it is a one-time imaging and you get some data and that can be collected, you can make sense out of it. If you put a constellation that you can do certain services, but of course none of them are entering into the communication segment at all. Because the communication segment is into a different dimension than the Earth observation sector. So the initial satellite building activities in this nation are going to be more focused on Earth observation, where most of those players that are coming to this domain will work on that. But progressively, we must see how they will also be in a position to contribute to the communication sector, where especially the small satellite constellations building and launching can really happen. This is one domain which I would like to look at. Second is in providing launch services at affordable cost. I think this is also equally important for this nation. If satellites are built in this nation, it has to be launched here. And how we can do that through the launch vehicles that we have in ISRO or that are being developed in the private ecosystem today. Of course, there are 2-3 players now coming in developing their small launchers, and it also offers, they are offering really affordable launch solutions as they are claiming. I hope to, and waiting to see that happening. But within ISRO, we are also looking at how the launching can be done really cost effectively. We are trying to look at how the launchers can be handed over to the industry. That activities have just started. And the future launch vehicles, like the heavier ones, like the LVM-3, will also go to the industry's fold a little later. And like the 36 satellites we launched for the OneWeb, there will be more launches and demands for these rockets will happen in the days to come as the constellations of the LEO expands. So it actually gives an opportunity for industries to come in, build these rockets in a cost-effective manner and provide the services. But I don't think that it will stop there. We need to look at how future launchers can be designed which are still more cheaper, cost-effective to operate than what we have today. I think this is another challenge which is open to the industry, which we are discussing, dialoguing with the various stakeholders on coming together to develop future rockets in India, which can compete with the global players in providing launch services in India for the global market. This is yet another great opportunity, I think, that is in front of us. All of you talked about the application of broadband, satellite comm in various sectors. And here again, the emerging areas becomes very, very important. As we already mentioned, providing the basic connectivity, the broadband connectivity for various sectors like healthcare, education, entertainment, disaster warning, etc. are very important. But equally important are the domains of Earth observation and strategic sectors. These sectors also needs communication infrastructure for dissemination of the data and the information. For example, look at the large amount of EO satellites coming up. They need to synthesize this data and provide streaming services to devices and equipments which need to look at this data in a very real-time mode. Suppose this connection need to be really there, we need to engineer the interfaces between EO system and COM system for providing the services to the user. Of course, this is not yet explored in its fullest configuration. Even now, the EO data comes to ground. We do a lot of processing. With a delay, it actually goes to the user. Can we really do this in space? And then provide the type of information without really realizing where from this data comes. It may be coming from satellite, may be coming from drones, may be coming from terrestrial cameras, security systems. Irrespective of knowing where the source is, that we should have a mechanism to assimilate the information out of EO and then provide services to the users. This is extremely going to be a great business opportunity. So is the case of drones. I think drones connected with space ecosystem is really going to be very important, especially in the domain of IoTs and services sectors, which slowly picking up. I think all of you, I don't have to speak about drone itself. I think government is also very clear about the drone policy, and they have really opened it up. And the manufacturing and services of drones sector in India in various fields are actually going to expand. And Satcom sector need to look at drones as one of the important domain and how you can really connect with the space system. Of course, engineering of this becomes very important, and even now the protocols for handling drones through space is yet to evolve. Of course, all of you realize that a terrestrial way of controlling and navigating drones may be impossible, nearly impossible, due to various technology growth going to happen, especially in terms of battery technologies, power, long endurance drones, flights, possibility, and ground-based piloting of drones will become really impossible. And all of this will give opportunity for space sector to look at how this can also be connected. We are also looking at various areas when EO as well as communication sector is expanding. Equally going to expand are the ground infrastructure to collect the data, communicate with the users, etc. So the ground station building, the equipments related to the communication building in India, it's also another great opportunity. If you really analyze the space sector and see the revenue generation aspect of this, we will understand that much of the money lies in the downstream activities, especially in com sector, is only on the downstream activities, on equipments, infrastructure that need to be created to support this. Here again, we need to look at industries who will work on these domains and then build very cost-effective models, equipments to be manufactured in India to really support the expanding the com sector. With a large number of satellites coming up in space, especially in the domain of LEO, MEO, we already discussed about the emerging threat of large amount of satellites and observations related to that, space situational awareness, space debris. It becomes an important domain for all of us to work, especially Department of Space. We take it very, very seriously, and we are trying to look at it as a major domain which actually need to be handled not only for the security of the satellites that we are putting in, for the global operation of most of the satellites. And this becomes important from various aspects. For example, creating autonomy in satellites, inter-satellite communication, handling these contingencies more within space than in ground, and also creating the observational platform across the nations to measure, monitor, compute accurately to predict what is going to happen in days to come, or in minutes that they need to be completed, and then actions have to be taken. This becomes very emerging technology domain where all of us have to work. Like the space debris, of course, debris are also is another domain of similar space situational activities, which has its own strategic connotations as well. So I won't like to expand and talk much on what you are going to debate, discuss as, in this domain, but I would like to offer, as we said that the space sector in India is opening up. We are looking at how most of the satellite building will take place in this nation, not only in EO sector, but also in the communication domain. We realize that the geo communication is still relevant for the nation like India, specifically because of the nature of the local requirement of communication requirement and high latency services that can be provided through geo. So we need to continue to work on geo satellites, but LEO, MEO constellations are very important for providing the larger extent connectivity for the nation. And we need to support in a combination of LEO, MEO as well as geo, and connected to the rest of the satellite networks that we are going to have. I think this integration of various networks are very important today. As we mentioned today, the devices will become platform independent. Similarly, the satellites also will become on an evolution in few years of time will become domain independent. And we are also looking at the future technologies that are emerging in the satellite domain to build better satellites, configurable satellites, and satellites which will adapt to the technology evolution. This is another important point. For example, we have been building GSO satellites which will last 15 years of life. I think today we can't talk about satellites having 15 years of life, though it may sound very good for return of investment, but the technology changes will make it relevant after 5 years. So we need to find out how satellites can be repurposed after a few years by programming. Software-driven satellites become more important. Demand-driven, reconfigurable satellites become important. And we also are looking at how to make more into a given satellites, like inducting new technologies in payloads, also in antenna systems, in propulsion, like electric propulsion, bring in more efficiency in satellite systems. So all these technologies we are developing in ISRO, and we are happy to share those technologies with those emerging designers, manufacturing people in India, in satellite sector as well. So it's a great opportunity for all of us. The growth in downstream in communication will actually drive what is needed for the country in the technology and innovation domain in the upstream. Great, looking forward to a great activity in creating the right environment in this nation. I think it's all done by the support of the government in creating the right policy and environment for all of us. InSpace is a great example of the policy framework and actions coming into place for the growth of this sector. Thank you so much, and looking forward to the conclusions and views from this forum for us to take some action in space sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very inspiring address and giving us a sneak peek into the world of space, where there are a myriad of opportunities for the MSMEs, for the startups and the others to further work towards providing connectivity and working for global good and welfare for all. Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the release of the Broadband India Forum's Satcom white paper, Emerging Trends in Satcom and Broadcasting. I would like to invite the authors here on the stage, inviting Mr. K. Aravamudan, Mr. Jitendra Huja, Dr. Shiv Kumar, Mr. Debashish, Mr. Sandeep Kataria to kindly join us here as we have the release of BIF's Satcom white paper. Mr. Paritosh Saha from Disney Star. If I can request everyone to please join as we have the release of this white paper. Ladies and gentlemen, this covers the emerging trends in Satcom technologies, both the GEOs and the NGSOs, regulatory challenge in the spectrum management in Satcom, emerging trends in Satcom standards, innovative Satcom applications and use cases, also the future trends in broadcasting. And summing them all with the conclusions and the way forward for the industry. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we all await the address of our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. P.D. Vaghela, the Chairman, TRAI, the former Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals. And as we are talking about inclusivity and more equitable growth, he's also played a very pivotal role during the COVID times, being the convener of the Empowered Group 3, which handled the availability of the critical medical supplies, PPE, N95 ventilators, and the others. We request and invite him for his inaugural address.
Mr. Somnath, Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman, ISRO, Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman, InSpace, all the distinguished speakers on the stage, esteemed guests and speakers, distinguished delegates and attendees, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, Vishwa, who was the star attraction today in the morning. Yeah, enough has been talked about. I think the need of connectivity for all. Our Digital India program, which is one of its kind, the biggest program in the world, whereby we have penetrated to a large extent to the rural areas. We are the second largest telemarket in the world. Right? Enough has been talked about broadcasting and DTH revolution. and tries must provide, must carry policy, which enabled this revolution. Also, we not much have been talked about the kind of fintech revolution which India has ushered in with UPI, which now is being replicated all over the world, and India is providing connectivity, this application to many countries. I think France is the first country to go for that. Our capability and the kind of radical research done in 4G, 5G, RAN and core network, which now again is available to the whole world. So, I will not talk about that, but, I will largely attend upon the regulatory aspect. I think technology and, regulations both are intertwined. And if you are not very careful with regard to, coming about the regulation, which helps the, new technology to usher in and does not allow the benefits to be taken of that, I think, the country can suffer. So with that, I will try to, tell you about the kind of things which we are doing in the regulation aspect. So, broadband India, of course, is is pursuing its mission of expanding broadband ecosystem in the country, and is rightly told, think tank. Every time we issue a consultation paper, we look forward, the kind of, inputs we receive from Mr. Ramchandran and, in the organization. And, they have done a good job, in giving the inputs, policy inputs, not only to the TRI, but to the DOT and the Department of Space also. And the pandemic, which led to severe socio-economic disruption globally, has underlines the importance of broadband services, especially in unserved and underserved areas. Broadband in such areas is a must for the increasing need for access to citizen services, education, health services, market for agriculture produce, and access to internet for other opportunities available in the digital world. In addition, broadband connectivity also enables many applications, including smart agriculture, smart warehouses, fleet monitoring, disaster management operations, and automation. Such connectivity opens up opportunity for startups and entrepreneurship. Broadband for all is the stated goal, which everyone says, and Mr. Goenka was emphatic about that, and is the stated goal of the government. And this is stated goal for digital inclusion and technology-based faster growth of the economy. I think this was in the last parliamentary session. Our finance minister, while presenting the budget, made it very clear that our future, growth will be technology-enabled, right? And so, broadband for all has assumed critical significance, especially after the launch of 5G in the country. And I think, I think that was the biggest auction in the world in the recent times. And we, very successfully, India has entered into the, the club of 5G. So, again, we have started working on 6G and try, we have, started looking at, what kind of ecosystem we should create for 6G and metaverse. We had recently a very big, seminar on metaverse also, and we tried to sensitize the various ministries, what are the, things which are lying ahead. Of course, we have issued 2 recommendations which I would request you to go through. One is the data center. Not many people have told that as the, communication, digital communication increases, as as the space communication and the terrestrial communication, their reach increases, there will be need to also handle the data which we generate. And we have issued an excellent recommendation on how to digitalize, monetize, and share the data. And we have suggested that our authority should be created, different from the authority which is proposed under the data protection bill. This authority will be basically authority which will handle the data, digitalization, monetization, and sharing aspect. So and secondly, broadband for all also the issue of that all the digital inclusion aspect we have handled at a large scale. And there we have handled the issue relating to space communication also. So one thing which we require that, to bridge the gaps in connectivity and broadband actions in the rural and remote areas, it requires more efforts toward development of infrastructure and its sharing among telecom operators and the use of newer satellite technologies. In today's era, satellite communication is to play a vital role in helping to accelerate broadband penetration and to provide ubiquitous access to the remotest part of the country. For this, satellite communication is required to become an integral part of the mainstream broadband solutions along with fiberization and fixed wireless access. Recently, I went to Arunachal Pradesh and I visited one village which was on the hilltop. The village name is Kipti Haidal. And, there through VSAT, first time, a girl high school with 116 tribal girls studying there. They got access to the digital world first time. And I met these, high school girls, and they were simply, it was an amazing, to hear them, how they have, they, all of a sudden, and they are open to the digital world. I think this is what satellite communication can do. And, all these, girls and the principal and the teachers, they were simply grateful to the government of India that, because it was not possible. Nothing has reached to them. Forget about 4G. Even 2G, 3G was not there. There was no communication. And all of a sudden, through VSAT, they, get the, the access to all the internet services in the world. So this is something, I just wanted to share. And the 5G broadcast technology, can also be supported by satellite system along with delivery of traditional leading content for other applications, including education content, emergency alert system, and video on demand. Satcom innovation in high throughout satellites, enough has been told, but I will, because I will read this. And very high throughput satellites, low Earth orbit, this is LEO and MEO satellite constellations, software-defined satellites, and satellites with steerable beams are revolutionizing the satellite industry. These developments are set to bring paradigm shift in the use of satellites for broadband needs. It has potential to enhance penetration of broadband in India. The Satcom can be used to increase digital connectivity and provide high-capacity cellular and Wi-Fi backhaul to different parts of the country. Technological innovation in the field of small satellites, especially nanosatellites and satellite Internet of Things, would drive next generation of satellite capabilities. Such innovations are expected to enable connectivity across industries and empower 5G and upcoming 6G capabilities. Innovations on these satellite ground stations, orbital services, digital payloads, propulsion systems, and artificial intelligence would enable satellites to perform more complex functions seamlessly. In 2022, the government has initiated, now I'll tell, because a lot of things were told about technology, but the government is also, matching the regulatory framework which is required. In 2022, the government has initiated various reforms in the satellite communication area so as to promote use of modern Satcom technologies, increase ease of doing business, and to optimize cost of Satcom operations. Some of the prominent measures include removal of artificial barriers of antenna size, carrier speeds, bandwidth, and permitted use of only certain frequency bands. Removal of NOC charge, again, this was recommended by TRI. SAPCA waiver on the co-located terminals. Removal of mandatory performance verification has been already told. Verification testing charges and removal of annual license fee for M2M IoT devices for captive VSAT license. All these reforms will facilitate satellite industry to play its role in the digital communication ecosystem. The scope of satellite licenses has been enhanced, including commercial VSAT authorization to enable the provision of user terminal stations on moving platforms and satellite-based M2M IoT devices. These decisions are based on TRI's recommendations made in licensing framework for satellite-based connectivity for low-bit rate applications. This recommendation we had made in August 2021. The commercial VSAT CUG service provider is also permitted on TRI's recommendation to provide cellular mobile backhaul link or Wi-Fi hotspot backhaul link to access service providers. This can help telcos to extend cost-effective coverage in rural and remote areas that are yet to be connected with fiber. This I am bringing out the completely role. Generally, the kind of consultation when we do, both the industries, they are always, poised against each other. But this is a complementary thing, which will actually help the telecom providers, to use the satellites for backhaul link. Further, TRI has recommended to reduce the spectrum usage charges to 1% for using satellite frequencies under the NLD service license authorization. The TRI has also recommended reducing spectrum usage charges for VSAT and Inmarsat to 1% of AGR. I think as far as Inmarsat is concerned, it has been accepted. I think the VSAT I think is still lying there, but with reference which I have received now, I don't know how we'll be handling that. So the telecom reforms of September, this again generally when we talk about telecom reforms, we don't talk about the telecom reforms which has impacted positively on the, space sector. So this I will say. Government has rationalized the financial requirements such as performance bank guarantee, financial bank guarantees, interest rates, etc. The new definition of adjusted gross revenue has also been defined to exclude non-telecom revenue, which will encourage healthy competition, boost investors' confidence, and give impetus to the network growth in rural and remote areas. Government has also permitted 100% FDI under automatic route, subject to certain safeguards in the telecom sector. This will enable more investment in the telecom sector, ultimately leading to better customer services. For ease of doing business, guidelines have been framed for establishing satellite-based communication network for ease of understanding of users, applicants. Further, automated and contactless the online processing of all the applications through Sarar Sanchar portal has been established. To simplify the existing processes, vital changes have been made in the streamlining satellite-related clearance processes, such as instead of multiple level scrutiny by NOCC and WPC, single scrutiny by each unit is envisaged for ease of doing business. Now we are going to make a recommendation which will be radical, which will actually, bring all the different players, that is, Department of Space and, broadcasting and the, Department of, communication all together, that kind of, ecosystem we are going to propose. And we propose that the permission should be seamless and people should not be required to go to the various department, even on online approval. So that very soon we will be issuing these recommendations. So TEC has also has issued a new standard for interface requirement for communication broadcast networks for fixed satellite service. These new specifications will pave way for high capacity, high speed broadband networks using satellites and improve quality of service. Government has constituted, and this is what Mr. Goenka's organization has called Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, as an autonomous agency for enabling space-related activities and open usage of ISRO-owned facilities for non-government entities. I think this is one of the most important decisions government India has taken, and Honorable Prime Minister's vision that he came out of establishment of InSpace. That is one thing, and allowing the ISRO-owned facilities for non-government entities. I think this is a radical reforms which has taken place in this sector. The non-government entities will be able to plan, build, launch, and own and operate satellites for different services. Besides DOT, the Department of Space is paving way for larger participation of non-government entities in space activities. The draft Satcom policy 2020, which is now under active consideration of the government, has proposed easing of stringent rules completely and go for policy of Indian skies for private sector. The new policy and reforms are aimed to unleash the space sector for large participation of the space industry and startups to achieve greater social, economic and technological progress for the country and humanity. We at TRI have always believed in open sky policy. TRI has recommended that the government may, based on their technical and security evolution, publish a list of approved foreign satellites from whom the service licensee can procure the satellite capacities. The licensees should be permitted to lease the satellite capacity directly from the chosen foreign satellite system instead of the present practice of DOS hiring foreign capacity, and that too only for 3 years, and also a charge of 5%. That I think also should go. That is what we have recommended. The Department of Telecommunication has taken this issue with the Department of Space and is being taken care of by the new ensuing Indian space policy. Many of the reforms announced by the government are based on TRI's recommendations. I have already told some of the issues. In the recent past, TRI has taken further initiatives to mainstream the use of Satcom in the digital ecosystem. This is very, very important. In November 2022, TRI has given recommendation on licensing framework for establishing and operating satellite earth station gateways. TRI has made this recommendation to encourage satellite players to set up standalone earth station gateways as a shared infrastructure which can be used by multiple service providers under a separate standalone license at the national level. And as a part of ease of doing business and light touch regulation, we have proposed nominal entry fee of rupees 10 lakhs and only rupees 1 as a token license fee And this is what we have proposed. And I think, this will actually help, the satellites, geostationary kind of satellite where, still the, gateways and the other systems are operated separately. In August 2021, TRAI made recommendation on licensing framework for satellite-based connectivity for low-bit rate applications. The recommendations were made for making enabling provisions for satellite-based connectivity for IoT and low-bit rate applications. Further, it was recommended that the service licensee be permitted to obtain satellite bandwidth from foreign satellites in order to provide satellite-based services. Many of the recommendations made the TRAI are accepted by the government. I am really thankful to the government, the kind of work they have done in the last 2 years, whether it's Department of Telecommunication or Department of Space or the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. There is a teamwork. You can see that spirit of, bringing in, the ease of doing business, bringing in necessary reforms, in the policy frame so that, the full opportunity which are available in this sector can be, utilized. And TRAI is also very important now. This TRAI is in the receipt of reference from the Department of Telecommunication for spectrum required to be put to auction and associate aspect in respect of space-based communication. I think India will be the first to, handle the issue of auctioning the space-based spectrum. And we are working on it, and we will come out with the consultation paper in due course. And naturally, your people, your help in, coming out with some sort of model, and which actually, see, the idea is we can create an ecosystem, we can suggest that, this space spectrum should be put to auction, but that should not kill the sector. That is very important. Any system which we bring in should actually encourage and promote investment in the sector. And it should not increase any burden. And that is the biggest challenge which we have. And we are conscious of this, fact. That TRAI, it's a very, very, important. We are at a juncture where, when we make recommendation with regard to space-based spectrum, we have to evolve an ecosystem, which promotes the investment in the sector and does not increase any kind of burden on the, the investors in the space spectrum. So with this, I think, one issue which is again and again talked is, about, providing, level playing field between the, space spectrum and the, terrestrial communication. I think, there are a lot of things which are common in nature, which can help each other. Both can grow together. And there are issues of, confrontation. But I think, there are not such issues which we cannot handle. And space communication is here to stay. And space communication can actually help us, in realizing our objective of digital inclusion and digital connectivity for the last, mile, providing connectivity to those who are underconnected or unconnected. It is a, in the beginning, maybe, government may be required to, promote, satellite-based communication for the remote areas by giving even, by thinking about giving subsidy also. In the beginning, they can do. I don't know on the long run what is going to happen, the way the cost of the satellite is going down. I don't know at what, you people can advise us at what level, there will be a, break even, that the cost of providing, terrestrial communication and the cost of providing communication to satellite will be the same. And then, at those kind of, I think, trend analysis can be, can actually help the TRAI to come out with, mid-term policy and then long-term policy in order to handle the, providing level playing field. With this, I again thank, Mr. Ramchandran and BIF for inviting me here. And my request would be there, you can discuss the issues which I have raised. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your very guiding address and the various recommendations and suggestions which you've made to the Government of India towards creating a more conducive and enabling environment for the Satcom sector. Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our deep gratitude and regards to all our eminent speakers for guiding us, for leading us today. And as a token of our gratitude, special mementos we would like to present. I would like to request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, would also like to invite Mr. Debashi Bhattacharya to please join as we present these special token of thanks and gratitude. First to Dr. P.D. Vaghela, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Here, I would also like to mention, sir, as you had mentioned about our AI Vishwa, the impressive character, she also wants to thank.
Thank you, Dr. Vaghela. It is indeed a pleasure being a part of Satcom 2022.
So we have a very smart and intelligent one. You know, she's also listening all the conversation which is on here. Yeah, that was, I think she'll put me out of business. But as I said, she can speak very less as compared to me. So thanking Shri S. Somnath. He had to leave, but our many thanks to him. To Dr. Pavan Goenka. Thanking Shri Sunil Nirayanan. Sorry, my apologies, Shri Sunil Niranyan. Thanks to Mr. Benva Savarosh. Yes, thank you to our virtual speakers also. If they are there still with us, I think we can all put our hands together thanking our virtual speakers, Dr. Mike Short and Mr. Mihir Raleigh. And may I request Secretary TRAI also to please join as a special token of thanks and regards to you. Thanking Mr. Raghunandan. Thanks also to Mr. Pranav Roche. Thanking Mr. Jitendra Huja. And to Mr. K.R. Aravamudan. Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the session to propose a formal vote of thanks, once again inviting here Mr. Devashish Bhattacharya, the Senior DDG BIF and Convener Satellite Committee BIF.
Good afternoon. Just on the dot of 12, ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to deliver a short vote of thanks to such august dignitaries which are on the dais today. Let me start by profusely thanking our chief guest, Dr. P.D. Vaghela, sir, for having graced this occasion and having delivered his words of wisdom this morning, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I would now take the opportunity to also say thank you to Shri S. Somanath ji, who has just left us for some short time. Chairman ISRO, thanks for, sir, for your valued guidance and words of wisdom and for having spared your valuable time to come and attend this inaugural ceremony this morning. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Chairman InSpace, Dr. Pavan Goenka, sir, for the excellent talk that you gave and the food for thought that you have left behind for this entire audience to mull over the next 2 days and to come up with something based on the target that you have set for us. Thank you. What is that X? So it's like what we go back to school where we are asked a question in the maths class that what is X? So thank you, sir, for posing the question and giving us time to think over and come up with a suitable answer. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Shri Sunil Nirania ji for continued guidance in the subject and also for triggering of a spate of reforms in the sector, which has helped liberalize this sector, sir, in a far more manner. And what we are seeing in the last 12 months or so has been unprecedented in the history of Satcom ever, sir. So thanks to you, sir, as well as to the Department of Telecom for having come here and spared your valuable time and given us your guidance, sir. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Shri Benoit Savarosh, First Counselor, EU Delegation, for having given his words of wisdom and given us directions as to how we can take the EU and India dialogue on a number of issues, including standards, for which there is a dedicated session tomorrow. So thank you very much, Mr. Benoit. And also being the principal sponsor for our event. Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Pranav Roach, President, Hughes Network Systems India. Thank you, sir, for delivering the address and also for being a very valued partner and also being a platinum sponsor for our event today. We also thank, I would like to thank Mr. P.J. Nath, who's the chairman and managing director of Tata Nelco, and also the chair of our BIF Satcom committee, who unfortunately is not here with us, but we have Mr. Jitendra Ahuja representing him. Thank you, Jitendra ji, for your valued wisdom and words that you spared with us this morning, and thanks for your support as well. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank and the two speakers who have joined us virtually, Dr. Mike Short, CBE Scientific Advisor to the Department of International Trade, Government of UK. Thank you very much, Dr. Mike Short. I would also like to thank Mr. Mihir Raleigh, and who's from Disney Star, President of the broadcasting in Disney Star, and also a platinum sponsor for our event. Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank all our other partners who have helped us organize this event, namely Inmarsat, OneWeb, SES, also our supporting organizations, APSCC, GVF, WTA, our exclusive media partner, Communications Today, our digital design partner, whose effects we saw this morning when we started the event, MediaPoint, big hand to them as well, and our events partner, Bharat Exhibitions, without which this event would perhaps not have been as good as you see it today. Thank you very much, all of you, for having joined hands and supporting us. With these words, I would now like to hand over the floor to Vimy. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we draw curtains to our inaugural session, thanking each one of you for your participation. In the interest of time, we are just going to be taking a 5 minutes short bio break, and then back, if I can request you to please be 12:15, we start with our next session. That is where we are going to be looking into the impact of Space Policy 2022. Thanking once again Dr. Vaghela and to all the eminent speakers of the session. Thank you. We'll close with a group photograph. Thank you.
That session was indeed an eye-opener and sets the context for emerging opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishwa. Thank you once again. And I'm still at work along with you for the next session. 15 to 20 minutes delay which we are experiencing. We'll try catching up on time so that we are in time for our lunch session and then the further sessions. It's a long day for all of us, just requesting you to be seated at the earliest possible so that we start with the session. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we begin with the very first technical session, the knowledge session, the theme, Impact of Space Policy 2022. My competitor and the star attraction of the day, Vishwa, would you like to speak something?
Good afternoon. Warm welcome to all respected participants for this very important session on impact of space policy. We have a distinguished panel of experts to share their views and opinions on the impact of the upcoming space bill.
Thank you, Vishwa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the Honorable Chair of the session, Mr. M. Maheshwar Rao, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Department of Space, to please take center stage. Thank you, sir. And may I request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, the President, Broadband India Forum, to kindly accord him a floral welcome and further felicitate him with a shawl. Ladies and gentlemen, as Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor of the Department of Space, he is responsible for the general supervision of overall quality of maintenance of departmental budget in accordance with the instructions issued by the Ministry of Finance from time to time and with the time schedule prescribed by it. We thank you, sir, for joining us as a chair. May I invite now the esteemed would also like to mention that the scrutiny and transmission of the budget to the Ministry of Finance as approved by the Space Commission. He also advises the department on matters falling within its delegated powers. I invite now the panelists of the session, Mr. Jitendra Huja, Head Product and Service Enterprise, Tata Nelco once again joins us in the session as the eminent speaker. Mr. Gautam Sharma, the Managing Director of Inmarsat India. Mr. M.N. Vyas, Executive Director, Planetcast Media Services Limited. Mr. Abhishek Malhotra, Managing Partner, TMT Law Practice. Mr. H. Rayappa, Director, Satcom PO ISRO. And Dr. P.K. Jain, Director, Program Management and Authorization in Space. So with that, as we open the dialogue, may I first request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President BIF, for his welcome remarks for this session.
Thank you, Vimi, once again. And thank you, Ishwa. Though she hasn't welcomed me, but ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to have this session today, right now, on the impact of the greatly awaited Spacecom policy 2022, where we'll have as our chairman Shri Maheshwar Rao from Department of Space, his additional secretary and FA, and we are most lucky to get him. You're quite difficult to get normally, but some of you I had the opportunity to meet him a few months ago at BSX, and he was very informal and interactive, and it was great to have his spontaneous acceptance of coming over for this, our session. As you would all, and other eminent dignitaries on the dais, from ISRO, from in space, everywhere. So I'm very, very happy for this. As you would all appreciate, space policy would spell the role of the private sector in satellite communication. In all areas of satellite communication, both Mr. Somanath and Dr. Pawan Goenka made it eminently clear that it is not just communication, it is so many other activities also. And broadband is a very important element of that. So the creation of InSpace also to act as a promoter of space activities by the non-governmental and private entities with NSIL, New Space India Limited, actively owning the project and getting into it, I think has started working wonders. This is a step in the right direction, which has initiated the transformation of the industry through comprehensive reforms and measures in this sector. We are seeing every week a launch being announced by some new innovative startup or established player, a partnership between public and private, as we have never seen before in this sector, with ISRO, InSpace, NSIL, all under the guidance of Department of Space, really taking off with the private sector. So this session will probably, under the guidance of the chairman, examine what all further implications and impact the new Spacecom policy likely to bring in. I will not go more into that. I'm sure he and the eminent experts here will enlighten you on that. All I would like to take the liberty now of stating a few words about Shri Maheshwar Rao. Shri M. Maheshwar Rao is presently Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor of the Department of Space, and is also in the all-important role of Secretary Space Commission. He has served in various positions, Principal Secretary to Government, Commissioner, Revenue Department, and others. He has also served in various capacities as Principal Secretary to Public Relations, Labor, Agriculture, Urban Development. So he has a very comprehensive, holistic view of what the sector and the country would need. In this particular position and role, he is responsible for general supervision of overall quality and maintenance of the departmental budget in accordance with the directions issued by the Ministry of Finance from time to time and to take forward all the epoch-making measures that I've started rolling out. So he is therefore most vital. He controls, in a way, the purse strings, and he motivates the entire group. Over to you, sir. You have it's now yours.
Namaste Ramachandran, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishwa.
All the key speakers in the dais today and all invitees for today's event, and the organizers of the Broadband India Forum. I think it's very difficult to encapsulate what role I play in Department of Space, except that I can mention just that, of course, control of budget is one part, but also formulation of policy has been one of the very, very interesting areas in which I've been able to work over the last couple of years. At the outset, I would like to thank the Broadband India Forum for having invited me to attend this 8th edition of their flagship event, which focuses on the role of the satellite ecosystem in the proliferation of broadband penetration, and inviting me to chair this session on the impact of space policy. As you are aware, the space policy has been one where we have been able to interact with all the key stakeholders. It has been a long process wherein we had both published the space Satcom and the remote sensing data policy in the public domain. We have had at least 2 rounds of interaction with all the key stakeholders in the industry, many of whom are present here, who had given very, very valuable suggestions. And we would like to mention, I think it was under the guidance of Dr. Goenka that we had these sessions and interactions with all the stakeholders. And like he assured at that point of time, we have taken a keen look at all the suggestions made by all of you with regard to making of this policy. The policy still is in the works because we still require a public final approval on the key contours of the policy. We have taken inputs from DOT, we have taken inputs from Ministry of Information Broadcasting and various other departments also to make it. So I will not be able to exactly mention what are the details except what we have put up in the public fora. But what we would like to say is that with satellite communications, which is poised to be a key enabler in achieving the government process of Digital India and Broadband for all, we are fully committed for enhancement and evolution of this ecosystem. And another key role is to ensure adequate availability of commercial satellite communication capacity in a simplified, hassle-free manner to serve the unserved and undeserved citizens in a remote and difficult to reach locations, and also increase the penetration and make it available for all in a better manner. So we have worked out on a comprehensive overarching policy for space sector involving various space activities, including satellite communication. Initially, when we did the Satcom policy, I will just take a little bit because the discussions I think will be more interesting. Initially, when we focused only on a Satcom and remote sensing data policy, one of the objectives was to see what are the other sectors so that bring it all together. So we have come up with a policy which addresses the roles of each stakeholder, what is it that we expect from them, and how do we ensure that this policy will be one which will enable the whole ecosystem to grow in a big manner to achieve this goal of ensuring both our national economy increase and also increase the share of the space sector in the overall world space economy. Some of the key highlights which we are talking about in the space policy are, we have delineated the roles of the various actors. There is a comprehensive role given for the private sector in end-to-end activities of the space domain. That is now, earlier if you remember, we had both the Satcom policy of 99-2000, which had the norms and guidelines, and also we had the remote sensing data policy, which had certain restrictions, and we would like to ensure that this sector is open. Anyone can come in any aspect or any domain, both upstream and downstream in the space sector. However, there would be a light touch regulation, there would be a process of authorization, so as to, which will be the key role given to the in-space. End-to-end activities will be there for the private sector, both in traditional and emerging verticals with authorization. In-space would have a role both as a promoter and a regulator. So initially, because it's a nascent space industry, we have devoted a lot of discussion on what would be the role. I think InSpace is going to have a complete session on what would be its role and what it would be doing for the non-government entities, how it can facilitate them, and how it will also provide the light touch regulation which will enable the growth of sector, because we feel that this is important. ISRO will focus again on advanced R&D and development of newer systems, and NCL will also take over the operational aspects where NCL will be involved in commercializing, or will be there for the government-led sports programs to bring a commercial-based method of functioning. Coming to Satcom in particular, the policy will liberalize the domain for commercial operators, bringing in a market-driven approach to capacity management pricing, and with authorization of assets by InSpace. We would also be looking at how we can enhance the increase in what mechanisms can be created to enhance or increase, because the whole idea is if we get private sector in, we could enhance the space assets also coming in, being filed from the country. The primary focus has also been to ensure a coherent and consistent draft. We have ensured compatibility with other existing policies. Some of our key stakeholders in government departments include Ministry of Information and Broadcasting for downstream broadcasting services. DOT is also there for downstream telecom service and orbital resources, the DOT along with WPC and the other mechanisms. And DST has also come out with a draft geospatial guidelines. So our policy tries to harmonize ourselves with these policies to ensure that there is no overlapping or there is no contradiction within these two policies. We have taken, like I mentioned earlier, the feedback has been taken by all of you, and this comes in the backdrop of the Honorable Finance Minister's announcement to provide a stimulus to space activities and give a thrust to increased participation of private sector. So the key takeaways which we wanted to bring out in our policy is how private sector will be there in end-to-end sector, how we will have a light touch regulation and promotional aspects, provide a stable regulatory regime for the sector so that you are able to understand that there will be no change or sudden shifts or changes in policy, and we will also focus on how we can increase the capabilities in the sector overall. This talks about freedom of innovation to the private sector. Government will be an enabler, and will also prepare youth for the future. We'll see how we can prepare and capitalize on the increased interest of the younger generation, the startup ecosystem in the space activities, and see space as a resource for the progress of common man. The policy will enable scaling up of the capabilities, assets and operation of Indian space ecosystem through all actors, both government and the private, to cater to the demands of users. As the key theme of this one is how to provide broadband for all, or how it can be made available to people. I think we believe that opening up of this sector, allowing more players to come in, will enable both reduction in cost of providing service, enable increase in coverage. And also will provide the necessary impetus to bring in more finance and more capital into the sector over the next coming few years. One of the key features we also feel is that to enable ease of doing business is one of the stated goals. We feel that InSpace would provide one of the key, will be a key agency to provide ease of doing business for the players in the future. This is the idea, and we assume that the growth of satellite and broadband and provision of affordable prices will ensure reliable and equitable growth in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us key insights into the space policy. And now I would like to invite Mr. Jitendra Huja, the Head Product and Service Enterprise, Tata Nelco. As I've already introduced him, I'll just take the little liberty of calling him to address the gathering.
Thank you. Thank you once again. It's always a pleasure to be first to speak out, because generally what everyone says that you always spoken it out, what to speak now. So for me, that kind of constraint is not there. So happy to be here again. As I'll carry out from the last discussion that panel discussion that we have, and there we were talking about the growth of broadband, growth of telecommunication services, and how it can be enabled, which was a mix of technology and policy. There I touched on policy, but I have not detailed on space policy. I think this is the opportunity that I'll take to talk about more on that in detail. I think from the Spacecom policy, there is formal Spacecom policy or space policy that will come. But as I was mentioning in my last section, in last 2 years, there are a lot of things that government has done. be it in terms of enabling new IRGR, which allows lower size of antenna, or be it enabling, new earth station, sort of guidelines, reduction of SUC charges, allowing cellular backhaul through commercial CUG, or allowing even the land mobility, which was never done before. Land mobility, at least in, C-band, extended C-band, KU band. And then waiving off, of course, few of the charges, which is like, say, NOCC, and removing the mandatory testing requirements. So I think few of the things are already done, and the pace also is, last 2 years, definitely the pace is good. But I think what we feel is ultimately, whatever that is being done, the agenda is to enable the industry so that it is more competitive and able to provide the services to the citizens of India at affordable prices. I'm saying citizen, it includes enterprise as well as the end consumer, depending upon which particular service provider focus on which particular segment. I think, again, taking the preamble that it started long back, but after last 2 years, it has picked up really, really well. We believe that, there is these changes, she has to say, they are good. But I think major thing is going to come in the new space policy, which will address the larger ecosystem, of satellite communication. I'm saying larger ecosystem is not only satellite service provider, it also with respect to space industry, which is building up satellites, rocket launchers, and end-to-end activities which ISRO is doing, parts of those can be offloaded to private sector. So I think, from the PMO perspective, his agenda is much larger. Probably, we may think from our own perspective that we are a VSAT service provider. But from the government perspective, rightly so, the agenda is how we build up the space industry, which is not only catering to India requirement, but also catering to outside global requirements also. But we have to keep one thing in mind, that any industry that is required to be developed, first the domestic market, has to be strengthened. Domestic market, it should be able to first serve the domestic market. How it will be able to serve the domestic market? That when the domestic market service providers or the satellite operators, they are able to utilize those services. That's where the space policy, which will cater to larger aspect of the ecosystem of this, space industry, will be very, very helpful. I think if you see last few decades, we always complain that yes, a lot of action keeps on happening, but we are mostly followers in the industry, what should you say? Whether it's allowing car-band, services, or we are talking about, like say, IFMC services, or we are talking about, moving from wide beam to spot beams. We typically, history is that we have been followers. And we have been, putting this to, government also, that we should take some leapfrog and be leader in formulating these particular policies, and need not that we have to always follow. And, good, bad, whatever. I think government took that and said that, okay, we'll be the first one, but the agenda that they have picked up has very large impact. They said, okay, we'll be the first one to do the satellite spectrum auction. So this is something that is in discussion, but it has very, very large implication for the industry. As TRI chairman also, talked about it. Good part is that, all the stakeholders or the policy makers on the government side are aware of this, that this particular aspect, how to handle the spectrum management is the key, as it was there in that new telecom policy, that spectrum is Atma, of the telecom service. That's what it was. And actually true. So that's what it is, and it has to be handled very, very carefully. It shouldn't happen that we, sort of put the policy in such a way that either it moves to monopolize this particular industry or in a way kill the industry. It may take more time, but don't take any step which will jeopardize this complete industry. It is very, very sensitive matter. And the logic, I'll tell you, the logics will come from different sides. Logic will say that whoever is able to pay, let them pay. But that is not the way that government moves. That is not the way any policy is formed. If that is the way, then you auction the land, auction the Connaught Place. Somebody will buy the Connaught Place also. That is not the way. I'm saying that you will have to keep different industry interests in mind. If you decide that space comm is not important for India, then it's a different thing. If decision is, or the view is that space communication, as we were discussing in last session also, that space communication is important for India, for this country, and of course for the industry, that anyway, for specific industry, always it will be. But if it is important for the country, then take more time, whatever time it requires to take, but put up the steps, specifically in terms of spectrum management, which is supportive for the industry rather than the other way around. Very, very important. I'm saying why I'm spending, a couple of more, sort of lines, minutes onto this. Here is that, it is make or break. That is the way that we see. Maybe I'm thinking pessimistically, but subject is so touchy, for service provider like us. And again, I'm saying it's not service provider like us. It is for space industry. If this industry itself is not there, domestic market, if it is not there, how the space industry, satellite, manufacturer, rocket launcher, and other, ecosystem providers, will flourish if the domestic market itself is not there. So that perspective has to be kept in mind when we're talking about, any new policy. I think satellite transponders perspective, capacity perspective, again, we have been always running behind in terms of making the capacities available. That is one part. Making it competitive, affordable. That is the other part. Today, when you're talking about, again, taking the clue from terrestrial networks, today the prices in India for 4G services, for mobile services is lowest. But can we say for even same thing for satellite communication? Absolutely not. Satellite communication bandwidth price are definitely much higher. It's the equation of supply chain. Supply side is constrained. From that perspective, it has to be eased out. For satellite service providers, satellite communication service provider like us, it has to be unshackled. We should be allowed to contract with whomever, the commercial satellite operators are there. Of course, within that, codes of security, approvals, what are required to be done within the guidelines. But that, that liberty needs to be there, which will allow the supply side constraint to go away, abundance capacity to be available, price to come down, and also making this market flourish for all the stakeholders. I think, there is a good part I see as before that Sri Maheshwar Rao was talking about, that new space policy is going to talk about space comm policy is going to talk about the whole ecosystem, which is about everyone in the ecosystem, not service provider, but also on the satellite design, payload side, launch vehicle side, even the data analytics from the ground segment side. I'm saying the whole ecosystem has to flourish, and we are part of the ecosystem, and we want this whole industry, whole ecosystem to flourish. And I think a lot has been done, and we are absolutely, I'll say that yes, it has taken some time in terms of new space policy, but that's okay, that's fine. If it requires to take more time, take that time, but the policy has to be conducive for the whole industry. And we definitely we definitely believe that government is moving in the right direction. And, once it is done, it will definitely create India origin, companies in this domain to be really global companies. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Inviting now our next speaker, Mr. Gautam Sharma, the Managing Director of Inmarsat India. He's focused on the introduction of Inmarsat's voice and broadband data communication services across India, powered by the company's 4th generation of mobile satellites. Prior to joining this position, he has also worked at senior level in various companies, at Huawei, at Arasor International Holding, Pacific Bangladesh Telecom, and at Hexacom India Limited.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me an opportunity to be part of your session. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Ramachandran for such a successful event. I don't know whether any people can see my presentation. Is there a way we can connect it?
We are not able to see it here. Yeah, for both servers, because they will just do the needful.
Okay. So I'll start with a brief about Inmarsat for the benefit of the wider audience and then come to Satcom policy because as rightly said by the previous speaker, the Satcom policy is yet to be announced and so far things look to be pretty good. We are a technology company and we have been giving mobile broadband services for last 40 years in the satellite domain. And in fact, we were formed in 1979 under United Nations, of which 160 countries were signatories, and India was one of the signatory, and was represented at that time by BSNL, which is Tata's now. And recently we've signed with BSNL, and in addition to BSNL, we have 12 partners who have experience on aviation, maritime, enterprise side, because some of these services are very specialized services and you need actually specialized partners for that. I think this is an important slide which in a way captures about Inmarsat. We presently have 15 satellites which are commercially live, and this includes 3 constellations. One is Global Express constellation, which is the world's first fastest broadband network. And this is in K-band, and we give in-flight and maritime connectivity through Global Express. In addition to this, we have our always-on connectivity kind of network with 99.9% network reliability called LERA network. And in addition to this, we have European Aviation Network, which gives in-flight connectivity to the passengers in the European region. We would be launching 6 additional satellites, and these satellites would be actually to enhance the capacities worldwide. And out of these, 2 satellites would be in GEO orbit, and they would be actually to give connectivity in the polar regions. I would also like to emphasize here, Inmarsat is one of those companies which actually owns the entire network end-to-end, starting from launching the satellites, designing the satellites, to satellite access stations. We have 31 satellite access stations worldwide, and we have 2 in India out of 31, and they are at Ghaziabad. I would, in fact, invite, whenever people have an opportunity to actually go and visit there. In fact, our first satellite access station which was built was along with Lockheed Martin equipment, and that's actually used for strategic purposes by the government of India. And in addition to this, we have another satellite access station which is actually meant for in-flight maritime connectivity, that is Global Express. And within Inmarsat, we have 5 verticals. Aviation is the fastest growing vertical with almost 17,000 aeroplanes connected in cockpit as well as cabin through various services of Inmarsat. In addition to this, we connect 800,000 mobile assets worldwide. And maritime remains the largest aggregator of revenues for Inmarsat, with more than 160,000 vessels which utilize Inmarsat Sea, fleet broadband, and fleet express services. In addition to this, we serve governments of 90 nations, which includes India, which is one of our strategic partner. And in addition to this, we have one separate vertical for US government. I think this is an important slide. What differentiates Inmarsat from others. First of all, I think it's important to understand that we are a pure mobile broadband satellite company. And in fact, the entire architecture of our satellites to the ground network is based on mobility. So mobility remains the key. And in addition to this, we are giving global seamless coverage with reliability and reach. Safety remains in the DNA of Inmarsat. In fact, we were formed to give safety services to the sea, crew members. And since then, for last 40 years, we are continuing to give safety services to maritime customers as well as to aviation customers through our Aero Classic and safety broadband services. And since we serve strategic interests of various governments, so security remains a very important aspect of Inmarsat networks. So we have cybersecurity applications built on our commercial networks. I think if you see this slide, this shows you the fleet of satellites which we have. The ones which we have right now and also the ones with asterisk are the ones which we would be launching in the coming days. So this includes both Global Express constellation, ELIRA, as well as European Aviation Network. As I stated in the previous slide, this is how our satellite access stations are spread worldwide, out of which 2 are independent networks based out of Ghaziabad. Now, coming to the Satcom, I think it's policy. I think it's important to understand what was the need of having a new Satcom policy. These are as per my understandings, in the last 6-7 years of working in satellite industry. Presently, the current Satcom policy was envisioned in 1997, so it's almost like 2 decades back. And if you see worldwide, there has been disruption which has happened, especially by companies like SpaceX. So I think the government of India realized at the right time that it's important for us to kind of unshackle this sector and get private industries to participate in it. So I think that's a very welcome move from the industry perspective also. And if we also see presently, which everybody is aware of, our share is just 2%. And I think the new Satcom policy has a very clear vision that we need to have 9% by 2030, a very tangible target which is achievable. Now coming on the impact of Satcom policy, I think it's all very clear. The industry, startups, everybody has kind of welcomed the Satcom policy, and especially the in-space mechanism. What we understand, again, from media, that there's more than 150 proposals from startups, etc., which have been received by InSpace. So that shows, that the Satcom policy is bang on. In addition to this, we have recently seen many startups also able to get capital from venture capitalists. And I think that's a very, very positive sign for the space sector when investors start trusting the reforms. So overall, from the industry perspective, we all feel Satcom policy is the right way forward. But at the same time, I think this is an important slide from the perspective of international operators. We all have to realize one thing. There are certain segments within space which are of global nature. Like, for example, in-flight connectivity, maritime connectivity. And these have to be slightly kept in mind, They're not actually restricted to regions. So keeping that in mind, we have to, keep that particular focus there. I think the important thing, which we talk about a single window and defined timelines, I think this is very critical. I'll share my personal experience of last couple of years. We applied for Global Express in 2019, and we got approvals in 2021. So 2 years. And we have to remember the life of a satellite is 10 years for GEOs, and for LEOs it's just five years. So if it takes 2 years to get approvals, it becomes quite difficult actually, and doesn't give good feeling as a country. So I think I also assume that moving forward, Apex, there will be nothing called Apex, and it's going to be in space. So my humble suggestion from my experience of last 7 years working on the space side, that if we can actually have a defined timelines, and that body in space should be one body with whom we should be interacting. Like in the case of Apex, even after getting approvals, we still have to go separately to NOCC, separately to WPC, separately to ISRO for orbital slots. So I think if there is one window, we expect all approvals coming from that side. In addition to this, I think what Tri-Chairman rightly stated, I think leasing capacity from NSIL, to be honest, is okay, fine with us. Although we would still prefer, like Inmarsat India, if tomorrow I have a license to give services, I should be able to take capacity directly from Inmarsat Global if they are already approved by Department of Space. The challenge today is when I take capacity, NSIL adds 5% margin on it, plus you have a withholding tax, plus you have GST, and then you have a license fee charges, and then you have spectrum surcharge. And with our experience, we see the total price of the airtime tariffs in India becomes 20% higher than the airtime tariffs which we sell worldwide. So I think it's important for us to keep in mind that it has to be made very smooth when it comes to. And the second thing, and the last thing, I would like to focus on is policy certainty. Again, an example, when in 2019 we were deciding between India and China, to be very honest, everybody looks first towards China, and Inmarsat was the first one to, look towards India. We decided, okay, we will first set up our satellite access station in India. And this was all possible because of the positive policies which came at that time. In 2018, Department of Telecom through their DCC came with a very clear mandate that the Ka band would be extensively used for broadband, satellite broadband things. And after that, we had IFMC policy, which clearly said Ku Ka band. And by the time we got approvals and our infrastructure was ready in 2021, we were told the interministerial has decided that Ka band has to be given to IMT. So just imagine, the kind of efforts which have gone into it, and at the last moment, the policy changes. But thanks to the government, they did realize that we had spent a good amount of time, and we were very serious about Indian market, that we were finally given Ka band spectrum. But what I'm trying to highlight here is that the policies should ensure there is a certainty for investors. It should not happen that they spend 2 years and by the time when they're ready to launch services, the situation changes. So with this, I'll end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, before I invite our... So before I invite our next speaker, would like to just mention to our eminent speakers, because we are running a little late and we need to close the session by 1:45. We have more speakers also speaking and then concluding remarks. So just a request to the speakers to kindly truncate your presentations to 6 to 7 minutes. 1:45, we are going to be closing the session. In the next session, we are going to be starting by 2:30 with a 45 minutes of lunch break. So let me invite our next speaker, Mr. M.N. Vyas, the Executive Director of Planetcast Media Services Limited, having a rich experience of more than 30 years in the satellite communication and digital media technology.
Yeah, thank you, Broadband India Forum, of inviting me. Can you do it back? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Broadband India Forum, for inviting us on this opportunity to talk about impact of space policy. And I'm very happy that there is a now space policy, which is a term which is coined, and it is basically meant for good for industry. I'm a strong believer of the objectives behind policies, and I think we all today in the world that space technology is not a clapping technology now, it's the part of our life. So we cannot really look at that, yes, I have launched a small satellite and that's a great thing. No. What is the application? What are the utilities and how it is going to use and help my granddaughter or a daughter who is doing something? Because these guys are not interested in what you have done past and how difficult was to launch the first rocket out of Tumba. I think that's a matter of history now. Now we are looking at, hey guys, that is providing, Starlink is providing at $50, whether we can provide the same service at $20 today in India or even $10, which is the effective price which can be accepted and afforded by Indian community. So I will just give a different view to my presenters. Look at the satellite market. I think we are in 2022, and these are some of the figures maybe here and there, but I think McKinsey and all, they are all working towards that. So $42 billion is the satellite market. We are 1/6 of the population. I think by a linear equation of demand and supply, we should be holding $7 billion business today. But we are not holding that $7 billion today. We are holding something which is less than $1 billion. Now, that gap is to be filled by this policy. And that is what we are looking at the government and the industry to really look. It is not the government's prerogative to meet $7 billion. It's the industry's prerogative to meet $7 billion. And that's where I think we have to really look at that how these things are there. Now, I have not really described about my company, but it's relevant here that we are a niche broadcast and Satcom provider for the nation, apart from the big telcos. And we have serviced almost 300, 400 TV channels. We are providing backhaul links to TV channels. We are providing facilities for broadcasting. And it has been a great journey. But had it been a regime like, if you have to really auction entire thing and all, the companies like ours would not have come and emerged. And these are very important parts of the overall technology development, that you have to have niche technology companies. If you look at the US or you look at any other world, in space, how many companies are there in US? Even with NASA being there, that Starlink has got more value to the clients, more value to the customers in US. So I think we have to really introspect that, yes, what for we are looking at. The policies are made, but then finally what we end up in Supreme Court. So that's something which should not really happen. And this is being a very niche market. I think we have to be very, very guarded about what we really decide today or postulate today. So looking at that market, if you see how we are agile, this is also a very important portion I want to see. So look at the growth versus revenue metrics. Now we have fixed satellites, we have HTS, we have non-geo satellites. Now the growth has happened in terms of the investment is this much, that 44% of the investment has gone into non-geo. But the revenue growth is only 13%. Maybe this is because non-geo is new, so it is there. But it has got vagaries of maintenance, vagaries of a lot of other things where it's like you are maintaining 4,000 satellites or 4,000 cars in this space. Now, it's not an easy thing to see. But yes, that is something where we have to really introspect that whether these investments are a wasteful investment or are useful investments in the times to come. And that's where we have to focus that what the country needs. We may not be ready for a non-geo HTS today because there are a lot of areas which I think some of our TRI chairman spoke that in Nagaland even there was no internet, there was no light. So I think we have to be really cautious and careful about where we are putting our investment versus what revenue. Because this is first time in our country that we have first time in the country that people are now talking about the government is very, very responsive. And we should take the advantage of that responsive government. And I think that's the another important point which I would like to say. Now, getting back to my old dream of $7 billion economy for Satcom, and we deserve $7 billion in coming to the. I think if we make that as an objective, that as a goal for us, I think we will have to see that today, how many satellites we have? Maybe 100 plus. You have 4,500 satellites for a company or a country. We have 3,000 satellites. So we have to really look at whether we have those kind of capabilities to really launch those satellites and come to that level. So it's not that today I get a clap that yes, I have a VC fund and we are launching one small satellite and then finally that VC fund creates a value, he exits and the founder is left high and dry. I think this should be stopped. We have to be very, very guarded about these kind of fly-by-night operators to really look at these critical technologies. So there has to be a very, very clear, good scrutiny from the investor. It's not from the government, because government doesn't know that what is really there. So it has to be onus on the investors who are really looking at that. And I think this is just the same price. Now, I'll just touch upon briefly the... Okay, so I think the last point I would like to mention is my last slide. We have to create special satellite technology zones. We have to give manufacturing motivations. We have to also look at ISRO, how it can be restructured. R&D is very important, government has to support, but then private sector also has to invest money with ISRO on the R&D. There has to be a launch capability, which has to be either ISRO hives out the launch facilities into a corporation so that they can really they can be answerable. They also have a goal out of that $7 billion. Similarly, the launch support, all the international and other satellites should be really having some advantage from the Indian infrastructure and satellite manufacturing. LEO, GEO, we can set it up. The other very painful or the other aspect is refrain from auction for satellite bandwidth. Now, this is something like making 2 or 3 gatekeepers. Now, it is good in certain technologies like power, you don't need many people. But in space technologies or new technologies like IT and all, you have seen IBM was almost there, but then Oracle came. There are 4 FANG companies now. Why? Because these are niche technologies which has got potential and they will be able to exploit the potentials. So I think that is something which we have to really look at. And the last but not the least, we have to really relook at revenue share regime, because we have to see that how many companies could have been there, how many companies have been closed, and what all we can get, at what price we are getting, what are the losses. So that economy analysis, we have to do it, and we have to really get on to a situation where we have to say that it is revenue share is something you have to, the government has to say that yes, it is to take the risk along with, rather than just go at the revenue, but the company is bleeding, but the revenue share is there. I think that is something which is not logical. So with that, I think I will close it because we are losing lack of time. But I once again thank you very much for invite and wish you all the best. And I hope that the policy will definitely usher a new era in the space communication. And we as an industry will fully support all the aspects where, and we will be very happy to provide very active feedback also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vyas, for your thoughtful expressions and your commitments. Now inviting Mr. Abhishek Malhotra, the founding partner of TMT Law Practice. He has contributed to the policy realm by providing inputs to the government and think tanks on copyright issues, sports, fantasy gaming, digital health, and as principal advisor to the Broadband India Forum.
Good afternoon to everyone. I know I'm fairly constrained for time, and therefore I will not take up too much of that space. I'd like to summarize some very salient aspects of the policy domain from a regulatory standpoint, from a continuity standpoint, and from what is actually anticipated by the industry. The role of any policy is essentially to set out a roadmap by which the industry is to focus and develop its capabilities and to take things forward. And of course, a policy statement brings about what the perception of the government is, where it seeks to head in a particular direction, and provide clarity in all those respects. So what exactly, from the documents that we've seen over the last couple of years, in terms of, there have been about 9 draft policy documents, beginning, I think, in September or October of 2020. And culminating in what was released earlier in February this year was the consolidated Spacecom policy. The objective essentially is, of course, the development and encouragement of non-governmental entities to step into this domain. Thankfully, we've moved from, originally it was intended to be, of course, the focus is to develop the ecosystem in India and to get more entrepreneurs and companies in India to participate in this sector. But we've moved, and very importantly, from a focus on Indian entities to non-government entities. And that definitely demonstrates the, the open arms with which perhaps foreign investment is also going to be encouraged in this sector. There is certainly certain clarity that needs to be brought about in terms of what percentage of foreign investment needs to be brought in, because there are certain conflicting aspects given in the FDI policy and specifically in relation to the sectoral policy caps. In some places it's mentioned as a 74%, in some places it's 49%. So that clarity perhaps can be brought about a little more. But so one first aspect is to encourage non-governmental entities. The second aspect is Atmanirbharta, which is the underlying proposition across various policies of the government of India. And the third aspect clearly is an alignment across the different aspect of the space economy, whether it be satellite communications, whether it be geospatial data usage, or the multitude of other services that are encapsulated within this sector. I think the important aspect will be not only to have a clear roadmap as and when the policy does come out, but as I have been advocating in various other forums as well, it will be very important to also simultaneously or soon after the policy have a commercial space activities law. Because whereas the policy will, of course, set out the roadmap of where the industry and where the country intends to head in this domain, the rights and liabilities of the various actors that are participating in this domain and the clarity in relation to that is extremely important and can perhaps only be delivered through a legislation which sets out aspects of liability, aspects of insurance, aspects of the rights that are available to the various actors that are going to be participating in it. So the key takeaways, at least from my perspective, are a clear, concise policy roadmap that sets out where exactly the industry is headed and where the country is headed, a collaborative regime which is not only catering to entities emanating from India, but also taking into consideration that space as an overall domain requires international collaboration. And the third aspect is have a very clear set of rights and liabilities set out in a commercial space activities bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malhotra. Now inviting Mr. H. Rayappa, Director, Satcom ISRO. His contributions have been immense in Satcom-based societal applications like in telemedicine, education, vast connectivity, disaster management, search and rescue, and the others.
Good afternoon. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving an opportunity for me to share few thoughts here on this forum. Much has been told since morning about the requirement and the need of broadband connectivity and also the various emerging applications which are expected to change our day-to-day life. Having said that, in order to reiterate the summary of that is the broadband or the internet or the access to digital connectivity is as important as food and water. In fact, Chairman in space brought out an important point here. In fact, one should consider giving a free access to digital access to the people. In fact, it's very important that, in fact, we should think of charging more the road users and giving free to bandwidth access so that it will have a multiplier effect, I think so. So coming to the Indian scenario, particularly the impact of Satcom policy or the space policy, if you just go back and see, the Satcom in India has been evolving for the past 4 decades. The demand has been growing exponentially, much ahead of the capability of the supply side. That is, one is driven by the technology. At the same time, it is driven by the new age applications. On the application side, so far we have been traditionally talking about only VSAT communication for enterprise or banking or etc., cellular backhaul, radio, TV, and these kind of things, particularly few societal applications, disaster management. But the way we look at the applications which are coming in the future is the Internet of Things, augmented reality, virtual reality. The consumer broadband is an area which is still untouched in India, and Industry 4, and 5G, 6G, 4G, 5G backhauls. And there are a lot of things which are going to come, which require bandwidth. We can't say, I feel we can't say just a broadband connectivity. In fact, there will be again a different class of connectivity which may demand. It may be for education, health and all those things, it could be a broadband. For particularly the IoT and all those things, it can be a narrow band. And again, the service requirements could be not only the assured 99.999% availability, but also the guaranteed delivery, assured delivery. Then only this kind of virtual reality and augmented reality can happen, and which may even demand the person could be anywhere. The physical presence may become immaterial. I visualize that maybe down the line, the India Satcom Summit may happen, we being somewhere else and our physically portraying us on this chair here and talking, and not only talking, interacting lively with you on the relevant topics. So these are the potential of the technology. But looking at that, the underlying thing is the quality of connectivity which demands will be much different than what we have been talking about. And coming to satellite communications, satellite communication and terrestrial communication, so far almost they were like a work addressing a different segment of applications. But in future, I think there will be a seamless synergy of both the technologies. It need not be a complementing each other, but it will be a seamless synergy. But what ultimately customer may require is wherever I am, I need a connectivity. Wherever I am, the activity should take place without the interventions of the human. That is the future towards life. Specific to the today's topic, just I want to give a comparison of the Satcom policy, which all these days we were working with, and the future draft policy, which what it brings for us. The earlier policy was, because the space sector was catered to by Department of Space, and the earlier focus was the utilization of the INSAT system. Now the focus is on enabling the NGEs not only in the communication area, in the entire value chain of the space. And the transponder capacity was either provided by DOS or enabled by DOS through NSIL or Antrix. Now in the new policy, the transponder capacity will be provided by the industry. The prices were fixed by government and managed by through a government in a committee mode through ICC. But in future, this will all be addressed through the market dynamics as demanded, as governed by the market, in fact. The bringing of private satellite, of course, there was a provision in the old Satcom policy where the focus more of was a licensing considerations. But here, now in the new policy, it is a more of an enabling provisions, so industry can come forward with the innovations. They can plan there, they can build satellite, they can lease satellite, they can operate, they can do whatever they think. But policy will not put any restrictions on that, and InSpace will act as a single window for authorizing and enabling all these things. And having said all these things, again, there are two distinct activities here when it comes to space-based communication. One is the building of satellites and operating satellites, the space segments, which will all be own domain. And again, use of service segments by different service providers, those will be regulated as per the regulations or policies of DOT and MIB. So the objective of the old policy was meeting the domestic requirements and being self-sufficiency. Now the new objective, it is already has stated, it is creating a vibrant space industry to meet domestic market as well also in international markets. So coming to opportunities, of course, we see now having with the lot of young minds are thinking its direction. Earlier it was thought as a rocket technology or satellite technology, which was felt that it was only a few organizations could do. Now the knowledge level is available and the young minds are thinking differently and innovatively, so that many new advanced ideas or innovations are coming. So Satcom policy provides, new policy will provide all the freedom to do all the things. To summarize few of the key enablements of the policies, I'll take only 1 more minute, sir. NGEs can carry out all activities of space-based communications, design, development, realization of subsystems, spacecrafts, assembling spacecraft and integration facilities, provide capacity to various services are within the country or outside the country. And they can also bring GSO or NGSO systems into service. And as another area, it is possible to create a Satcom control facility and ground stations as a service model and cater to the operators, or they themselves can set up independently. And they can allow to make ITU filings, and FDI policies will allow 100%, of course, with certain conditions as per the overall Government of India policy. And the new policy will enable level playing field among multiple players. And operational assets already transferred to NSIL, so that, and the service providers, this was one of the aspirations of the industry. Service providers, once any satellite is authorized by InSpace, the service providers can directly approach the operators and avail the capacity, and at the terms and conditions they mutually agreed. And InSpace in place, already in action. I'm sure my friend and colleague Dr. Jain will throw more light on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rayappa. Now inviting Dr. P.K. Jain, Director of Program Management and Authorization in Space. Before joining InSpace, he was leading a team of ISRO handling space spectrum management at the national and international level.
Good afternoon to all of you. Distinguished chair of this session, the distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. So I have been already told by the chair it's only 5 minutes, and it's justifiable because most of the things on the policy has been already discussed, and especially I should compliment the BIF to bring in the architect of the Indian space policy, the Additional Secretary and FA of DOS here, and we have heard from the horse's mouth what all the major highlights of the policy, and of course Rayappa also has dwelt upon that. Very quickly I will take the maybe summary. Of course again chair would be doing the summary. The important thing here is, yeah, the DOS has driven this entire activity, but at the same time in space also has played its active, proactive and important role, especially in terms of providing valuable inputs, as well as making the consultations with the industry, taking the inputs from all the stakeholders. And it's, as it is told, it is an integrated policy. Earlier we were talking about the different policies of the different domains of the area, like remote sensing, the satellite communication, the transportation, the space situational awareness, and so on. But now it is an integrated policy. And we have defined very clearly the roles of all these stakeholders, starting from the NGs, in space, DOS, ISRO, NCL, etc. It's in line with the government intention and government intention of opening the space sector for the non-government entities. The policy has been drafted keeping that objective in mind, and as Rayappa told, the entire the freedom has been given to the non-government entities to play a very active role in the space sector, not act as only a vendor to ISRO, but they should be able to realize their own the space systems. It is very in the sense because some of the observations was there that the policy should be transparent and then predictable. It is now the stable, predictable, and unambiguous policy where the very clearly what could be done, what could not be done is drafted very nicely. Coming to the specific focus on the satellite communication, Rayappa has told at most of the concerns of the industry, like going through the Department of Space or NCL 5% commission, and then the period of the contract, all has been taken note of this thing and is being suitably addressed. Coming to the impact, what policy could make the impact? That is what is the topic of the panel today. See, the first thing is what, as in space, we expect the policy would enable the first thing is that end-to-end participation of the non-government entities in all the domains of a space sector, and that is what is the objective. We hopefully it will be doing that. The mechanism will be in place to transfer of the technology from ISRO to the non-government entities. There would be a mechanism to utilize the facilities of the ISRO and the expertise of ISRO by the non-government entities. We will have the mechanism to promote the space sector, handhold them, and providing all sort of supports and mentorship to the startups, especially who are in the nascent stage, including there could be some incentive, some seed funding, all those type of mechanism we hope to put in place with this policy, and that could result and that would result in the increased investment in the Indian space startups, space tech company, and we are seeing the trend now already.
Sir, just one more minute, please.
Yes, it's only 1 minute only, because the impact, already I'm in the last thing. It will also, we feel that it will enable India to capture the increased share in the global economy, which is again the objective thing. And we will also see the increased participation of the global players and the technology providers in bringing the technology to India. And of course, we have the next session of the InSpace, where we will also dwell upon that how even before the release of the Indian space policy, how the impact of the opening of the space sector reforms by the government and the policy in anticipation, how it has created already excitement and it has started giving the impact in positively. And hopefully now we will see in coming years, India would become a global destination for the manufacturing and the technology provision for the space systems. Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. And may I request now the chair?
Would we have time for some questions, or would you like us to conclude now?
So if we can probably...
We can have time for 2 questions if anybody has any.
Yeah, we can take quick 2 questions. Just raise your hand, we'll pass on the mic to you.
Sir. Sir and ma'am, I think 2 of them. 2 questions, please. So, we wind up at 1:45, isn't it? Okay. So I think
this question.
We have 10 minutes, so I think we will take some questions. Yep.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This question relates to safety. And this question relates to safety for Inmarsat. I want to know what happened in the Malaysian airline disappearance. There was something we heard about the Inmarsat following tracking and all that. So can you throw some light on the safety features which you were mentioning earlier?
Would you like to take this question, or would you want to have an offline discussion? I would like to. I think offline would be better. Maybe you can just take this discussion offline, because this pertains to this policy. Yes. Anybody else, sir? Any points anybody has on... Okay, then I think we will just, I think most... So I think we will wind down this session, because it's also very close to lunch time. So I would only like to mention that some aspects of the policy which has been properly delineated by Mr. Rayappa pertains to how this, all the details of this existing policy, how it moved from a regime where it was focused on the INSAT system and how to utilize it effectively, and how it was more a closed system, to how we expect that the new regime is going to be one where it is based on market demand, pricing will be determined by market forces, government steps in as an enabler wherever required, you create a facilitative mechanism by which the ecosystem can develop over the next few years. And he also delineated, I think, what could be the future of utilization of Satcom services over the next 5 years, which is where I think which leads off to where Mr. Vyas talked about, that this policy should be something which looks at what is going to happen in the future. I think what we have delineated in the policy has been sufficiently broad enough to enable this ecosystem to work in a flexible manner to achieve what could be the goals in the future. The idea is also, like he mentioned, you talk about creating special tech zones, manufacturing motivation should be generated, and also some suggestions on how to have our own networks. I think these are well taken. This is a function both of availability of incentives from the state, from the various governments. It could be something which I think InSpace is going to be looking at, which you could take up with them in the next session when they're talking about how it can be enabled, including what incentives, what facilitation can be provided. It also, when you're talking about a 2G system or a LEO system, it's a function of finances also. So I think like we drove from the chairman, that could be something where there can be innovative partnerships having between government and the private sector. But this policy, I must mention, enables this whole framework. I think one item which has come up it's a matter of concern which has been expressed by some of the panelists, and I think also mentioned earlier. I think it was raised also by the TRI chairman, is with regard to auctions of satellite spectrum, whether it is going to or not going to enable competitiveness in this sector. I think Mr. Ahuja had mentioned that this could be something which can kill the enterprise, whereas our whole policy objective has always been to ensure that from a monopoly which is either state, which is state monopoly, we do not want to go into a single monopoly. I think these concerns may be articulated to the TRAI. I think the Department of Telecommunication members are also present. I mean, they are, I think, like he mentioned, these are something where the stakeholder discussion is going to happen, and I think your inputs in this sector is also going to be very, very important when they finalize whatever strategy they are talking about. Department of Space also will take into account your concerns and communicate. I think our stand will also be communicated at a later point of time, but this is something we understand your concerns in this regard. I think two key aspects which have come out, I think, which is completely in the domain of, we are now going to at least try to push it into the domain of the in-space authorities, is policy uncertainty should not exist. There should be a stable regulatory regime, be it in the space sector or be it in the telecommunication sector. I think at least with related to space, I think the whole team is here. They will take it into account to see how we can ensure policy certainty, or there should be regulatory certainty. And I think also what we are aiming for and what has been expressed earlier also is a light touch in regulation. The idea is to unlock the value in the space sector, unlock the potential which is there, unlock the entrepreneurial drive in the sector, get more participation, create a competitive cluster in the space economy, which is one of the overarching goals. And we hope that what we come out, and like you had, like Abhishek had mentioned, this is what we would like to do. One aspect he had mentioned was pertaining to foreign direct investment. I think we also have are in the process of formulating a more comprehensive foreign direct investment policy, at least bring it into the sectoral guidelines, wherein some of the gap areas or some of the gray areas which are there in the policy can be removed. And at the end of the day, I think the whole thing is, how do we promote ease of doing business? How do we reduce the cost of transaction? In the sense, there's always time value of money exists, so the speed of regulation or speed of approvals, ease of doing business is something which will enable the startup ecosystem. I think that is a key takeaway, and we hope that we will be able to address these issues in the policy, which hopefully will come out in the near future in this regard. I would request, if any one of you has any last words, we'll just request all of them to just give any 2 points.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rao. We are very excited about the initiative what the government has taken, and we hope that we will definitely try and measure it well as far as the 7 billion figure which we were having in mind. And we are sure that the industry is really welcoming the entire thing, and we will positively participate in most of the initiatives what the government and the facilities government has given to us. Thank you.
Just very 2 quick points. I think even though the policy is still under the works, but I think no stone is being left unturned to at least to initiate the entire exercise of ease of doing business. I think on 27th of October, not only was there a new frequency allocation plan that was notified, but also there was a satellite communication sectoral reforms whereby specific timelines were set out for processing of application and providing some sort of a single window clearance mechanism for that. So I think those set of reforms from time to time till such time that the policy comes into force continue to need to be there, I mean, just to bolster the confidence of the industry and the investors in the sector.
Only one point, that please join the next session where we can have some more discussion on these aspects.
So I think nothing more to add other than my last slide, which was important from experience perspective. We look forward for the Satcom policy to be announced sometime this year or early next year. Thank you.
I think nothing specific, but I reiterate Vyasji's point that ultimately the objective of the policy is to flourish this particular industry, to make it really that 7 billion figure. And we as industry will definitely work toward it collectively. Thank you.
So with that, thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to the chair of the session for comprehending these key takeaways with the session and also for his guidance. Would like to request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran to kindly present a special token of our gratitude to the Honorable Chair of the session, Mr. M. Maheshwar Rao. Thanking Mr. Gautam Sharma. And thank you, appreciation to Mr. M.N. Vyas. Thanking Mr. Abhishek Malhotra. Mr. M. Rayappa. Appreciation to Dr. P.K. Jain. And yes, many thanks once again to Mr. Ahuja, Mr. Jitendra Ahuja. May I request Mr. Devashri Bhattacharya also to join for the group photograph. And then we are going to be closing this session with the formal vote of thanks for the session. Now requesting Mr. Devashish Bhattacharya, Senior DDG BIF, for vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to distinguished speakers on the dais. I have the privilege and honor to propose a small vote of thanks. I wouldn't come between all of you and lunch. I want to express on behalf of Broadband India Forum a sincere thanks and gratitude to all the distinguished people on the dais, starting with our session chair, Mr. M. Maheshwar Rao, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Department of Space. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion and spending your valuable time to give us your insight into what is coming in the new space policy. To Mr. H. Rayappa, sir, thank you very much for giving us guidance and continued support on the journey as we start to liberalize the space sector. And also thanks to Dr. P.K. Jain from InSpace, Director InSpace, for giving continued support not only to this program but to the entire process of space reforms. Also to our industry colleagues, I would start with Mr. Jitendra Ahuja, from Tata Nelco. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. To Mr. M.N. Vyas, who flew in exclusively from Bombay to be with us today, sir. Thank you once again, sir, for being a part of us. And we hope we will continue to see you and give us your continued support in future editions of India Satcom as well. Thank you. And of course, to our Honorary Principal Advisor, Shri Abhishek Malhotra ji, for your continued support and your very, very important inputs that you have provided to us in our journey towards getting the space policy simplified and liberalized. Thank you so much to all of you. And last but not the least, to Sir T.V. Ramachandran, sir, for thanking you for your guidance and continued support. Thanks a lot. Bye. Wish you all the best. And with this, I would invite all of you to join us for lunch outside. And with the news that we will reconvene at 2:30 sharp here for the next session, which will be on the role of InSpace in the Satcom sector. Thank you. So I've done your part.
So please join us for lunch. 2:30 we are going to be reassembling for the next session. Thank you.
That was a wonderful and insightful session. Thank you. We truly value the insights and thank you for your time. Thank you, Wimmi, for the wonderful interaction we had together. We'll catch up post-lunch.
the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
At Hughes Network Systems, we make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business, such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes...
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. The biggest thing. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as a vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. And deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire a billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile...
Your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes...
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
At Hughes Network Systems, we make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage our network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes...
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire a billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
At Hughes Network Systems, we make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business, such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage our network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes...
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again. and again and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve, till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
At Hughes Network Systems, we make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business, such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage our network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes...
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million, Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again and again and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
At Hughes Network Systems, we make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business, such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage our network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes...
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
At Hughes Network Systems, we make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business, such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers.
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
At Hughes Network Systems, we make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business, such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception.
We request you to please take your seats. We will be starting the next session in next 4 minutes. We request everyone to please take your seats. We will be starting the session in next 4 minutes.
Plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. With a single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, We do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers.
एक बार
अभी कुछ नहीं जाएगा इन चारों के।
Good afternoon. Warm welcome to all distinguished dignitaries and participants for this special session on role of in space. We have with us some enterprising homegrown startups and industry experts to share their views in an interactive manner.
Thank you, Vishwa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to introduce this session, which is on the role of in-space in the Satcom sector. To begin this session, I would request Shri T.V. Ramachandran ji to kindly give the welcome address and then introduce the session chair, Dr. Goenka, and I welcome him on stage. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Debu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first session in the afternoon. As Debu has explained, the role of in-space. I'm supposed to say a few introductory words, but I will not. Because I decided that while Dr. Goenka doesn't like flattery, the best form of flattery is imitation. So I will imitate what he said in the morning and not waste time talking about things which everybody knows and all that. So the people are anxious to, you're all here to listen to the speakers and about what the role of InSpace is. I will not stand between you and that. To introduce Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman of InSpace, what do I have to say? That is refreshingly different, bold, innovative. So it's all that. I don't want to go through the normal thing of saying where he spent his youth, did that. Of course, he's a B.Tech from IIT Kanpur. He's a PhD and a DSc. So most awesome. We are lucky to have him in this role, leading this great liberalization of the space sector to tap the potential here. I will stop with this. I will not take any more time because we overran in the morning. I want to try and make up a little. So with this, I'm going to request Chairman Dr. Pawan Goenka to come up and take his seat here. Thank you, sir. You'd like to talk here? Yeah. No, welcome the other speakers. Thank you, sir. Please sit down. We'll get the other speakers.
Thank you very much, sir. I would now request our first speaker for this afternoon session. We have a bunch of startups and some very, very enterprising startups who are going to be with us, who are here with us, and who are going to give us a little snapshot about the work that they have done thanks to the liberalization that has happened in the space sector. To begin the session, I would like to first welcome Dr. CVS Kiran, who's the head of R&D Skyroot Aerospace. Before he takes the podium, I would like to give a small introduction about him. Dr. Kiran is a part of the leadership and core team at Skyroot. He's lead R&D and strategic initiatives at Skyroot Aerospace, which is the first Indian private company to successfully launch a rocket into space. Dr. Kiran studied and worked in Germany for over 14 years. He was associated with ISRO, where he worked as a scientist at Vikram Sarabhai Center. He's a materials scientist and a PhD holder with over 100 publications. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we start, my apologies, I would like to welcome Dr. Pawan Goenka, a session chair, and would request him to make a few comments or remarks, please. Over to you, sir.
Sorry, I had to remind Mr. Ramachandran about the opening remarks, only to say that I'm not going to say much. So I've already given a longest speech in the morning. And in this speech, I have given a couple of challenges to the industry. So if I talk for too long, I'll probably put some more challenges. And I don't think you want more than 2 to take home in one day. So, and obviously what we want to do is hear Dr. Kiran, Sanjay, Satya, Srishti talk about their story, talk about what they expect InSpace to be doing, and any feedback, observations, experience they have up to now. We have the full InSpace leadership here today. So it's the first time I think the 4 of us will be together interacting with you. And the session is planned as an interactive session. So there's a very short speech. If you don't have questions, we will be looking at each other, not saying anything. So please come up with all your questions on what you want to know about InSpace or any inputs you want to give to InSpace, because it is a new organization. And we are still figuring out what is the best way to add value to the industry, which is the reason it was created. But let me just say that there clearly is excitement in the air when it comes to space sector. Everybody can feel that, including the media, because the number of articles that are being written about space today, at least I had not seen, maybe I was not looking, but I had not seen so much writing, so much interest from the media in space, and also investors who are now coming forward to support the space sector. I should also say that when in June 2020, when the Honorable Finance Minister announced that the Government of India will be opening up the space sector, I sitting there knowing nothing about space, said, what's the big deal? And little did I know how naive I was at that time, not knowing what the big deal was about opening out the space sector. And little did I know at that time that sometime later I'll be asked to come in and help the sector in some small way to try and fulfill the vision of Honorable Prime Minister to make space sector really grow with the help of the private industry. The reason the sector is so exciting, so challenging, is that it kind of fulfills three objectives in a way. The first one is that space always brings pride in the nation. When that rocket goes up, the whole of country stands up and cheers. Even if there's a failure, God forbid, they still cheer for the effort that has been put in. There's no other sector that gets such kind of absolutely universal acceptance and support from all people in the country. The second is that space sector, with all the applications that we have, impacts life of every citizen of India positively every day. And we are just scratching the surface yet, because so far private sector hasn't gotten into a big way in the application part, and most of it is ISRO and the government departments. And third, it has a potential to make significant contribution to the economy of a country. So when you add the three deliverables together, or three sort of outcome of the space together, there are not too many sectors that can claim to have that kind of importance and excitement for the country. And I guess Space's role is the third one, which we have not touched yet in a big way, because the space sector really hasn't come anywhere near close to the potential that it has for the economic development. And the second one also, where, as I said, we are scratching the surface, because the private sector was to take up the applications, starting from where ISRO has taken it, and they've done a wonderful job. But starting from there, private sector was to take up and really monetize it. And I'm using the word monetize not in a greed manner, but in a manner that monetizing means that you will be putting it into application for the last mile. Then I think the kind of value that space sector will add to us is tremendous. So let's listen to the four heroes of the space sector right now: Pixel, Dhruv Space, Agnikul, and the Skyroot. And after that, the in-space team will come on the stage and talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome introductory remarks. I would now invite Dr. Kiran, Head of R&D from Skyroot, to make his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Kiran.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving Skyroot the opportunity to present here, and also that too in the presence of InSpace Chairman Dr. Pawan Goenka. It's indeed an honor for Skyroot. Thank you very much. So just to give you a briefing, as most of you have seen, we have recently the mission Prarambh, the beginning of the new space regime of India. So these are the brief statistics of the launch vehicle, what you have seen. And then comes the nice video of the launch where the rocket flew into space from the Sriharikota launch pad. India's first private launch has indeed marked the history, mission Prarambh. And when we look at it in a slow scale, you see how beautifully the slow motion video shows the entire trajectory when it leaves the launch pad. The slow trajectory in which it's leaving and the firing of the spin motors is clearly seen in this video as soon as it leads the launcher. So Vikram S was indeed our dream. It took us almost 2 years to make this launch vehicle. So you see slowly now the firing of the spin motors. Then we had Vikram 1, where the propulsion system is entirely made out of carbon fiber composites, advanced materials, where we tested it at Solar Industries, Nagpur, and full duration tests which were carried out. A lot of hard work for the entire team who is dedicated and also very passionate. Then we had the onboard camera, which actually gave us beautiful footage of the entire launch. So indeed, it was very, very beautiful for us to have this first instance of our launch. As most of you know, this was the first mission for us as well. This was only possible through the continuous support of InSpace through the facility availability of ISRO. Otherwise, this mission would never have been possible. Thanks to the entire team of InSpace for making this possible for India. So about Skyroot, for those of you who know much little about it, so Skyroot was the first private space company to launch the rocket into space, marking history. And yeah, we are currently a team of around 220 people, and also the highest fundraised startup in the Indian space ecosystem as on today. But still, as Dr. Pawan Goenka today morning mentioned, it's still very less compared to the world scenario. So this is our leadership and core team. Pawan and Bharat are the co-founders. Then we have a very dedicated team with a mix of veterans from the space and the defense sector in combination with young. And then our launch platform, as you see, Vikram S, which was recently launched. Then we have Vikram 1, which is scheduled for launch next year, consisting of the solid propellant stages and a liquid stage. Vikram 2, consisting of solid stages in combination with a cryogenic stage. And then Vikram 3 towards the strap-on boosters, where the enhancement of the payload capacity takes place. So this is in remembrance of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. We named it as Vikram series of launch vehicles. In addition to that, we had solid propulsion, which is named after Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam as Kalam Motors, where we have successfully proven the full stage testing, in addition to other stages which are currently going on. Then we had our liquid propulsion systems, which is based on MMH and N2O4, which is named after Sir C.V. Raman, and also using fully advanced technology of 3D printing, and can also deliver multiple satellites into multiple orbits. Then we have our cryogenic technology, which is named after Dr. Satish Dhawan as Dhawan engine. In fact, we were the first persons to fully 3D print a cryogenic engine in India in September 2020, which took us some time to manufacture the test facility and then further test it. So it uses liquefied natural gas and liquid oxygen as the propellants, reusable technology, and also provides high performance. So through these successful technology demonstrations, we were also happy, or we were blessed to have 2 National Startup Awards. And then this motivated a lot. But for those of you to know the whole status of how it evolved, this was a brief history of where Skyroot has started in 2018 with that logo, and then towards 2022, where we have our Vikram S successful launch. We had a lot of things which were going on simultaneously in variety of stages, where we had proven the technologies and also aiming towards our launch next year. In the process, we also had successful visits from international level. Also the Australian delegation visit, as well as the Swedish delegation visit, visited our facilities. And also the leadership team, who has always been very, very courteous and helping us at various stages, whatever form they could. So this is all not one person's effort. This is the team Skyroot, which has put all the efforts. So this is entirely dedicated to the team Skyroot and their families for keeping us at work during odd hours, and also the entire support of InSpace, without which nothing would have been possible. And we hope to achieve further milestones as we envisage in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran, for that excellent presentation. I would now like to invite the rest of the startups together. Mr. Sanjay Nikanti, founder and CEO Dhruva Space, Professor Satyanarayan Chakravarti, co-founder and advisor, Agnicool Cosmos and IIT Madras, and Ms. Srishti Bajpai, Vice President Finance from Pixel Space. All three of you to be invited up on stage, please. Can you please come? Along with Dr. Goenka, please. Please. Dr. Kiran, you can also occupy your position on stage, please. We go to the next part of our program. We move ahead. As a part of that, we would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Nikanti, founder and CEO Dhruva Space. Before I welcome him to deliver his talk, I'd like to briefly introduce Mr. Sanjay Nikanti to all of you. He has worked on small satellite programs and stratospheric experiments across Asia and Europe, of which notable ones include the SRM-SAT mission, India's first student satellite project, and the Velox-P mission in Singapore. He has a bachelor's degree in ENT from Sri Ramaswamy Memorial University, Chennai. He's also a EGID scholar and has 2 master's degrees, one in space technology from Lille University of Technology, Sweden, and the other in spatial technologies and instrumentation from France. Over to you, Mr. Sanjay. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, BIF, for having me here. It's an honor to be in front of the industry leaders over here. Thanks to Dr. Goenka. It's, I think in today's presentation, I would address a lot of things about what we've done at Dhruva. But I think what is very, very important for me at this juncture to mention is whatever you see here has been realized in the last 12 months. In fact, after Dr. Goenka had visited us in Hyderabad. And the reason I'm telling this is because, it speaks volume about when government wants to do something, but here you're seeing it in action. Coming to Dhruva Space, India is well known for its space program around the world. We've launched missions to Moon, Mars, whatnot. And whenever a launch happens, all of us as Indians are pretty proud of those achievements. But let's look at some numbers, right? So from the 1960s until 2020, there were probably about 20,000 satellites launched. Between 2020 and 2035, it is estimated that over 100,000 satellites are going to be launched. Now, 100,000 satellites in 10 to 15 years time frame is a staggering number. Because, it took 60 years to launch 20,000 satellites. But, what's really happening? So people are talking about launching something called as constellations, wherein you don't launch like 1 or 2 satellites to provide specific applications, but you're launching tens, hundreds, thousands, and probably even 10,000s. Now, if you look at the building blocks of any of these constellation missions, there are 3 parts to it, right? The first one is the space segment, which deals with manufacturing satellites. The second one is the launch segment, which deals with putting the satellites in orbit. The third is the ground segment, which deals with operating the satellites once they are in orbit. Now, for any single satellite to be launched, you're working with anywhere between 20 to 100 plus vendors, depending on what size of satellite you're building. Now, if you have to launch like these tens of thousands of satellites, how do you do, right? Can you actually achieve that in the time frame that you're looking at, in the 10 to 15 year time frame? It's very difficult. So it's very difficult because you don't have full stack satellite deployment solutions available in the world. You can't go to one company and say, hey, can you launch a dozen satellites and provide a service for me? Because most of the companies today are making revenue by using satellites. So satellites are only an enabler. Services is where your revenues are ticking in, right? But now if you want those revenues to tick in, you need to have your assets out there up very fast. And that's exactly what Dhruva is doing today. There are more than 300 to 400 MSMEs in the country that have supported the Indian space program over the last 30 to 40 years. Thanks to this ecosystem, we are leveraging this ecosystem and building a full stack solution for customers, wherein the customer just says that, okay, we would like to have an imaging satellite that is going to have a resolution of 3 to 5 meters, and we would want to have image of the Earth clicked every few days. Then, we architect it, we build the satellites, we launch it for them, we also operate it for them, so that they can just focus on the data. So that's what I just covered in implementation. The customer usually just comes to us and says that, this is the application we are targeting, and we do it end to end for the customer. I think from a future perspective, we are right now, we've launched 2 satellites that are focused on communication applications. Over the next 18 to 24 months, we are going to ramp up our technology development on the same platform so that we can launch more of these satellites for specific applications. In addition to this, we are building larger platforms in collaboration with ISRO. Instead of reinventing the wheel, we are looking at licensing one of the ISRO platforms, the IMS-1 platform, to upscale and focus on producing it. Now let's see something in action. So could you get the video? System is called as a deployer that ejects the 2 satellites. So that deployer is also completely built indigenously. Once the satellites are ejected out, they're supposed to do sun acquisition, meaning the satellite needs to orient its solar panels towards the sun. The antennas need to get deployed. All of these have worked remarkably. We've just completed 200 orbits very recently, and the satellites are performing extremely well. Thank you. So that's the satellites transmitting Morse code somewhere around the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Sanjay. That was extremely interesting for people like us who sit in their offices. The kind of work that you have done is marvelous. Thank you. I would now invite Professor Satyanarayan Chakravarti, co-founder, advisor, Agnikul Cosmos and IIT Madras, to deliver his talk Before he does that, I would like to introduce Professor Satya Chakravarti. He is a professor of aerospace engineering at the IIT Madras, Chennai, India. He heads the National Center for Combustion R&D and is the coordinator of the Center of Propulsion Technology at IIT Madras. He's a co-founder of Agnicool, Galaxy I, the E-plane company Astro Volos, X2 Fuels, and Tougher Hyperloop. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Good to be here. Thank you. Yes. Good. Thanks. Right. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of you. Let me just talk about what we are doing at Agnicool. I wear two hats, as a matter of fact. One is a professor of aerospace engineering at IIT Madras, as well as a co-founder advisor at Agnicool. So, and it so happens that I have the opportunity to work with in space on both counts. And I'll talk about the professor's role towards the end of this talk, because this is meant to be talking about what Agnicool is doing and how in space is playing a great role over here. Just as a warm-up, we want to actually put out this picture to connect with Satcom India. We are in the job of launching satellites. I'm reminded of what a head of GE India told me once: engines can't fly by themselves, they need planes. And similarly, satellites cannot actually get up to space unless there is somebody to launch, and that's basically the job that we are doing over here. So we are in the upstream segment, and satellites are in the midstream segment, and there's a lot of applications in the downstream segment. What is the problem that we are actually trying to solve here is the debottlenecking of launching small satellites. Together, we can actually see about 75% of a lot of launches today are because of the way the launch vehicles are constructed. Primarily thinking that we are very large vehicles, we don't really care about small satellites. And what we are talking about is to solve the small satellite problem. To show how that really works, if you now think about many of these different payload fairings of Ariane 5 or Falcon 9 or GSLV or PSLV, and think about a small satellite, you see how that actually becomes like a single passenger wanting an entire train for himself. And many times satellites are much easier to do, maybe 6 months to build, but actually 2 years to launch because of a huge wait time and the right share that they have to do with much larger satellites. That shows a typical payload fairing of let's say the PSLV C-34, for example. However, the small satellite market is actually hugely booming, and it's expected to actually double in a few years. And this is an opportunity that we are trying to enable further by making small satellites possible, launching small satellites possible. How do we do this is with what we call as the Agniban, which is a two-stage rocket to low Earth orbit. It has two sets of engines. The first stage consists of about anywhere between 4 to 7 engines of what's called as Ignite, which is a 25 kilonewton fully 3D printed semi-cryo engine. And the second stage consists of a single Agni-Let, which is a 9 kilonewton vacuum electric pump fed single piece semi-cryo engine. In this picture, we have the full scale mock-ups of these. The left-hand side shows the second stage alone, including the tanks and the payload fairing, sitting in our lab at the National Center for Combustion R&D at IIT Madras. On the right-hand side, we see that along with the first stage as well. This was showcased at the InSpace inauguration in June. So coming back to what we can do with Agniban, you can now see how the small payload fairing can the small satellite can fit very snugly in the payload fairing of the Agniban, and essentially we are tailor-making satellite launchers for satellites for the first time pretty much in the world. So if you now think about many of the complexities that you will go with what's called as liquids versus solids and so on, one of the problems with liquids is the complexity of the number of parts, which we try to eliminate by having a single piece 3D printed engine, the most integrated anywhere in the world, about 1,000 pieces together, about 3,000 welds eliminated. And we do this 3D printing in-house with our own 3D printer and go through all the pre and post-processing by ourselves. Multiple such engines have been made and multiple such firings have been accomplished in our test facility at IIT Madras. So this essentially allows us to configure the rocket for any kind of satellite anywhere. In this particular graph, you can see anywhere between 30 to 100 kgs of payload, where we can get a low flat cost curve as opposed to the market by configuring the rocket And we can also essentially position this on a truck, so we can actually launch this wherever we want around the world. And these are essentially liquid engines that can be exported like a car engine, if you will. So that's essentially the idea. And in fact, the launch pad that we'll be talking about also has a mobile launch pedestal that will wheel the rocket into it. That's the last slide that we have. So we work out of multiple facilities in Chennai. The left-hand side two pictures, the left top two pictures show the engine test facility at the new campus where we test these engines. The right-hand side top picture shows a view of the rocket factory in the research park at IIT Madras, which was inaugurated by Chairman Tata Sons, Chairman InSpace, Chairman ISRO, all the three chairmen together in July. And then we also have an assembly facility for assembling the vehicle on the way to Sriharikota. Lots of accolades for Agnikul recognition and so on. You can skip this slide better. But very important slide here, the last one, on what is the major role that InSpace has actually played in Agnikul particularly. So here I have listed three things. In fact, I should say probably, I don't know if I'm right in saying this, but we probably were the first ones to try to use the support of what is InSpace long before InSpace actually started. By counting on the support that the present chairman offered when he was the director of VSSE in offering to allow for static testing of our engines at VSSE. And so we actually initiated an MOU with VSSE which went to the DOS, and then InSpace was announced, and then that got merged with the InSpace MOU. And effectively we got the static testing done last September, and we got fantastic results that would corroborate the results that we have got at IIT Madras. And subsequently in October, we have had the flight termination system offered to us by ISRO for putting on our launch pad, because this is a launch that is actually a liquid engine launch. That means it actually launches with full control authority. And when you now have control, that means that there is a chance of a failure mode, and if there is a failure, then we will want to have a flight termination system as in a real rocket launch. And this is the first time ISRO has actually provided a flight termination system to any rocket that has been designed outside of the ISRO's purview. And so that's actually a first over there as well. And the third one that we see last month is India's first privately developed launch pad. Again, we needed to actually have a launch pad on our own because the kind of rocket that we are talking about doesn't fit into any of the launch pads that ISRO has. And as we said, we can actually launch from anywhere, which means that we can actually wheel in our rocket on a truck and then launch it over there. So we have a very small, about I think 2,000 square feet space that we have constructed, a barren piece of land. We have just put a concrete bed and then put the umbilical tower and all that stuff. So that's something that was inaugurated by ISRO chairman last month. And later this month or early next month, we expect to actually do the actual launch itself. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much. That said, I think the other hat that I would like to wear is something that Dr. Pawan Goenka was spearheading. So there is a P in space, which is for promotion, other than A, which is authorization. So on the P side, I think he has initiated the possibility of offering a full-fledged minor course in satellite space technology that IIT Madras and IIT Bombay will be offering first to their students, and then we will make it available for the entire nation through online and video courses and a certification program and so on. I think more on that can come up in the question and answer session. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Professor Chakravarti. That was a true Indian Make in India innovation with support from Department of Space and InSpace. Very, very inspiring. With this now, I have the pleasure of inviting Madam Srishti Bajpai, Vice President Finance, Pixel Space, to deliver a short talk. Please keep it short, ma'am. We are running behind time. Just before she takes the floor, I'll introduce Madam Srishti Bajpai. Madam is a qualified CA and CS. Despite being from a finance background, she is enthused by the impact that technology brings and hence has been working with technology startups for the last 8 years. Her current stint is with Pixel Space, where she is the VP of Finance and heads the finance compliance and SCM functions. She's directly responsible for ensuring that company complies with not just the regular compliances, but also the evolving space technology reforms. The space sector has just opened up and she's actively involved in ensuring that the company works along with government agencies in navigating the challenges faced from a commercial and financial standpoint. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for the kind words, and the organizers, particularly Mr. Ramachandran and Mr. Debashish. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be in this August gathering, and particularly in this session with Dr. Goenka, his team, and the esteemed panel. When invited to speak, I was initially wary because I am no CEO or founder who's out there to change the world. I am not a scientist. I'm not an engineer who's building things. I just joined Pixel as their first finance hire, and given that it was a space startup in a country which was at the helm of space reforms, my role very quickly evolved to being their compliance person or the compliance officer, and which is where our interactions with InSpace started. Pixel started in 2019 when the space sector had still not opened up for private companies. We were still in R&D stage, and there was a lot of ambiguity about everything. This started to change when the government announced space reforms, and InSpace was constituted in mid-2020. In a lot of things, InSpace and Pixel's journey has been together. Today we have 3 satellites in space, and this path was not easy. InSpace has been our ardent supporter and has helped us in a lot of things, particularly in just legitimizing the companies in this sector. Space object registration or frequency license, etc., is just one of the compliance angles. India still grapples, or it has a very, very deep compliance framework for all big and small laws. And dealing with various departments as a space company was super challenging for us. In the beginning, just going to, even bank for a payment for a propulsion system or anything would be very tricky because nobody is used to making these payments. There's no compliance framework. So there were a lot of questions around who were we, what were we doing, what laws govern us, who is the nodal authority, who will be responsible if something goes wrong in terms of national security. And that is where InSpace came up big time. Particularly, we've gotten a lot of support in one of the important things that we're doing, which was around establishing ourselves as an export-oriented unit. We had all the documents, we had all the explanations, but still the authorities were just very confused about how can private companies actually build satellites, and which is where we went to InSpace. Their explanations and the MOU with Pixel helped us in getting the EOU license. We face similar issues with SCOMET as well, because again, the industry is so new that there is a lot of ambiguity around what items require SCOMET license, what items do not require. It is very overwhelmingly happy to see that InSpace has already taken up these things proactively and is trying to solve these issues. Another issue that Pixel particularly faced was getting FDI into the company. While this is again not an InSpace mandate typically, but there has been a lot of support in just getting visibility from the various authorities. Apart from these, there were a lot of other areas where InSpace has been instrumental. Getting access to the test facilities, creating a a database for the suppliers in the space components, licensing coordination with WPC, etc. More importantly, what we've seen is that the role of InSpace has been very good in just creating a community, in creating an ecosystem wherein people who are in this industry can come, collaborate, and eventually solve problems together. In the last 6-7 months, while we interact with a lot of authorities like the SEZ, like the DGFT, like WPC, we've seen a huge shift in their perception. We see that they are much more open, they are much more curious for space, And I don't think this could have been possible without what InSpace has done in 1.5 to 2 years. While we move forward, the role of InSpace is going to be even more intertwined with the industry. So it would be great to see them focus on a few more things, primarily enactment of space policy and very clear guidelines around it, a very active role in the FDI policy and its implementation, a single window for all issues faced by the space industry, not just in the technical terms, but also in the commercial aspects. For the industry to grow as a whole, it's very important that we start having discussions around business models and revenue models and the monetization. So I think InSpace has a huge role to play here in terms of simple guidance to the industry, which is still very focused on R&D. Apart from that, simple technology initiatives, technology sharing, both cross-border and within the country, and a huge supplier testing database, again, not just in India, but across the world. These are some things that will enable all the companies to grow together and just make progress faster. These were just a few thoughts on the industry and how InSpace has evolved. We look forward to working with the stakeholders in taking the sector and India to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Srishti. With this, we come to the end of the startup introduction. I would request to the startups to kindly go back to the sofa on the front. And at this point of time, I would welcome the InSpace team to join Dr. Goenka. To begin with, Mr. Vinod Kumar, then Dr. P.K. Jain, and we would have Mr. Rajiv Jyoti also. All three of you are kindly requested to come up on stage, please. Thank you. So we start the interactive session with the industry, with the InSpace leadership team, by a short presentation to be made by Shri Vinod Kumar. Before Mr. Vinod Kumar takes the floor, I would just introduce him briefly. Mr. Vinod Kumar is Director, Promotion Directorate in InSpace. He's before joining InSpace, he was heading the Geocontrol Dynamics Design Division and working as Deputy Project Director, Attitude and Altitude and Orbit Control System at UR Rao Satellite Center, ISRO, Bangalore. He was awarded the ISRO Team Excellence Award in 2006 by His Excellency former President of India, Shri Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, for in-orbit management of spacecraft operations. He was again chosen for Team Excellence Award in 2011 for GSAT 12, AOCS Design, Development and Realization. With these few words, I'd introduce, I request Mr. Vinod Kumar to kindly take the floor.
Before Vinod starts his presentation, I just want to say a few words about what we heard from the 4 startups. I guess when you listen to these young companies, I hope that for everyone it's very motivating. In terms of what they are doing, what they are achieving, and the way they are approaching the sector. Now, when I go back to when I was their age, which was long time ago, if you put me up on a stage like this and say, talk to the industry experts, I'll probably just freeze. And the confidence that they demonstrate here on this stage is just itself so motivating that Indian space sector is going to be in good hands. There are differences between the 4 companies, the 4 projects that they have done. Like Skyroot, for example, has leveraged the expertise of retired ISRO experts very well by having 5 or 6 of them work with them full time. Dhruva Space, for example, has looked at what are the needs, the full stack solution that they talked about. Agnikul has gone into a different technology. And also, Agnikul has done something interesting, which Indian industry, unfortunately, doesn't do often or enough of. That is, now he's wondering what am I going to say. So what they have done is put capacity before demand. And often our industry looks for demand before they put capacity. And when the demand comes and capacity is not there, the demand will go somewhere else. Demand will not wait for the capacity to come up. So it's a very good thing that even before firing the first pre-orbital launch rocket, they have put capacity for making, what, 2 engines a week? I mean, 1 engine per 2 week, right? 2 engines a week. So big capacity they have put in. So there's something common in all of them that I said they have a vision of what they want to do. They have a risk appetite. Some of them are doing even things that ISRO has not thought of doing, in spite of their years of expertise, resources they have, to go into that and look at that. And that's something that only young minds can do. Once you get to a certain age, then you become start playing very safe. So I'm so happy that the young minds are doing that, and the hunger that they have within themselves to, if I could describe कि कुछ करके दिखाना है, and that hunger of कुछ करके दिखाना है is something that probably creates more energy than anything else. And that's what I like about these people, that the kind of approach they have, and I personally get motivated when I meet these young people and talk to them about their work. So I'm very grateful to the young startups in the industry who are really putting in their best effort and probably teaching a thing, or not probably, teaching a thing or two to all of us who have been around for quite some time. So thank you very much. Now, Vinod, you can start. We have about 35 minutes. We will have Vinod give about a 10-minute presentation. After that, we are open for discussion. Whatever you want to ask, want to talk about in space.
Respected Chairman in space, my dear colleagues, friends, and Viswa, I don't see, I think she has gone for tea. Let me quickly put perspective what all in space is doing after its formation. As till now you all know that, especially space community knows that in space is there, and we have started working. So this is a nice topic. It's a sector specific, means for the role of in space for Satcom sector. We'll touch upon this. So as you know that under visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, space sector reforms were initiated, and InSpace was formed in June 2020. So we have the roles to enable the private entities to carry out end-to-end space activities. And it addresses the promotion, authorization, infrastructure sharing, supervisor, and we are trying to be a single window agency. InSpace board assists us, guides us with the members from Department of Space, various ministries, industry, and academia. So this is our vision: to promote, enable, authorize, and supervise space activities of non-government entities. Our organization structure, as you all know, our Dr. Goenka is the chairman in space. He is advised by InSpace board, Space Commission, Department of Space. We have 3 directorates. Promotion directorate is headed by me. My 2 other colleagues, PMA director, Dr. Jain, and the technical director, Mr. Rajiv Jyoti. We have legal, finance, and administrative joint secretary has that. So basically, the 4 verticals which we have been given revolves around InSpace: promoter, enabler, authorizer, supervisor, and we are very happy that the defining movement was this space movement given by the Prime Minister. As you all know that InSpace is for space, InSpace is for space, and InSpace is for ace. These are the kind of thing buzzing since this year, 2022, he has inaugurated our headquarters. Coming to the roles, promotion directorate defines strategy for Indian space sector. We are working on it. Industry outreach, engagement with academia. especially developing the space technology minor course, and I am pleased to tell that IIT Bombay and IIT Madras has come forward, and we have developed in fact with them, and there is a huge demand for this course. We will see. Other work is international outreach and public outreach. Enabler, nurture support for startup, enable access to ISRO space facilities, facilitate starter access to investors, support space ecosystem for private entities, like development of space accelerator system. Certain things are coming up. Authorizer, as you know, authorizes all end-to-end launch activities in all the verticals of space. That is the new thing. Supervisor, provide expert guidance in private space companies, facilitate design reviews, oversee project implementation. So what all we have done after our formation, we had around 160 plus applications. You see that in satellite, around 70 for launch vehicle, 31 applications, surprisingly low, 17, but we are being approached. Now people are coming forward with the new applications, it may increase. Ground segment, just 8. Promotion also, we have started getting around 20, 21 application. Other category, 15. And you see that all category of companies are coming to us for the authorization, various kind of supports. So all these proposals are being routed through our InSpace digital platform. It's a paperless platform, that inspace.gov.in. Specific to the title of the day, the role of InSpace, what in Satcom sector, authorization for establishment of satellite system, as you know, that's one thing. Driving Indian space policy 2022 formulation and liberalization of the FDI policy. This has been discussed today enough. Enabling usage of Indian and non-Indian orbital spectrum sources by NGE and optimum utilization of available resources. Facilitating ITU filing by NGE in coordination with WPC and DOT. Enabling the use of LEO, MEO constellation for communication. Enabling NGE to assess ISRO test facility expertise for realization of satellite system. Enabling the technology transfer from ISRO in the area of satellites, payloads and ground segment. Exploring setting up of play and plug manufacturing facilities in coordination with the state governments. Coordination with global players and operators and countries towards making India manufacturing hub for the Satcom system and services. So this is the kind of momentum space sector is getting in FDI terms. You see, we have around $111 billion this year, $100 billion in 2021. So total is 200, and you see increasing number of startups. This is old slide, I think. We have already 155 as per the DPIIT, and around 143 or so are registered with us also. Same companies. So this, another is enhancing Indian space economy. What are the challenges and solutions? And we are working on this direction also. Identify and create demand in government and private sector. Identify global market demand, reduce space sector imports, aggregation of opportunities. Competitiveness, industry and quality standards, bring out this thing. Enabling funding for NRE. Know-how transfer of technology, mentorship, support system for disruptive technologies, and capacity building. Access to space, ISRO facilities, space accelerator, and manufacturing hub. This is the paperless flow of our work, which is AI-driven platform. inspace.gov.in is started processing, and we'll make it full end-to-end, where your MOU, JPIB, everything will generate automatically, and it will be digitally signed shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shri Vinod Kumarji, for that excellent presentation for the audience to understand the role of InSpace. With this, now we start the interactive session with the InSpace leadership team. I would invite all our startup members to kindly take the mic and please if the mic can be please shared. I would request one by one, maybe we can ask one of the startups maybe to start, or anybody else who would like to take. Yeah, Mr. Kishore Narang, please.
Good afternoon, and I'm just an electronic design engineer, and I think before I get started with my question or my concern, I would like to really congratulate this initiative in space. I think very strategic initiative, and I'm really very happy to see this kind of an achievement. And I've been very skeptical about our startups ecosystem, to be honest, since we started this wave. Why? Because our startups in India so far mostly have been more innovation, has been about business models, not about hardcore technology. And since I'm coming from electronics, I see hardware startups are hardly there. And I'm from old breed of engineer, so I always try to mentor for the product design, system design, and there are no takers. Interestingly, they're all happy with the software and all that. Nobody wants a rugged, reliable electronics hardware for any of the solution that is. But I think here now that we have a lot of momentum, I think what we would need, and I think it has been already captured in your this thing, that we would need mentorship for this thing. And if I can safely presume, the current focus has been more on the mechanical, the cryogenic and other technologies, and electronics is being basically outsourced off the shelf from and a system being integrated. But I think it is high time, and there's a lot of potential about high-tech electronic components for all these initiatives to be developed indigenously in a ruggedized and space-grade qualification, because I've had some experience developing these products. So what is the scenario, even maybe some startups could share, and then what is your initiative? If needed, I'll be more than happy to be part of this initiative to help the startups. And I'm not looking at any commercials. I'm happy in my own space. Okay, it's my payback time, so I'm happy to understand first, and then if needed, I can be of any help.
Yeah, I think, Dr. Kishore, I think you nicely captured that there is a hardware, on the product development, there is a thrust is there right now, whatever this was presented. But everything requires electronics, whether it was a launch vehicle or the satellite which was built by, and the one which are going to come. So everywhere the ruggedization for the space environment is the minimum requirement for making sure that they have zero defect and successful mission. So that is there. We are not seeing that is missing. Second thing is on the other side that because here they have to have. So second thing, your question is on the mentorship. We are having a mechanism, and for this right now, all this help which you are taking is from the ISRO, technical. A lot of expertise is available. Foundation is very strong, so we are making use of that. So, but definitely we'll discuss anything which you mentioned about yourself. So, thank you.
Can you put up slide number 10?
Yeah.
And I just want to add a little bit more color to this. This is a very good question that you have asked, so to say. And in a sense, this slide summarizes how in space will work going forward. So what we're doing today about authorizations and helping to facilitate use of ISRO is basically the starting point. The real value addition will come from what this slide says. And the reason I'm bringing it back is this is sort of our internal thinking right now. Few of us have sat together and looked at it. Please look at this slide and come back with any inputs that you may have where you think in space can play a proactive role in promoting the industry. Right? Now, very specifically, if you look at the fourth bullet on the demand side, it says aggregation of opportunities. Right? Now, the reason we do not have enough, or we have too much import, is because we don't have scale. It's not a technology issue in all cases. Some cases it is, but not in all cases. And if you are able to get the scale up by many of the private sectors coming in, and we aggregate those opportunities, there are many companies in India who can make today what we are importing. And that will have to be sort what shall I say, facilitation that InSpace will have to do to make that happen. And will be a very important role beyond just sort of bringing private sector in.
Just to add to your one point which you said about the qualification standards. So that is also are in place. So they are being all the startup, whoever it requires, that type of discussion itself, this is being transformed. And we are making a mechanism that they can see off without even coming to InSpace. Once they know, register with us, all the standards are available to them.
Good afternoon. Prakash here from Emerging Open Technology Foundation. I would like to go through a bit on this. Since you have put this chart, it's very good. Talks about the demand, the know-how, the capacity, the competitiveness. So one on the Skyroot, what I saw is they have what kind of IPR and how do you deal with the technology transfer between the various bodies like ISRO, or it could be Qualcomm, Dhruva example. So what's the take on IPR? And the second is, what is the suggestion or requirements you like to enforce on a startup on the PLI? Those are the two issues I would like to hear from this audience. Thank you.
So let me start and then I'll request Skyroot also to add to it. If you look at the first bullet on know-how, it's technology transfer or transfer of technology from ISRO to NGEs. And obviously the transfer of technology has been happening for many, many years. But in the new sort of reform of space, we are going to accelerate this process. And a lot of things that were not considered as ready for appropriate for transfer of technology will be looked at for that process. And InSpace, again, will facilitate that process with ISRO and NCIL. Now, my expectation is that the private sector should not simply take ISRO technology and say, I'm going to use it. They should take ISRO technology and take it up and say, no, I'm going to use it. And that's the expectation that I would have from the private sector, startups, and as well as established companies. But this is a very important part because IPR generation is something where traditionally India has been behind in any sector, not the space sector. I remember way back in 25, 30 years ago, when you said, do you have a patent on something, you will get this strange look. Why are you asking for patent? How does it matter? But today, at least, we are more sensitive about it. Every company will boast of multiplying 10 times what they were doing, say, 10 years ago. But still, we are way behind in terms of how many patents we have or what kind of IPR we generate. You want to add to this?
Thank you very much for the nice question indeed. A lot of technologies what we use are already available in the textbooks. But putting it into application is one of the most critical point. But we do have a lot of IPs which are in terms of design IPs which we have registered, or also ongoing process which is going on from the side of Skyroot. So this is just briefing from the side of Skyroot. Probably Sanjay wants to add something.
Just to add on to what Dr. Goenka mentioned, I think in few areas we've already filed for few patents, but more thrust on building on top of TOT, the technology transfer that we are taking is what we are looking at right now. For example, the larger satellite platform, we would like to mass produce it. So when I mean mass produce, how many can we produce? Couple of every few weeks, so on and so forth. So we believe that there'll be a multiplier effect that will come over there, and there will also be newer IP that is being generated. For example, building those manufacturing assets that can be utilized for mass production, so on and so forth. Thank you.
I think IP generation is pretty much core to what we do at Agnicol, primarily because we are actually looking at this as a global competition and not just an Indian play. And if we want to survive globally, unless we have very strong IP that we can protect, it's going to be very difficult for us to compete. So we already have, for example, the patent for the full-fledged, the fully integrated 3D printing. And we have filed many other patents for configurable rockets and lots of such things. So this is a very important aspect for us.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Question for the leadership team from InSpace. So we know that space economy is a global economy, right? So with the reforms being worked upon in the space industry, how does InSpace plan to ensure that the laws are liberal and open while keeping the best interest of the nation protected?
So this is something where there are many different views, and everyone will have a certain approach to it. See, coming from industry, have a view that if you protect the industry too much, the industry does not innovate, does not grow. And I will just take auto industry as an example. If you go back to 91, when industry was totally licensed, many of you were not born at that time, but those who were driving cars at that time would know that even for a car that you won't look at today, you have to wait for 2 years to get. Today, you won't even look at that car if it was in the showroom. Look where we have come. Right? It was said that at that time, the Indian companies were very weak, and if you open up the market, they'll be swallowed by the multinationals. Look which are the companies that are number 2 and number 3. Right? The Indian companies, not the Toyotas and the Renaults and the General Motors and the Fords. So I believe that Indian business, Indian industry, once put to the challenge, will always, and that time also the auto industry complained a lot, allow us time to become stronger before we can take on the foreign competition, don't open it too soon, we will be drowned and so on and so forth. But nobody drowned, except 1 or 2 companies that just were not willing to innovate. And they deserve to drown if they don't want to innovate. So I think I would request industry, of course, InSpace will take a very balanced view. I'm not saying that we are just going to open the door wide, but industry should also introspect to see, should we keep foreign competition out and deny our people the latest exposure to technology, features, products, or should we say that I'm going to tie up my shoelaces tighter and jump higher and catch up with them and go beyond them? And I think that I have enough confidence in all of you to believe that if you were put in the swimming pool and you don't know swimming, you will learn very quickly. That doesn't mean that we are going to open everything tomorrow, but just telling you that don't expect that we are going to be very protective about the industry, because you also have to, let's talk about Satcom. I think Mr. Ahuja had talked about not to create monopoly and not to kill the industry. And I suppose he was referring to opening the door for foreign companies to come in. So you have to balance between our need for broadband communication and our need to grow the Indian industry. And if you are too much on one side, you will create the wrong outcome. And therefore, if we say that we are just going to wait for Indian industry to catch up, we will be waiting for a long time before the broadband comes to the level of where we want it to be. And therefore, that balancing is going to be very much required. And I know there will be a lot of push and pull on both sides, but we will have to balance it and hope that we are able to satisfy you, and 10 years from now, you will thank us that we opened the door for others to come in. Jason, there are no more questions. Let me kind of go back to the previous session on policy, where I thought some very good inputs had come from the industry speakers. And as Mr. Maheswar Rao explained, that most of those are actually being looked at. And we have had very good consultation with the industry. And I think almost everything that's reasonable has been put into the policy. For example, single window. For example, a defined timeline. We have pushed our teams a lot to ensure that we put what is the timeline for giving approval, and that will be published on a website for you to know what the timeline is, and you can hold InSpace accountable. And we will hold you accountable if you don't respond in time to queries that are raised by InSpace, because sometimes it actually happens that way. Not you breathing down our neck, us breathing down your neck to say, where are you? You just have disappeared all of a sudden. So it has to work that way, and we will have to work very closely. There are certain things where we would depend on other departments of the government, and obviously we have to align with them and ensure that they are also meeting the same timeline. Today, I think most government departments, and I can say this coming from outside into the government, the kind of positiveness that I see in government departments is very high. Maybe it was always high, we just didn't see it from outside, but as I'm inside, I certainly see a very high positiveness in all government departments, because the end objective is the same. What government wants to achieve and what the industry wants to achieve are not two different things, right? The only difference will be perhaps that industry will perhaps put, and they should put, the commercial value first, because if you don't have commercial value, you will not survive. Nobody is here to do charity. You are here to finally get return on your investment. I'm very clear on that. And government will never compromise with public good. And sometimes when public good and commercial activity contradict, that's when the problem will come. But I'm finding more and more that there is no contradiction between what is public good and what is commercial good. And therefore, we will make very good progress. And I have seen the process from inside now. Process is very robust, very careful, very thoughtful. And the industry should, I think it's a very good time to be in the industry when the government is so positive about facilitating the industry to move forward.
Just to close it, on the geopolitics angle and the impact of it on the dual-use technology. The impact of dual-use technology on the in space. What do you do because of the geopolitics involved? And the cost of goods being cheaper, you get a lot of Chinese being used. And what do you say on that? Do you have any take on that?
Yeah, it is a good question, and thanks for that question. Of course, when we look at the proposals by the non-government entities, now we look at these angles also. And now what we are proposing, a interministerial committee which would have the representation from the various ministries for security angle, like there would be MHA and MEA, DOT, MIB, DPIIT, and DGFT to look at all those angles. And this is what now we are proposing, and it is going to be implemented very soon, shortly, and accordingly we'll process the proposals.
Just a thought, I don't know if this is being considered by InSpace going forward. Would it be possible for InSpace to actually set up an array of facilities for startups to utilize? Sort of, developing a mini ISRO sort of thing, instead of actually going to ISRO for the testing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, capacity is there. Yeah, capacity, yeah. So I think one of the mandate is that we should use maximally, which is the facilities which are available with the ISRO, which are high capex, which cannot be be arranged by a startup. So that should be used from ISRO. If it is, we find that there is some facilities which are frequently used, and which if we start using ISRO facility and we find there is a activity get hampered of the ISRO, so those facilities we are already trying to build, and I can make a With the approval of chairman, with internal reviews, we have already forecasted that we are going to have a, this March 23, we will be ready with our design technical center, or part of the technical center, wherein all designs can be carried out with the startup who are registered with us. And we are going to make a mechanism how to going to be used. And second thing is, all those facilities which is required for ruggedization, which you are mentioning, those which are frequently used will be available, which are, we are already envisaging. And the load should go, make sure that your idea which come from the startup result into a product at single place.
Just to add to this, right now, all the facilities that private sector is able to use are with ISRO. Okay, today that's the ground reality. Going forward, between ISRO, between InSpace, and between private sector facilities, because I would hope that private sector will also see business opportunities in creating facilities, as it is in many other countries. But between these three, all the needs for a startup will be met in terms of facility uses, including software access, because many of the software are very expensive, and no startup can afford to buy those. So Rajiv is buying few software like that, and in fact, our board has asked us to work with some of the educational institutions and set up software services, software hubs in these education. So once you start the course, we are going to come back to you for setting up the software.
Thank you, sir. May I be permitted two small questions? Most enlightening to listen to all this. Firstly, about the way startups are coming up and so enthusiastic. I was wondering whether there is any plan for sort of facilitating an ecosystem, because the first speaker in the startup, he referred to multiplicity of players in the supply ecosystem. So would it bear merit to examine, would it bear merit to examine whether we can facilitate ecosystems to come up? Like Sri Perumbudur system was developed, which really helped Nokia come up. So is there any plan for that? That's one question. And second question is, from the telecom experience, what we have seen is that when new entrants come, which started in '94, lots of problems, a lot of challenges, and we were new entrants. At that time, there was no regulator. I mean a regulator with legislative backing. So in 1997, the action to bring in TRAI with legislative support, I think that played a very significant role. Is there any plan to bring in legislative backing for the work that you're doing? Thank you.
Yeah. So, ecosystem, yeah. So the first part of the question I will address. We have understood that it's not only, as you said here, it's not only technical know-how which is required for making a product. You need to know the market, study the market. You need to have some capital. You need to have understood all which are the things which are essential for making sure that your product is competitive in the market. So, for making sure that the whole ecosystem which we are currently creating, and we have already made a mechanism, wherein all these things which I talked about will be kept at one place. So, including, as I said, the ecosystem which will talk about if any mentoring is required, or legal funding, or legal advice is required, or funding is required, or all other parameters other than the technology, know-how or robustness, all those things are required. All those things also will be available. And apart from that, from the market study, if we can, we are also giving a bucket of opportunities which can be used by those so that they goes in the right direction with the accelerated pace.
Yeah, with regard to your second question, the InSpace is working very closely now with Department of Space to bring out the Space Bill, Indian Space Bill, or Act, which will provide us the legitimate legal teeth to the policy which is coming, as well it will address the other issues like the liability, third-party insurance, and in the state's responsibility or obligation to the UN conventions and all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So just, one more follow-up. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah, so I think my question is both basically when you talk about ecosystem, what I mentioned when I say ruggedized design, it is not something, ruggedization of design or any product is not an afterthought. So the way we see the ruggedization, reliability and all that space quality start from the drawing board. Now the interesting part is in our any of the ecosystem, whether you call it academia, so sorry to say that be candid about it, nobody teaches rugged, reliable product design, system design. And today, in our engineers, however enthusiastic they may be, they do not have competence to design rugged, reliable products. So I think this is where another gap where we'll need to fill up, because here you cannot do with those, Raspberry Pis and Arduinos kind of designs, we are talking a different ball game. So this is another gap we'll need to fill up. Without which, I think our ecosystem will not flourish and we'll depend on a lot of imports.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Shall we? Yeah. Just 30 seconds, sir. 30 seconds more, sir. Perhaps that's more important for you. Now the thing is that I'm Rakesh Mehrotra. I'm always anti-node. So what the persons do talk. There are a couple of things which are required to be taken into consideration. One is the environmental awareness. What's all happening all around the world to do that. Second thing is, do we have any strategic plan? The way the UK has satellite strategic plan, their doctrine is there. Do we have any doctrine to do or free for all? Somebody is doing something, somebody is doing things. Or we are defined a path, what we are trying to do and make the corrections in that. That's the second thing. What are the roles of the different regulatory authorities for TRAI, DOT, WPC, in space and all those? So there has to be clarity, so there should not be any overlap.
Okay.
Third and the most important is, sir,
please.
1 second. The national security and how we are going to take care of from these particular platforms.
So first one, all I can say is I agree that we have to be very careful about environment and take everything into account. The second one, I would say that InSpace and ISRO have kicked off or is kicking off perhaps this week a strategy project to look at the strategy for the private sector involvement, not the strategy for the scientific missions that ISRO does very well and we don't need to look at that, but for the private sector involvement. And as I said earlier, that so far we are reacting to what comes to us. We are not proactively going out and saying these are where the opportunities are. And after we do the strategy project, we hopefully would have a bucket of things that will go back to the private sector, do some workshops, hackathons, or whatever you want to call them, and present those opportunities and maybe even support, handhold in the beginning to make that happen. So just as an example, I'm saying prematurely because the strategy work is not done yet, but like we've been saying, applications is an area where I believe that what ISRO has done so far is really very high notch, right? But it's not getting to the last mile in the way it can. If private sector was to start with what ISRO has and took it to the last mile, I think that itself will be great value addition to the society and great opportunity for commercial leveraging, right? So that's just one example. Small satellite manufacturing. We have here manufacturing hubs that we want to create and incentivize that. The import substitution, if I want to call it, that came up earlier. The ground stations that we really do not have enough on right now, both in terms of as a service and as manufacturing, are some of the areas that we are looking at. Small rocket launches with Skyroot, Agnikul coming up and the SSLV of ISRO. I think these will be opportunities for the sector, but we will come back after we have completed the work and identified what those areas will be. And yes, the third point, of course, is always going to be on top of our mind. We'll never compromise with it. And sometimes, even if we have to go too far to protect national interest, which may be a bit frustrating for industry, we will have to do that because we cannot compromise in any way, shape, or form with the national interest. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was an excellent interactive session. We thank each and every one of the audience members who had asked these questions, and I would like to specially thank our chair of the session, Dr. Goenka, chairman of InSpace, along with his InSpace leadership team, Mr. Vinod Kumar, Dr. Jain, and Mr. Rajiv Jyoti. Thank you so much. We now have a small felicitation to be done to the InSpace leadership team. I would request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran to come on stage and hand over the small memento and the shawl to Mr. P.K. Jain first. Thank you. Then Mr. Rajiv Jyoti. Mr. Rajiv Jyoti next. TV sir to Mr. Rajiv Jyoti. And then to Mr. Vinod Kumar. I think the InSpace leadership team deserves a round of applause for the excellent work that they are doing and they would continue to do. In fact, we are all inspired by them.
So on a lighter vein, I want to say that I've given a task to the media company that produced this, this image here, that they will create a virtual shawl and a virtual bouquet. And from here on, we will give virtual shawl and virtual bouquet, and all the money that you save will go to charity. So that's the next change that we are going to make in the way we run our conferences.
Thank you. And now, yeah, after the photo op, I'd also like to now invite the 4 startups up on stage to receive their mementos. Please, Skyroot, Dhruva Space, Pixel Space, and Agnikul. Would request all of them to come up on stage to receive their mementos, please. From TV, Mr. TV, sir. Dr. CVS Kiran from Skyroot. Thank you. Mr. Sanjay Nekanti, next. Professor, thank you. Professor Satyanarayan Chakravarti. A round of applause, please, from the audience. And Madam Shrishti Bajpai to receive from Pixel Space. Thank you. With this, we conclude the session, thanking each and every one of you for having. Sanjay? Where is Professor Chakravarti? Photo opportunity, please.
Setting the direction by drawing inspiration from the dynamic world delivered is indeed commendable.
It's 4 p.m.
Thank you and best wishes.
Thank you. Vishwa, sorry. It's 4 o'clock. We would like to break now for 15 minutes and reassemble at 4:15 to start the next session, which will be on Satcom mobility, in-flight and maritime communications. So all of you are requested to have a quick tea break and come back here in 15 minutes at 4:15, please. Thank you. Can you hear me? My name is Debashish.
क्या हुआ? This is good. कुछ हलचल तो हुई.
Hello. Hello.
Came online and now he's switched off. Okay, so we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes, please.
Yeah, please do it.
Just about.
And a sweet.
Hello, Didin sir. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to please take your seats. The next session will be about to start. Welcome, Daniel. You're muted just now, but thank you for joining. Still starting. You have to start. I've said hello to him. Good evening, everybody. I'm Arun Mukherjee, and welcome to the session on Satcom mobility for in-flight and maritime communications. I request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran to please come and give the welcome note for the session. Just a minute. Yes, my apologies.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Daniel. Thank you. We can hear you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite to the stage our chair, Shri Sunil Niranjan, please. Sir. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Brijender Bhuvan Urmalia from Nelco Limited, please. Mr. N. Jairam, Director, Marketing and Alliances from Hughes Communications, India. And Mr. Jayesh Parelkar from ITC Global. Welcome. and Mr. T.V. Ramachandran from Broadband India Forum. Sir.
Thank you, Arun. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished dignitaries on the stage, Chair of the session, Shri Sunil Nirania. I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Sunil Nirania and the distinguished speakers and all of you to the session on flight and maritime communications. With the Satcom system, one can communicate, of course, everybody knows, very securely and efficiently anywhere. But the satellite mobility market consists of all the three segments: the on-flight, in-flight, aeronautical, maritime, and land mobile. We have to keep sight of all these three, not get a distorted perspective. With satellite communications, tremendous are the benefits in superior flight experience, for broadband in-flight connectivity, like in-home Wi-Fi experience, and pilots are given the opportunity to streamline operations and flight times while lowering costs for fuel and maintenance. With respect to the global maritime satellite communication, the market is expected to touch a value of about $8.77 billion in 5 years, registering a CAGR of 10.64%. Main drivers of this growth will include rising demand for broadband connections. And today we are hearing about broadband in every session, in every talk almost, how much it has permeated our existence. The demand for broadband connections, the demand for VSAT connectivity, whether it be for ATMs or any other emergency requirement, and high throughput satellites to enable cloud and IoT applications. Ministry have already come up with its recommendations in this context, and let us hereby welcome Mr. Sunil Nirania, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, as the session chair to take charge of the panel discussion. But before that, I would like to say a couple of words, not more, about Mr. Nirania. Mr. Nirania, as the DDG Satellite, has been spearheading the activities in the satellite communications area for the last several months since he has moved into this job. And remarkable have been the sort of things he has announced there, very quietly, without any fanfare. No advertising, no talking about it, but you would be surprised at the list of reforms, which even Chairman in the morning, Chairman TRA referred to, and so many other speakers. So we cannot thank him enough from the sector for the great measures he has initiated into the thing. And we are looking forward to even more work going forward. I think it is just the beginning. And knowing Mr. Nirania, I'm sure he is going to come up with more quietly, more reforms quietly, and take us all rapidly forward in this sector. Over to you, Mr. Nirania.
Thank you, TV sir. Being the last discussion of the day, I'll be trying to be brief. Respected Chairman, NSIL, senior Satcom professionals, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I wish the organizers a big thank you for organizing this and giving us opportunity to share our thoughts. the role of satellites to complement the terrestrial media, and further the digital financial inclusion in the underserved areas is very critical for a large country like ours. And when we come to the need of on-the-move communications like in-flight communications, communication in the vessels while at sea, and for managing assets in the sea like ONGC would be doing in high seas, it is indeed the unique selling point, a proposition for the satellite network makers and sellers. So before we come to the IFMC discussion, I would like to, some of the delegates requested me that the recent reforms can be summarized in a few points. So please permit me to enumerate the reforms that have been undertaken by DOT in recent times. Satellite industry is on a path of profound transformation as it is being opened to private sector by the Department of Space. And our ministry has taken a series of steps on policy and regulatory front to facilitate the businesses. So briefly, these could be put in three buckets. A, to simplify the existing processes. B, reducing the OPEX and the cost to the service providers. And C, expanding the bouquet of services that can be offered under the telecom licenses. Talking regarding A, to simplify the processes, we have taken a few steps. For instance, per site clearance of wireless operating license for the user side, VSATs has been done away with. Only clearance for hub would be taken and not for the individual sites. So that should ease the process a lot. Instead of multiple level scrutiny by NOCC and WPC, single stage scrutiny has been prescribed now. And instead of physical testing of the satellite antennas by NOCC, now self-certification would do. So regarding net result of this is going to be, earlier it used to take more than 6 months to get all these clearances on an average. Now we are going to take less than 6 weeks to do the same work. So hopefully this would result in substantial rollout time. Regarding saving of the costs to the industry, we have, as was mentioned in the morning, reduced the NOCC charges of rupees 2.1 million per year per transponder. And the corresponding testing has gone, so goes the testing charges. Further, DOT has enhanced the PLI scheme to include the satellite antenna, satellite hub equipment, and the customer side equipment in the production-linked incentive scheme. The C part of our reform pertains to expanding the bouquet of services the service providers can offer to the customers. So the most recent being that we have allowed user terminal stations on the moving platforms. So earlier, in-flight was the moving part, vessels were the moving part. Now on the land mobility also, such terminals could be offered subject to the TEC IR that has just been released in the first week of October. So mobility can be offered. Similarly, IoT devices can be offered, backhaul can be offered. So the VSAT number that had got plateaued down, maybe we take off from now on and increase the numbers. The likely impact on the sector is that service providers would be able to roll out the services in a relatively shorter time, and the reforms by DOT are likely to pave way for enhanced use of satellite-based services in logistics, industrial automation, railways, disaster management, and such. Now, regarding the important works that are in progress at our desk, the TSPs are permitted to set up their gateways. But now we are coming up with a new light touch license for which DOT had initiated and obtained recommendations of TRAI. A light touch ₹1 license is going to be in place soon. That would help operators like NSIL and many other operators to obtain a very simple few-page license and start giving the satellite gateway services. They need not obtain the 250-page unified license, so that had a number of obligations. Now I would also request this August gathering to spare a thought for security issues. How to ensure security for myriad devices that are going to be there having satellite antennas inbuilt in them. So it is a nightmare for security agencies, like some of the satellite devices were used in the terrorist attack. So we would be happy to receive your views on that, especially the global best practice in this regard. So how to, like what other advanced countries would be having to, like what are the import restrictions, or are there some registration or no objection certificate kind of regime is there. So once we allow mobility, the ipso facto, like these issues come into being. So security, securing them becomes very important. Now I'll not stand between the experts of the Satcom industries and you, and conclude by saying and complimenting the organizers for organizing this, and greater participation of all the stakeholders like you would help the taking the sector forward in a big way. Thank you.
Thank you, Niranjan sir, for your wonderful words, highlighting again the very wonderful initiatives taken by DOT for reforms in satellite and giving impetus to various ecosystems and verticals. I'm sure the country is all set to go on this. Thank you so much. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. It gives me great pleasure also as the local coordinator for the India-EU ICT Standardization Coordination Project, the main cooperation partners of which are the telecom SDOs of Europe and India, ETSI and TSDSI. And representing ETSI is Mr. Daniel Tess-Fargeber. He's the chair of the technical committee for satellite earth stations. He has a master's degree in satellite and mobile communication systems from Surrey University and a degree in electrical and electronics engineering from Imperial College. He has more than 23 years of extensive and diverse experience in satellite communication systems design, testing and system integration, technical project management, and experience in regulatory spectrum management at national, regional, and international levels, such as ITU-R and CEPT, as well as expertise in standardization across L, S, C, Ku, and Ka band in ETSI and RTCA. He has been actively participating in the technical committees of the SES for more than 15 years and as a chairman of the ETSI Working Group on Harmonization, tasked with defining the receiver requirement specification of satellite terminals operating in the L, S, C, Ku, and Ka bands in order to ensure timely availability of standards for the satellite industry that are compliant to the Radio Equipment Directive, and now as chair of the Technical Committee on Satellite Earth Stations and Systems, responsible for all aspects related to satellite Earth stations and systems. I hand you the floor, Daniel. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Can you hear me?
Yes, Daniel, we can hear you, and we can see your slides too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those introductions, and good afternoon, everyone, and good morning, good evening to everyone who are remotely connected. So I will share my... Okay, thank you. The subject is the Satcom mobility in flight and maritime communications. Even though I have also included, as Mr. Ramanachandran indicated, that Satcom mobility includes also land on vehicles. We have a short agenda. We'll have a quick overview of satellite communication mobility services and the markets that are served. And again, as was indicated in the introduction, with the data consumption of air and sea passengers increasing, as well as combined with a huge potential for aircraft and ship operational efficiency, this is leading to the need to increase capacity in terms of the satellite fleet and coverage for Satcom mobility. And in terms of the Satcom mobile equipment, innovation in mobile earth station allows higher data rate and, of course, ability to access higher frequency bands due to the increased accuracy of antenna tracking technology. And finally, a look at XC standards for a broad range of terminals operating over both GSO and non-GSO across Ka, Ku, and C bands. So, Earth Station in Motion is the term that's used to describe the Satcom mobility service. And this operates globally and provides critical broadband connectivity to users on board of ships using maritime eSIMs, aircrafts using aeronautical eSIMs, and of course land vehicles using land eSIMs. And this ensures, of course, the safety, security, and comfort while in motion throughout the world. You might have also come across the term ESOMs. Again, this stands for Earth Stations on Mobile Platform. In fact, the two terms are the same. The former was adopted following WRC 19 Resolution 169, which defined the regulatory, operational, and technical conditions for eSIMs operation in the fixed satellite service. In terms of the markets, of course, aviation market is one of the fastest growing for Satcom mobility. And this is typically for airlines and business jets, with currently more than 30 airlines already providing this service and also growing. In the maritime market, again, the equipment used is maritime eSIMs and eSIMs. And of course, this is for ships, and currently, at least, this is only for Inmarsat services providing Ka band. More than 12,000 vessels have this service already. And of course, with the digitization of the ship, and again, as was indicated by Mr. Ramchandran, in terms of the expected future revenue is huge on maritime alone. So the data consumption in both the aviation and maritime market is growing and expected to be growing. And of course, Satcom mobility, again, as was indicated, is not limited to aircraft and ships, but also on land, from trains, especially in countries as vast as India and others. So land eSIMs is essentially, all of these operate over Ka band, Ku band, and in some cases C band, but mainly in Ka, Ku bands. So as I indicated, the huge demand for capacity for air passengers and sea fares, this leads to increased satellite capacity. And what you see here is just one example of, at least again, I should have said I work for Inmarsat, so I'm more familiar with Inmarsat, so my examples would be, will tend to be what Inmarsat does. But what you can see here is just these are a range of current and planned satellite fleet providing services in Ka band, and some of them they've got L band payload. But as you can see, these are geostationary as well as highly elliptical orbit satellites providing coverage to the poles. As I said, this is just one example from Inmarsat Ka band satellite services, but there are similar current and planned services in Ka band, Ku band, operating in GSO. I'm sure you've heard all these mega constellations coming almost on a on a monthly basis, operating on both GSO and non-GSO from other operators. And the trend seems to be increasing. Of course, we will see how all this will eventually consolidate, but currently the demand for high data rate, for connectivity everywhere and anywhere, whether you are flying or sailing or in the middle of nowhere where there is no terrestrial coverage, means there is huge demand for Satcom mobility and connectivity. And of course, all of this is enabled by Satcom mobile equipment, and there are a range of terminals, and here the key aspect of the terminal is the antenna. From the old mechanically steerable antennas, typically used on maritime and perhaps on land environment, to electronically steerable antennas, which enable them to operate with high data rate and with high tracking accuracy when on the move. And of course, all of this Satcom mobility in Ka band, in Ku band, operate on the what we call fixed satellite service. And as the name indicates, the Earth station is supposed to be fixed. Hence, the interference into the adjacent satellite wouldn't be an issue. But of course, with mobility, then the accuracy of the pointing becomes an issue in terms of maintaining the regulatory limits of access in terms of interface to the adjacent satellite. But with the advent of technology these days, tracking is almost as good as a fixed operation. And that's why in WRC 19, resolution 169, I indicated earlier, eSIMs or Earth stations in motion, whether they are on ships or aircrafts, are allowed to operate on the FSS. And of course, there have been major developments from, as I said, mechanically steerable antennas to electronically steerable phase array. And typically, electronically phase array are used because of their small form factor on aircrafts, which lowers or decreases the effect of drag. And also similarly, mechanically steered antennas are used in maritime eSIMs, and mechanically steered phase arrays are used also in land station or L eSIMs. So in terms of the ETSI satellite terminal standards, there are a number of European norms, EN. These are essentially standards that the terminals, whether they are on a ship, on aircraft, or on a vehicle or train, they have to meet certain requirements in order to operate, whether it's in over GSO, NGSO, whether it's an Ka band or Ku band, or in some cases over C band. And of course, all of these reflect the ACC decision, which essentially means the CPT regulatory framework.
Excuse me. If for the sake of time, please, can you keep it within the time limit also, please? I hope yours...
Okay, yeah.
Sorry for interrupting, please.
Okay, sorry. I'm just coming to the final part. Sorry. So in summary, ETSI is a world leader in standards development, reflecting the relevant CEPT regulatory framework, as well as eSIMs are operating and providing critical broadband services, as I have already indicated. So cooperation to facilitate the creation of harmonized standards and regulatory framework globally is essential for ensuring the growing demand for aeronautical and maritime as well as land. With that, I conclude my presentation. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I exceeded my allowed time.
Thank you, Daniel, for giving us inputs from ETSI. With that, it's my pleasure now to invite Mr. Brijendra Ormalia, who is the Product and Pre-Sales Head in Maritime and Aero Business from Nelco Limited. He has over 22 years of rich experience in the VSAT industry with expertise in the areas of solution engineering, pre-sales, product development, network operations, system integration, project implementation, among others. He has a master's in computer applications. With that, sir, please, the floor is yours. I request you to please keep within the time limit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It is said, change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future. We are living in an era which is witnessing some drastic changes in the satellite communication industry globally. And it is heartening to see that India is not behind. Rather, it is contributing equally to the new developments in this direction. And it is all the more exciting that we are part and we are witnessing such new drastic changes in this direction. We believe that the Satcom mobility is one of the changes that will accelerate the growth of the satellite communication industry in India. Shri Sunil Narayan ji, DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications, Mr. T.V. Ramchandran, President BIF, Mr. Rajat Mukherjee, Director Operations, my colleagues from the industry, and all other dignitaries present over here. It is my honor to address such an esteemed and enlightened gathering of senior government officials and the industry colleagues from India and other parts of the world. Nelco is one of the leading companies in India providing satellite-based communications services to the enterprise segment over the last 3 decades. And it is the first one amongst providing the in-flight and maritime communication service. We are by far the one and the only one who have an active aero communication network. And in maritime, we are the first and the leaders in providing the maritime communicating services in India. We have been serving multiple segments within the maritime, from the energy vessels to cruise vessels to commercial vessels. And we are exploring many new segments within the maritime segment. In Nelco, we believe very strongly in adopting new technologies and embrace the technological changes that eventually benefit the customers. Now today we are talking about the Satcom mobility, but if we look at the Satcom market in India, since its evolution over the decades, the overall market has been very limited. And they had been limited for the fact that we had been providing services to a fixed VSAT services, where the other forms of communications, which were the terrestrials, are dominant. And VSAT is always looked as one of the, the last choice for connections when they have no other options. That has actually contributed to overall the size of the market being limited. On the contrary, if you see IFMC is one such segment which is predominantly served over the satellite media, and it brings immense opportunities for the Indian players to grow. The growth drivers, eventually what we see is, for the VSAT industry is mobility. The key to success is mobility, and the amount of bandwidth required is expected to grow multifolds in the years to come. Now let's see the journey of satellite mobility in India. The IFMC in India was allowed by the Department of Telecommunications in December 2018. However, the adoption of the IFMC services by the market has been pretty slow and much below the expectations that we had. And one of the major reasons that has contributed to the low adoption has been that since the policy announcements were made and the licenses were obtained by providers and they had put up the infrastructure, the world was hit by COVID. And thereby, most of the businesses were stalled. And the hardest hit segments were unfortunately aero and the maritime segments. However, in the past 1 year, we have observed that IFMC segment, especially aero, is growing. It's actually getting out the COVID impact, and the traffics are expected to reach to the pre-COVID levels very soon. And companies, if you talk of the maritime shipping companies in India, they have been in a wait and watch mode for the last 2 years, but now they are also slowly evaluating and engaging. That's a good news. The business models, however, have to be evolved both for the aero as well as for the shipping companies. Now let us look for the segments which can contribute towards the growth of the IFMC segment in India. Geographically, India is at a very strategic position, if you see, and can have access to a much larger market, expanding from in the Indian Ocean region, expanding from Middle East Asia to the Southeast Asia, provided we have access to satellite capacities to be operated from India, from an Indian gateway, serving these areas. So I think that's one of the, while we have an opportunity, we have a roadblock that we don't have access to capacities. I think that's one of the requests to the Department of Space and the regulators to see as to how those capacities can be made available. The other opportunity that I see is that, or it's a roadblock also, is the cost of serving the IFMCs. Now, we are working in a maritime and aero markets, which are global in nature. And the customers, even the Indian customers, compare the cost of these services with the global benchmarks because they also have those benchmarks. The cost of delivering such services by Indian providers is comparatively much, much higher than what is being offered by global players. And this makes the Indian players very uncompetitive, and gradually we lose opportunities to global players. So I think this is something that also needs to be looked into and which will contribute towards the growth. From the technology perspective and the other new segments perspective, we see, I think fisheries is one of the markets that should be looked very strongly. It has huge potential. Some 250,000 fishing vessels are there, fishing boats are there, and that market is still unserved or underserved. And the requirement has been a very low form factor solution using the KU band. What we envisage, that should be allowed. Currently, the TEC guidelines for IFMC restricts the use of antenna size to 60 centimeter per basis the approval. But these segments require much lower, to the parabolic equivalent of less than 20 centimeter antenna. So I think that is something that needs to be looked into, that will open a wider market for all the players in India. The other thing is, I think Niranjanji has covered that those are the policies which have been now brought into force from October, but I think those are the growth factors and those needs to be looked into and tweaked as the time goes, because today is the world of digitalization and automation and IoT, and moreover, all the sensors-based deployments are happening, and it brings in huge opportunities for Satcom players like us. And the new markets like connected cars or logistics or mining, agriculture and disaster preparedness, these are the segments that can come up immensely in the new segments under the IFMC. So another request is that the scope of the IFMC should be broadened from in-flight and maritime only to including the multiple other segments of land mobility, and also providing the guidelines for smaller antennas within the maritime TEC framework, so that fisheries is a market can be served. Apart from this, globally there are multiple other bands technology which are available for serving these markets on the lower bitrate segments, which is the L and the S band. Currently, we are restricted both from the regulation framework, which does not allow L and S band for use. The second is the availability of satellite capacity under L and S band. So there's a request that both these things should be looked into and allowed. So with this, I would just end my session, and in the end, I would like to say that, India has immense opportunity to grow in the IFMC, provided the regulations are favorable, and, Indian players can play a very important role overall in the Indian Ocean region, thereby contributing to the overall growth of the nation also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Urmalia. Truly, yes, we look for favorable regulations, and that's what we're all here trying to get done. Thank you. Yes, I must say, outreach to the fishing industry would be excellent, actually. We keep hearing about our fishermen getting arrested across the border, etc., and in the sea, who knows where a border is. So it would be very helpful. Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. N. Jairam, Senior Director, Marketing and Alliances from Hughes Communications, India. Mr. N.V. Jairam is the Enterprise Marketing and Alliance Head for Hughes India. He has been with Hughes for 20 plus years and has been part of major initiatives for the organization. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I'd like to thank BIF and the organizers for having this wonderful session and for inviting me over here. It is indeed a privilege to be part of this August gathering, and throughout the day, the sessions have been quite enlightening and provide a lot of insights, and we are all eagerly waiting for the new space policy. So without further delay, I'll just give a brief introduction about Hughes Communications India. We are the undisputed leader in satellite services in India with a market share of close to 70%. And we are servicing more than 200,000 terminals across the country. And we have been here in the country for the past 27 years. So coming straight to the topic, because we have limited time, my colleague, my friend Brajendra really gave a good overview of the mobility aspect of the mobility business in India. But I would like to touch upon certain key aspects about how to improve the demand and how to improve the play of Indian VSAT service providers in this segment. First, I would like to focus on the maritime sector. Here, although we have seen the demand picking up in the last 1 year, but what we have seen is a very low adoption rate by Indian flag vessels within the, whether it's in the coastal Indian waters or outside Indian waters. So that is one thing which needs to be changed. Second, we do see a lot of business from foreign flag vessels coming into India because as per the IFMC regulation, they have to take service from an Indian teleport. So there also, the experience, what we have seen is that because of the prices that the bandwidth tariff, they take contract for less than 25-30% of the bandwidth or the capacity that they would have contracted outside India. So these two, and third, of course, as Brajendra mentioned, access to capacity, right capacity in terms of providing services still to cover the entire Indian Ocean and the Southeast Asia. That's also quite important. So first and foremost is the kind of access to the like STS-like capacity with cost-effective bandwidth. Now, in satellite, we always focus on quality of experience of the customers, of the users. Now, that is only possible with providing more bandwidth or customers adopting more bandwidth, because there are many applications in the maritime side, because if you look at who are using it, the crew actually are, cut off from the land. They have no lines of communication. So this connectivity, satellite is the only form of connectivity they can use to communicate with the outside world. Now, with the high bandwidth prices, many of these things are sacrificed or compromised. They take only those, whatever is necessary, something like crew internet, entertainment, all these things are compromised. Now, if we were to get access to low-cost capacity, definitely the demand will increase. And I'm not saying this, it's not a theory or logic. Recently, we launched our national STS services, and we have seen tremendous change in the way our customers and prospects have started looking at satellite. Because of the I would say, the kind of high-speed links that we're able to offer at extremely affordable prices. So when you get this kind of high capacity, low cost, definitely the market size will increase, the revenue increase. In fact, all the studies, whether it's NSR or Euroconsult, talk about ever-increasing demand for bandwidth on a per-vessel basis. In fact, in the next 5 years, it is supposed to be quadruple. I mean, maybe 6 to 8 Mbps per vessel average. So, but we are not seeing that growth in India. Second thing, I would say some checks and tighter implementation of the IFMC license, the norms of the IFMC authorization. One of the key things is the service in Indian water should be allowed only through a teleport located in India. I don't think that is being implemented, or I would say that is being followed, I would say 100%. So this is definitely another opportunity for getting more business into Indian, for Indian service providers. Another, now looking forward a little, the impact of LEO, because sooner than later, the LEO constellations are going to be available across the globe, including India. So there is definitely some big cruise, I would say, cruises or cruise organizations shifting over to LEO services. But I would say this dust will settle, and going forward, it will be a mix of, it's like a multi-orbital solution, mix of NGSOs and GSOs. So again, what it shows is people are willing to spend more, they want more bandwidth, but there is a pressure on margins from the customer side, so they're looking up for effective, I would say, the real value performance. I will briefly touch upon the aero side, the IFC side, especially with respect to the Indian domestic market. In fact, yesterday there was a news that the volume of domestic passengers have reached, surpassed the pre-COVID levels. So that has been there is no issue with that. But today, the basic issue of why the challenge which is facing those domestic airlines are the viability. Like, if you want to actually adopt IFC, there is an investment of roughly $500,000 per aircraft. Now, how do you recover that? And India, generally, nobody pays for Wi-Fi. I mean, that's how it is. So unless this question, I don't have an answer. This question has to be, maybe this is to be a consortium of a telco and the IFC provider and the airline coming together and make a solution. Unless there is a solution for this is found, the adoption will take time. But there is a silver lining. With the advent of LEO constellations, the one-time setup cost is expected to come down. So that definitely can drive the growth of IFC. Again, that's it from my side. We all looking forward to the space movement policy, and hope that policy will enable us to provide all those, access to the low-cost capacity to develop this segment further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jairam, for sharing the experiences of the high throughput services which were provided for your customers. I'm sure this will give a very good insight to the entrepreneurs and the people coming up in the market. We've seen the mobile sector growing rapidly in the last few years. It took a long time to start, but then gained tremendous impetus, and I hope Satcom grows much more rapidly. Thank you. I now introduce Mr. Jayesh Parelkar, Regional Director for Sales and Business Development from ITC Global, a Marlink Group company. For the past 4 years, he has been associated with ITC Global, looking to expand the company's market reach in the Indian subcontinent, Middle East and Southeast Asian regions. Having over 20 plus years of overall experience in the Satcom industry, has allowed him to work with various Indian and global Satcom players, and has successfully played an instrumental role in developing in-country operations for MNC business startup and entity setup, and set up head support operations and regional profit and loss management of recurring businesses for Asia. Mr. Parelkar, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and distinguished guest and Honorable Chair Shri Sunilji and all the BIF team. Firstly, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be on the dais and speak today. Topic for today is obviously in-flight communication and maritime, which in our terms, it is more on the global way, it is mobility or Satcom mobility. Before we go into the Satcom mobility topic, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to give a brief about what our industry does. Coming from a global organization, my colleagues Brijen and Jairam has already spoken more from the Indian perspective, so I thought it would be better for me to give a bit of a global perspective for everyone as well. So I represent ITC Global, and ITC Global is part of Marlink Group. Marlink, as the name suggests, it's maritime technologies, maritime link communications, and just a snapshot of what Marlink does, basically. So Marlink is spread across the globe, primarily a European organization to start with, but now it is a truly global organization. Over 1,300 employees with 30 plus offices across the globe. Being into specifically mobility industry on communication, the company has to be focused across the globe to make sure that we are able to support all the touch points in the maritime industry, and that's where you see so many of our warehouses which are all touching the seaports. So we have almost 35 plus warehouses with 13 primary warehouses in different continents. That's where we support around 400 plus field techs who are seaworthy, sea ready, because there are a lot of certifications that have to be done for people to go offshore. So we are not a satellite company. We are not a telco in general, but we have combination of networks from multiple satellite operators as well as from multiple telcos and MPLS network. We form our own cloud across the globe to provide a seamless coverage for any maritime vessel which travels across the globe. And that's where you could see why there are so many teleports across the globe. Most of them are more for a regulatory perspective, like we see something, a couple of them in India, which are predominantly to fulfill the IFMC requirements. Yeah. Now, coming to the key topic here, which is mobility. The mobility in the past was only related to vessels moving. But today, with the changing environment, we saw since morning about multiple constellations being spoken about, LEO, MEO, GEO being spoken about. LEO and MEO are three-letter words, but trust me, they are more difficult to manage when it comes to actual management of those networks. And they have their very own different challenges. So here is the spectrum where we are trying to represent what was yesterday, which was a primary GEO bent pipe solution, which was very easy to manage, very easy to support, and it was a single solution which we were able to provide. But with the moving segments, with the moving time, now the satellites evolved. GEOs are evolving into software-defined satellites now for beam focusing. And more importantly, the NGSO segment, which is coming up so quickly. In no time, we are going to see, we are already seeing it globally, and I think pretty soon we are also going to experience that in India. And NGSOs with their LEO and MEO come in with their own challenges. The challenges are from the open architecture, each NGSO constellation moves into proprietary architecture, which means if a user has to, as a remote, or a customer has to basically operate on a particular technology, it was easy for him to switch in the past. Now it's going to be difficult because it's a proprietary architecture that they're going to be on. And all the architectures come with their advantages as well as their disadvantages. Now, as an integrator, what we do globally is to make sure that the end customers that are there in the market, they are able to get everything that they need. Good pricing, reliable network, reliable uptime. At the same time, they are also getting exactly what kind of a network architecture they want. So that's where Marlink comes into picture, where we are a differentiator and we bring in our own hybrid network. So we are an integrator, more technology integrator, wherein we have our own cloud, we have our own solutions that we provide to the end customer to give them a seamless connectivity solution and a completely managed solution end to end, regardless of what technology is being offered or what challenges the technology poses. Our aim is to make sure that the end customer doesn't suffer or the end customer doesn't face any challenges in terms of the limitations of a particular singular technology would bring in. So that's where we come in and that's what we do. And this is going to be more future as we move into a more proprietary environments, architecture. This is how we are going to manage them. Just a snapshot of what exactly we do in terms of to cater to these requirements. And this is a real case scenarios that have happened. Everyone is going online. Clouds have become so real that even the ships today want to go on cloud. The users on board want to access internet not just for browsing, but they want to do a lot more in terms of using applications. All of them have iPhones today, so they want their iCloud access on board the vessel. We face this challenge on cruise ships, where basically passengers were not happy because they were not able to connect to their iCloud or they were not able to connect to their Google Drive. So our network basically gives seamless integration to any kind of cloud solution, any kind of cloud architecture. At the same time, we have our own LEO, MEO, GEO solutions that we have on our network, along with the terrestrial backbone services of 4G, 5G, long distance LTE outside. Again, it's not there today here, but we have the long distance LTE solutions, which we integrate to make sure that be it a corporate client, be it a crew user who is just wanting to browse for and talk to his family or do whatever he has to do in terms of his daily business. But we are able to make sure we give them the required solution, end-to-end solution on that. Now to add further, I did hear Sunilji mentioned about security aspect as well earlier. So there are two basic primary aspects about security. One is the endpoint security and other one is the internet breakout security. So we make sure that because it's a managed network, because it's an end-to-end network, we are able to provide security NCAP services across the board. So be whatever network it is, we ensure that the network is more secured and more robust in terms of the build. A couple of points which are very key apart from the network aspect. We do realize that there are some certain challenges which Jairam and Brijen rightly highlighted related to cost aspect. And coming from a global prospect where all of my customers are actually a global shipping company or a global fleet, which intend to come to India at some point for some work on a special project. We do see that there is a huge drop in the bandwidth requirement, and they're forced to do that just because of the change in the drastic increase in the pricing. So very rightly, when we look at the global average in terms of pricing, that is one aspect where we definitely need to make sure that we are able to compete against the global pricing, which will obviously increase the uptake of the bandwidth and uptake of the network requirement across the fleets in India as well. And probably that is one of the reasons why we still have certain hiccups or certain roadblocks where we don't see that kind of uptake in the industry, in the domestic segment at this time. But obviously there are a lot of good things that were heard today, especially related to the Satcom policies which are coming up. And on a positive note, I would definitely want to congratulate everyone for the efforts and really thank everyone for the time and efforts that have gone in, and really hope to get a policy as soon as possible, which is a win-win for both the government and the industry together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayesh ji. Thank you. That was a very nice understanding of a company which is providing solutions to the end customer with terrestrial and satellite solutions. I wish you all the best, and I'm sure the hiccups are going to soon disappear. We have a very, I've said this before, Prime Minister is one of the most tech-savvy people, and he's done some wonderful work in liberalizing the market, not just in Satcom, but he's taken so many other initiatives, and now DOT and Department of Space, etc. And Mr. Naranian sir has just highlighted some of the activities. Let's look forward, and I wish Marlink all the best. Sunil sir, I request you to give the concluding remarks. I invite you as the chair, sir, please, to if you would like, sir, from the chair.
Thank you so much. I thank all the panelists for their enlightening speeches, particularly Mr. Jayesh for telling about their offering cloud integrations and Marlink, Mr. N.V. Jayaram for telling us that it is very heartening that HTS technology of ISRO is being utilized and is being uptaking in a big way. Mr. Brajendra for telling us that competitiveness can be increased by reducing the cost. I was wondering, already we have a 1 rupee license fee, IFMC license. What could probably be further reduced? We will learn from them. I also thank Mr. Daniel, who told about their offerings of eSIMs or aeronautical, maritime and land mobility, as well as ETSI standards. Thank you for the enlightening speeches. Now we have time for 2-3 questions before we conclude. Any questions, please?
I have a question to Mr. Jayaram. You were mentioning about some cost for the flight, on flight, when you were mentioning there some standards are there for which because of cost. That is the NRE cost or is the operational cost? You said $500,000 you told.
Yeah, that is a one-time setup cost for the equipment, onboard equipment, including the Satcom, for the enabled IFC.
So that is as per the NRE charges only, per aircraft?
Per aircraft.
Oh.
And not NRE. It's the equipment.
Yeah, that's non-recurring. The one-time cost, no?
Yeah, non-recurring cost, yeah.
So why, is it a concern? Because if you want to have a survey, in any case you are building a standard, are you expecting that this price is on higher side? What is your comment on that? Your concern is that price is on the higher side?
Yeah, that's on the higher side. So there has to be a recovery within a defined time frame, which is, and it's compounded by the fact that there is no, very few pay for the Wi-Fi service. So that is also adding to the...
So any suggestion from where the cost goes? The point was that. It's because of the demand and supply. Cost is driven by because of the equipments are one-time expenditure. So
yes.
Any thoughts on how to reduce the cost?
Not really.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Yeah, my question is to Mr. Urmalaya. Yeah, now the DOT has permitted even the licensing for even land mobility as well. What are your plans for addressing that sector, land mobility? Do you have any plans?
Yeah, I think we are already working actively on seeing what are the new segments, as I've spoken, that can be looked into land mobility. One of the things that we are seeing is that, while you have made the change, the TEC for supporting those, there are certain bands which work for land mobility are not included in it. And I think L and S band contribute a lot for the narrowband IoT solutions that will go predominantly in the land mobility as well as in the fishing part also. So while KU and KA bands are there and we are finding markets for them, those are niche technologies. We are also looking, support from the department in terms of not only allowing in the TEC, but also making those capacities available for the market to serve. So we see a huge potential both in L and S band in the land mobility. I think that is what I would put to your question.
Hi. No, to add to further, but if land mobility is addressed because the market size seems to be much bigger compared to in-flight connectivity. But to our knowledge, S-band or L-band cannot have so much of capacity to meet those segments. Ideally, you will have to look for a solution on a higher bands.
So I think there are two markets that we are talking of. One of the markets is the broadband market, where the high bandwidth capacities are required, and that segment also exists in the land mobility. However, that segment is not very big. The bigger segment that is a game changer in this particular segment would be the narrowband IoT solutions, and that because as I told today is the world of digitalization and a lot of sensors are getting deployed, and the way they are deployed across the nation is the connectivity is the key requirement for them to be successful, and there is a lot of data getting generated, but all of data needs to be integrated together so that we can have a correlated information. Eventually, that is what is going to help. So when I talk about, when you're talking of the higher bands are good, but the higher bands are good for the broadband. Having said that, we are also finding technologies which are easily available in the market in the higher band. There are very less technologies in the higher band, in the KU and KA band, which we are already evaluating. But for such mass deployment, the lower bands, L and S bands, are more favorable globally. And they work in a very narrow band situation. Thank you.
If I may add, the L-band, S-band is more for the auto diagnostics and the emergency requirements on the mobility, land mobility as well.
Yeah. So while they are for the safety and security, to say, I think for the IoT also, they are also playing an important role. So that is what we were just trying to bring. Globally, those are playing major roles. Having said that, I'm not compromising that, the policies have to be open for the KU and the KA band also working in the low band network.
Maybe one more question, please, and then we must stop.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sanjay. I'm from Dhruva Space. So this question is to Mr. Sunil. So we are looking at exploring especially small satellites for low data rate communications, especially IoT applications. And we are very much interested in the sub-gigahertz range, especially looking at UHF and VHF. I wanted to understand from a policymaker perspective, would these bands also be auctioned, in case spectrum auctioning happens for, satellite-enabled services?
See, for offering the kind of narrowband services, you would need to get into an agreement with a unified licensee offering such services, or obtain one yourself. And regarding specific band, you can give us your brief of your proposal. We will study it and get back to you.
Sure, sir. Just to add on, the support that we've been getting from the government is phenomenal. I just have a very open request. For us, as a company that is experimenting, especially with satellites, trying to do different things, I think it would be really, really helpful if there are certain bands allocated for us for experimenting under a short-term usage in a expedited process. InSpace has really, really helped us, but we would also like to get that support.
I don't know if you had chance to look at the recently released NFAP. So does it talk of the spectrum available in the bands wanted by you, or see, it is a novel idea, so we'll have to study from that NFAP table point of view.
Sir, very, very happy to bring the private space industry and, have those discussions. I think for us, it is very gray. Unless we have conversations, it would be very difficult for us to find them out, but we would like to take that dialogue forward, sir, from a conversation perspective.
Most welcome. We will be arranging that if you come. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to request, we would like to honor the speakers with the memento. I request Mr. Sandeep Kathuria from Broadband India Forum to please come up and give a memento to Mr. Brijender Urmalia.
In the meantime, I'll request all the participants. We have had one round of dialogue with IFMC operators already, and we invite all the suggestions for improving this nascent service. Whatever suggestions you have, please send it across to us in writing. Thank you.
I would also request Mr. Sandeep Kathuria to give the memento to Mr. N. Jairam. Thank you, Mr. Kathuria. I would now request Dr. Shiv Kumar to please, on behalf of Broadband India Forum, he's our principal advisor. I would request him to give a memento to Mr. Jayesh Parelkar. Thank you. And I extend our very warm thanks to Shri Sunil Niranjan sir for chairing this session and for always for his guidance and support in our activities. And thank you, sir, for your extending such an open hand to the audience, also for coming back with suggestions to you. Thank you so much for that. I thank all the speakers in this session. Mr. Daniel Tess Fawageber, Mr. Brijender Urmalia, Mr. N. Jairam, and Mr. Jayesh Parelkar for their inputs. Thank you so much for this session. I thank the audience. And I request all the speakers please to come forward for a photograph, for the group photograph. And with that, I please request everybody to stay back. We are going to have felicitation for the achievers in the Satcom industry. And this evening, it will be felicitation and a dinner where you're all invited, please, cordially. Please do stay back. We welcome all of you for the evening. Please do join us. And the venue is here only. Dinner would be served shortly outside. We'll take a short break just now for 10 minutes, and then please, we will come back for the award ceremony. Thank you.
स्टेज का। कर लिया आता तो कुछ हो जाता। कल खाली हूँ।
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Hello. Check one. Hello, hello. Check one. Hello, hello, hello. Check, hello. 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 Check one. Hello. 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 Check one. One check. Hello. पता नहीं मुझे यार. Hello. Check one. One check. Hello. 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 Check one. One check. Hello. Check one. Check one. Check. Hello. Check one. One check. Hello. Hello.
Switch off all the sidelines. And over a channel भी नहीं चाहिए.
Check one. One check. Hello. Hello. Check one. One check. Hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would request everyone to take their seats. All mobile phones put on to silent mode. We're ready to go ahead with the award presentation ceremony. All those seated at the back, may I request everyone to kindly move forward and occupy the seats in the front. Thank you. Namaskar and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are today witnessing a huge buzz in the space sector with a flurry of startups taking center stage with a number of innovations in the launch vehicles, satellites, applications, and a number of things. Besides the startups, a number of large space corporates have set up joint projects in PPP mode in collaboration with ISRO and Department of Space. Notable among them are Hughes, Tata Nelco, OneWeb, all of which happen to be the esteemed members of BIF. And today we have gathered here to felicitate each one of them for the excellent work they have done in their respective areas. With this as a backdrop, I welcome you all, our distinguished guests, members from the industry, the government, the regulators, the startups, the academia, media, ladies and gentlemen, to this award presentation ceremony of India Satcom 2022. Today we are going to felicitate startups and large corporates for the excellent work done in enhancing the space ecosystem. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege in inviting for the welcome address, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President BIF. Let's put our hands together to welcome him.
Thank you, Sapna. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the high point of the event, which is the recognition of all the great things that are happening through various innovators in this sector. And as a token, I mean, it's not a great award or anything, but we have got some startups, some of the startups who have already made vibes in this space, and also some others who have done some great things, and some of the bigger players also. We want to make a small recognition of them. We'll be calling them up one by one to receive the award, which is a citation. So without any further ado or wasting our time, I'd like to get on to that important part of the function, and I hand over back to Swapna. Once again, a very warm welcome to the startups and other players who have made such innovations possible. Please bear with us for the small delay. We'll now go forward.
Thank you very much indeed for those warm words of welcome. But ladies and gentlemen, before we go ahead with the award presentation ceremony, I would like to welcome my co-host who's literally here from the outer space. So let's welcome Vishwa. Hi, Vishwa. And just look at her. I thought she was going to be here in a space suit. You're all dressed up in your evening dress, looking very pretty there. So, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making this day special. We hope today's conference and sessions were interesting and or inspiring. The awards night is going to be equally special. Let's set the ball rolling, sit back, and here we go.
You will be reading out the scroll, right?
So ladies and gentlemen, that was my co-host Vishwa, and as she said, let's get the ball rolling and we begin with the awards. The first award is presented to, but before I take the name of the awardee, I would like to invite on stage Sri S. Somanath, Chairman ISRO. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. And ladies and gentlemen, the first award is presented to Agnikul Cosmos on the successful test firing of the world's first single-piece 3D printed rocket engine, Agnilet, on November 4, 2022 at ISRO's vertical test facility. Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, the lead center of ISRO for the development of launch vehicles, facilitated the host testing of the rocket engine. So let's put our hands together for Agnikul Cosmos. Congratulations, receiving the award, Dr. Satya Chakravarti. Thank you, Mr. Somnath, for doing the honors. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And for the next announcement of the award, I hand over to Vishwa. Over to you.
Compact, petite, manageable yet powerful is an outcome technology. Nano satellites are indeed the answer for being compact yet impactful and are used for various applications. For instance, space research, communication, and commercial purposes. We take great pride in recognizing an organization for successfully launching Thibault 1 and Thibault 2 nano satellites on board ISRO's PSLV-C-54, thereby making the nation proud. Broadband India Forum takes great pleasure in recognizing Dhruva Space for this milestone achievement. I now wish to call upon Mr. Sanjay Nekanti, co-founder and CEO, Dhruva Space on stage to receive the felicitation and the award from Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman, in Space. I would request Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman, in Space to come on stage to kindly do the honors. Congratulations, Team Dhruva Space.
So ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause going for Dhruva Space, award being received by Shri Sanjay Nekanti and presented by Dr. Pavan Goenka. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for doing the honors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to do the honors of presenting the next award, may I invite on stage Mr. Sunil Nirayanan. He is DDG Satellite, Department of Telecommunications. He's not here. I would then once again request Dr. Pavan Goenka to come back and do the honors of presenting this award. So the next award is for successfully launching their third hyperspectral satellite Anand on November 26, 2022 from the Sri Harikota launch complex in Andhra Pradesh. Anand's hyperspectral capability will provide next-gen capabilities in humanity's fight against climate change. And ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to honor today Pixel Space, and may I invite on stage Srimati Shrishti Bajpai. And ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going for Pixel Space for winning this coveted award today. Thank you, Dr. Goenka, for doing the honors. And I once again hand over to Vishwa to announce the next award.
The space has always been alluring and exciting. The pride and joy of launching India's first privately built rocket to space has become a reality in the November of 2022. Truly, this is a remarkable milestone that has made our nation proud. Broadband India Forum takes great pleasure in recognizing Skyroot Aerospace for this milestone achievement. I now wish to call upon Dr. CVS Kiran, Head, R&D, Skyroot Aerospace on stage to receive the felicitation and the award from Shri M. Maheshwar Rao, AS and FA, Department of Space. I would request Shri N. Maheshwar Rao, AS and FA, Department of Space to come on stage to kindly do the honors. Congratulations, Team Skyroot Aerospace.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together for Skyroot Aerospace. We thank you, Mr. Rao, for doing the honors. And for the next set of awards, I would like to invite on stage Sri D. Radha Krishnan, CMD, NSIL. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Radha Krishnan. And the next award is for being the most versatile Satcom service provider, serving enterprise, the government, Aero IFC, and maritime segments through FFS and HTS of ISRO and international satellite operations, delivering pioneering services of leading the way for enabling Wi-Fi on aircrafts in Indian skies, expanding Satcom services industry. Broadband India Forum takes great pleasure in recognizing this milestone achievement at India Satcom 2022, and we congratulate Team Nelco Limited and inviting Mr. Bajender Urmalia to receive the award. Yes. I would request Mr. Radhakrishnan to kindly stay back, sir, for the next award also. Thank you. And the next award is for its pioneering commercial launch on September 12, 2022. The HTS broadband service from Hughes combines Q-band capacity from the Indian Space Research Organizations and GSAT 11 and GSAT 29 satellites with Hughes Jupiter platform ground technology to deliver the high-speed broadband across India. Hughes HTS service brings multi-Mbps speed per site using high-power multi-Gbps high-throughput satellite and comes with unmatched advantage of reaching remote places beyond the reach of existing terrestrial networks to power critical enterprise and government networks. And today at Broadband India, we are honored to felicitate Hughes Communications India Private Limited, and may I invite on stage Shri Partho Banerjee. Congratulations to Hughes. Let's put our hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, they are also proud members of BIF. In fact, we are more proud to announce that. And now for the last award, I would once again hand over to Vishwa. Over to you.
With more than a third of the world still offline, the low-orbit satellite constellation helps connect the unconnected and bridge the digital divide, which helps inclusivity. We take pride in recognizing an organization for their successful deployment of one of the world's largest LEO satellite constellations and their recent launch of 36 low Earth orbit satellites from ISRO's launch pad in India, thereby making our nation proud. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for congratulating OneWeb. I now wish to call upon Ms. Nishtha Kapoor on stage to receive the felicitation and the award from Shri S. Somnath, Chairman, ISRO. I would request Shri S. Somnath, Chairman, ISRO to come on stage to kindly do the honors. Congratulations, Team OneWeb.
And that's Ms. Nishita Kapoor from OneWeb receiving the award from Sri Somnath, Chairman ISRO. Let's put our hands together for OneWeb, ladies and gentlemen, and also for all the distinguished awardees who have won this coveted award today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to say a few words about today's awards, I would like to invite first Sri S. Somnath, Chairman ISRO. May I invite you, sir, to kindly say a few words.
Good evening, all of you. Though small, but it's a very important moment for all of us in this sector, especially in the space sector. BAF, the Thought Forum, taking this opportunity to congratulate and recognize all those people who are making a marked difference in the sector in the recent times. And they have picked up all those people who made their mark in building small satellites, building small launchers, operational satellites to bring it accessible to the users, or making use of the Indian infrastructure to further the space dreams of all of us. I think it's really a wonderful thing to happen. It never ever happened before in the history of the space program of this nation. So many people outside ISRO are getting recognized. I'm really happy about that part. We have been building rockets, we have been building satellites, and really interesting to see the change happening. People are dreaming bigger, though with smaller items, right? The dreams are still very big, that they will one day capable of contributing to the global space economy in whatever way they can, in providing launch services, building satellites in India in large numbers, creating innovative solutions in this sector. It's something that we were all looking for, primarily to enhance the space economy in this nation. It's really needed, and the effort taken by BAF to bring about the change in mindset of all the people who are in the communication sector. Of course, it is very evident, but then it is not limited to communication sector. It is all encompassing in terms of the capability that we need to create in the space sector. Congratulations once again to all the winners. I don't want to name each one of them and then compliment them for their accomplishment. It is well known to the entire community here, sitting here. So I only want to congratulate BAF for thinking about it, planning this today evening, and making it happen with all of us being here to congratulate each one of them, and a big hand to all those winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I now invite Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman InSpace, to kindly share his experience on the award presentation. Over to you, sir.
So I can simply say ditto and sit down. But let me first congratulate and compliment BIF and Mr. Ramchandran for putting together this whole conference and this award show. I think daytime saw a lot of very interesting discussion, deliberation, disagreements, and disagreements are always good, because without that there is no value add. So very well done, Mr. Ramchandran. And the overall ambience that you have created for the award is absolutely world class. I think Viswa adds another sort of dimension to it, and the whole backdrop is extremely good. I think the biggest statement that we need to take home today is what Somnath said, that first time in the history of Indian space, somebody other than ISRO is getting a space award. I think that's a very significant change that's happening. And this day should be noted in the history, because when we go back 20 years from now and say that who was the first private sector people to get awarded in space work, these 5 or 6 people will stand out as the first awardees outside ISRO to get recognized. So congratulations to all of you. I think this is a very good day for us as we try and bring private sector into space, and very well-deserved award for the work that you have done. But we expect a lot more from you. As I have said earlier in the day, we expect a lot more. This is just the beginning, and it's a long journey, and we are with you in that journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I'm sure those words have been very motivating for the private sector to come up with much more better experiences. And probably next year we will have about what you can't even say more than 20 awards to be presented. And I would now like to invite Shri M. Maheshwar Rao, AS and FA, Department of Space, to kindly say a few words. No, sir? Then may I request Mr. D. Radhakrishnan? Then only option I have is TV, sir. So over to you, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, and to keep the excitement going, we would like to once again invite all the presenters and the awardees on stage for a group photograph. And yes, we can have the applause going for all those well-deserved awardees today. And all our senior dignitaries who are seated in the front row also, otherwise also all the government officials, kindly join us on the stage. Yes, sir, please join us on the stage. Mr. Pandey, please join us on the stage for a group photograph. Mr. Rajiv Jyoti, Dr. B.K. Jain, sir, Mr. Vinod Kumar, you all are requested to join us on the stage. Vishwa, would you like to say something at this point?
Thank you, Swapna. It was a delight to co-host this special event with you. I thank you for giving me an opportunity to be here with you today. This is AI Vishwa, a true Indian at heart. Wishing you all the very best ahead. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Vishwa, for being part of this amazing award presentation ceremony. The first one I hosted with someone who was literally from out of space here with me. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulating all our distinguished awardees for winning this prestigious award. We thank all our eminent presenters, dignitaries who were here and did the honors to present the award. And thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, to each one of you for your participation in making today's event a huge success that it was. And may I now invite all of you to kindly join us for dinner. Thank you once again. Have a safe journey home. Good evening and namaskar.
Thank you so much and wishing you all a very happy New Year and a prosperous 2023. This is Vishwa of Media Point.
Recording stopped.